But for me, it was more important to inspire the next generation. So at some point, the US will win the World Cup, and that's only coming through, bringing players like Messi.
Do you think it's easier to live in the United States or the UK? I mean, you are one of the biggest celebrities in the whole world. There's a spotlight on you in every headlines constantly. Just
Never heard of him.
Personal sort of mental health. Is the UK harder? Europe harder? The US? I mean, there's more tension maybe in the US, but maybe the UK. I don't know.
I'm going to have to sit on the fence. I'm going to say that I love living in both places. When I was growing up in the East End of London, I love my country. I love I always wanted to live in America, and I got that opportunity, and I love America for many different reasons. So I love to live in both places. I'm lucky that I get to spend a huge amount of time in both places.
So one of the things, Becky, on the sports why David, if you know David's personal story, being pulled at 14, 15 years old to the biggest soccer club in the world, and then on the field at 17, and the excellence he had to do, but also the adjustments he had to make, and the coaching he got as a 10-year-old that got him to that place. That opportunity is what we're trying to create just for more and more kids. Now, it's not they're all going to become icons of soccer at level or other professional sports or professional golfer, but it's a chance to recognize their opportunity, and that's what David represents. And by the way, then he turned into a huge business career.
Yeah.
And so, and that's what you want to see, that opportunity. Live in America, be able to participate in sports, learn from sports, but ultimately be able to be a great capitalist force for the good of the country.
I've liked what you have said about social media, David, in the past. Just the idea that it was easier growing up without it. I think about my own kids who are growing up with everything they've ever done being posted on it. What do you say to people who are growing up right now, people who are dealing with those things, just from a mental health perspective, too?
I've always spoke about, social media and the power of social media, for the good and for the bad. The bad we've talked about with what kids can access these days, and it can be dangerous. But what I've found personally, especially with my kids as well, use it for the right reasons. I've been able to use my platform and my following, for UNICEF, and it's been the biggest tool to make people aware of what's going on around the world for children. And I've tried to do the same. I've tried to do the same with my children, to educate them. They make mistakes. Children are allowed to make mistakes. That's how they learn. So that's what I try to teach my kids. But you have to sometimes let them make those mistakes as well.
You've had Robert on in the Blue Square, so the anti-hate, and so what's developed is capabilities to start to try to figure out to bring the edges in, and Robert and the team have done a good job. And so that anti-hate, which was around anti-Semitism, now is broadened out, but it's a social media piece that people don't understand, is how they're working to identify this very tough stuff and trying to get it off. And it's so the impact on kids, hope we can start to mitigate the fringes of it.
Well, I appreciate what you all are doing here. I appreciate your time today, and thank you for coming by and spending some time with Squawk Box.
Thank you for having us.
We appreciate it. Take care.
Then you're not cold.
He's not. But just so everybody's clear here, they're only out here for a couple minutes. And
people at home think that it's a green screen and we're faking it, and that these guys.
Not even the cold.
I don't feel the cold.
Manly than you two.
No. I've seen this guy playing soccer or football when it was very cold.
That's true.
Back in the day.
That's true.
Now he gets to wear a suit, but
they might be more manlier than we
They might. Oh, and by the way, Brian played rugby too.
He did play rugby. I found that out yesterday.
A rank amateur. What do you got? We got a guy like this. But look, you guys got enough hot air coming from us to keep you warm for a while.
Thanks both.
You're welcome.
Coming up, NASDAQ CEO Adina Friedman. First, though, a special Davos AccuWeather forecast. No, it's not Bernie. It's Ariella Scalise.
The widespread cold, the main headline, the AccuWeather exclusive forecast. Temperatures well below the historical average from the northeast, north central, down across the southeast. But plenty of sunshine. AccuWeather real field temperatures from the teens to the single digits from Boston into D.C. But a much nicer week ahead across Europe for the World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos. Watch for some snow beginning Friday through Sunday. To help you make the best decision and be more in the know, download the AccuWeather app today.
Good morning. It is 7 a.m. on the East Coast. It's 1 p.m. right here in Davos, Switzerland. You're watching a special presentation of Squawk Box on CNBC, and we are live this morning from the World Economic Forum. I'm Andrew Ross-Sorkin, along with Joe Kernan and Becky Quick. We've got a huge lineup coming up this week for you. Still to come this morning, the CEOs of ARM, UBS, CoreWeave, and Amazon. Plus, investors Ray Dalio and David Rubenstein are going to be joining us. We're going to be talking to Meta's Joel Kaplan, also Coca-Cola Chief Executive James Quincy, among others. And then, of course, Donald Trump, the president, is going to be here tomorrow. And Joe Kernan is going to be speaking with the president amid all of the big questions, potentially the Supreme Court later today with tariffs and a decision there. We'll see what happens. Yeah. So a lot on tap.
And was it Einstein? Time dilation, the news cycle is so quick. I mean, the president has he has a speech tomorrow.
He's got a speech, but he's got potentially tariffs. He's got Greenland.
How
I'm hearing about housing.
How could you write questions before his speech?
You're talking about you. It's always about.
Why would it not be about me if I got to come up with those questions for him?
I would just do them off the cuff, the way you do everything.
Right, but I got to wait till after the speech.
Yeah, you got to hear and react.
Yeah, right. Exactly. No surprise, AI is dominating the conversation here in Davos. Joining us now, NASDAQ CEO and Chair Adena Friedman. She's just out with her 2026 outlook, and on AI, you wrote about. How many words is that?
Yeah, it was a long one.
But it's so good, and I immediately thought, did you use AI? No, I didn't think that.
I did not.
No, but or do you have? You're really smart, and you have really smart people that had to help with this, right? Because you covered a lot of different angles I hadn't even considered about what we're facing, and it's daunting, but it's so exciting at the same time. The NASDAQ and the companies that help fund themselves with the NASDAQ are going to be incredibly important for this whole rollout.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is a super cycle. So we have to understand that, as we all know, I think that we can agree that AI is a transformative technology, transformational. It's something that comes around very infrequently. And, as you've looked back, Andrew, in the history of our country, as you know, the railroads, all these major technological advancements require an enormous amount of infrastructure build out. And at the same time, you've got this new, normally you kind of have a J curve of adoption. And I would say that AI, that's going to be greatly accelerated. But there still is a lot of foundational work that companies need to do to make AI effective inside their organization. So we talked both about the infrastructure build out that's necessary, the role of the capital markets in doing that, as well as how do you think about the adoption curve for enterprise use? Because if you look at like the internet, the adoption curve for enterprise really was what made it transform itself across every industry. So how does AI truly get adopted across enterprise?
Do you worry that there's going to be a greater spread between the haves and the have-nots, big companies versus small companies? Because it feels like big companies are the ones that are maybe taking this on more, that are doing more of the build at this point. It's a lot harder for small businesses to be able to keep pace with that.
Well, I would look at it a little bit differently, Becky. First, I would say that AI, as a general matter, as a technology, can lower the barrier to entry to new business. Because you don't have to hire as many people, you don't have to build up as much infrastructure to launch your business and be successful. So it will probably spawn a whole range of businesses that we don't even know exist yet. At the same time, I think that with enterprises, in order for them to really take advantage of the technology, there's a lot of foundational work that they need to do to modernize their infrastructure, their data management, their code bases, to make it so that they can really adopt AI at scale. Yeah. But if they're ready to do that, the winners and the losers are going to be determined by how ready they are to be able to move quickly and how much work they've been doing up to this point to be able to take advantage of the technology. But I still think there's going to be just a whole range of new companies that come into existence, smaller companies that can be more nimble, and then larger scale companies that can have a lot of impact.
But it's all about money, obviously, in the world. 1.4 trillion spent last year, right? 7 trillion in market cap added. And we're going to see whether market caps are real with some unbelievable IPOs this year. SpaceX, Anthropic. Reportedly, these things are going to happen. It's going to be something. Do
you think all of them make
behold.
it? All of them make it to two questions. All of them make it to become public, and then all of them make it.
So when you say all of them, what do you mean by that? Just the largest?
I mean, I think there's a fundamental question about some of these companies and how much capital is required long term for the economics to make it.
I would have to say, I mean, if you look, first of all, what's interesting about, before we get into that group of companies, if you look at the hyperscalers themselves and the semiconductor companies that are really leaning in on AI, their multiples have actually come down in the last couple of years. Despite the fact there's been an enormous amount of value creation from a stock price perspective, they're earning their way into their multiples. I think that, and their stock prices. I think when it comes to the new companies that have come into the space in the last 3 to 4 years and really have been the transformers, I think that they all bring with them an enormous amount of intelligence, assets. They're making a lot of revenue. I was actually looking at a report that Sarah Fryer put out from OpenAI, and they've tripled. I mean, they've 300%, 400% growth in revenue, and the revenue has been growing with usage and the
But they've also
investment
promised,
they're making.
they've also signed deals for like $1.4 trillion in infrastructure just in the last few months.
Yeah, and I think that infrastructure, but that's got to start to spread out. Like, to me, that's where the broader capital markets need to play a bigger role, is in bringing those industry experts in to build out that infrastructure, the energy infrastructure and everything else. And that's where public capital markets, I think, will play a bigger role.
Can I just ask, while we're here, what you're hearing, just in terms of what you think the CEOs are actually thinking? And we just had Brian Moynihan here. The administration's obviously here in a very big way, but there's this sort of very complicated relationship right now between the business community, the administration. You had the president, we haven't talked about it yet, going after Jamie Dimon over the weekend, saying he's going to sue JP Morgan for debanking him. By the way, last year here in Davos, interestingly, he went after Brian Moynihan.
Yeah.
And I'm just so curious how you think the business community is thinking about whatever that relationship is. And I know a lot of business leaders, I imagine yourself, are probably going to be meeting with him tomorrow. Yeah,
well, first of all, I think many of us, including NASDAQ, we really focus on how do we manage through every political cycle. We are an enduring company. We want to continue to be a long-standing, enduring company. And at the same time, there are changes in policies around bank regulation and things like that that people can really get behind. I also would say that the economy has stayed strong, the consumer has continued to spend, and so the overall economic outlook remains quite positive. So you have this kind of positive economic backdrop, and then trying to make sure you're managing yourself through whatever political cycle we're facing, and that right now includes the Trump administration and a deregulatory agenda.
Yeah, there's signal and there's noise, I think. One of the things that also in your piece, Adina, there needs to be a payoff for adopting AI. And you point out it's already happening. What's the ROI for most companies that have already started actually utilizing it? That was shocking to me.
So it's like it's essentially a 3 times return very quickly, a little under 3 times return. But those are also on a smaller scale and very quick.
I hope
you have to realize that the return on investment is
build out is expensive,
high and fast.
It's hard to imagine the payoff.
And now it's a matter of how do you scale that, though? How do you scale that ROI up through your organization once you've been able to prove that it works?
Wonderful.
It's screaming, we got to go.
We got to go.
We got to go.
But we'll see you back home.
Yes, we'll see you very soon. I'll see you next week.
We'll see you here.
And we'll see you here.
And we'll see you too.
Yeah, thank you.
And still to come this morning, the CEO of ARM Holdings, UBS, CoreWeave, and Amazon. And then tomorrow, don't miss our special conversation with President Donald Trump. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box from the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
Welcome back, everybody. Joining us right now is a major player in the AI race, ARM Holdings CEO Rene Haas. And Rene, thank you for being with us today. It's really a pleasure to have you here.
Good afternoon.
I know what you all do is a little different than what so many others do because you all are in the licensing business. But I saw a statistic that blew me away. It's something like 4 chips for every human on the planet was sold by ARM in the last year. Is that accurate? Am I getting that statistic correct?
Yeah, something like that. There's some crazy statistic that says enough ARM chips have been shipped to cover every person who's ever lived on the planet, and then some. What we do is a CPU. It's a compute platform that's the heart of just about every device you can think of, whether it's smartphones, data centers, automobiles, washing machines. Our business model is licensing, so we license that CPU intellectual property to someone who makes a chip. That chip goes into the device. A lot of devices end up shipping.
So how should we think about you in this really competitive chip space at this point? Who's your partner? Who are you competing against? How does that work?
It's ironic that we're in Switzerland. ARM is sometimes referred to as the Switzerland of the semiconductor industry. It would be hard, Becky, to find a company that doesn't use ARM. NVIDIA, Grace Blackwell, that's all ARM. Apple's iPhone, that's ARM. Samsung's Galaxy phone, that's ARM. Pixel's Google phone, that's ARM. Microsoft shipping Surface tablets based on ARM. So we supply our CPU IP to everybody in the industry, and the reason that is important is that a CPU, which is the digital brain of every modern device, everything needs a CPU. So as a result, ARM is pretty much everywhere.
And what do you think when you sit back and look at these wars then? Do you care how this competitive landscape plays out? Do you just figure it doesn't matter, you're going to be there no matter what?
To some extent. I think right now it's an amazing time in our industry with everything going on. Obviously with artificial intelligence, it's hard enough to talk about it. We see artificial intelligence workloads running everywhere, whether it's inside a data center or in your smartwatch. And that's a huge opportunity for ARM because as more complex AI gets, energy efficiency is everything, which we're really good at, and that's an area we're quite focused on.
So what is your latest advancement in that exact area, in energy efficiency?
So we do the low-powered processor. That's the heart of the Grace Blackwell platform, and Jensen then also talked about Vera Rubin, I think at CES a couple of weeks ago. That's all ARM. That uses 6 times the number of ARM CPUs in the platform that the previous platform did. But we're also in small devices like wearables that consume less than a watt of power. And I think over time, it's going to be very critical to be able to run those AI workloads in small devices, such that we're not consuming so much energy in the cloud.
The rush that's on right now for any of the data centers that are trying to make sure they have enough electricity, that they have enough copper, that they have all of these different ingredients, does that impact you at all? Because it does impact your customers.
Sure, yeah. Anybody who's in the semiconductor supply chain is impacted by this. Whether it's not enough memory, not enough wafers, not enough turbines, to some extent, we're all impacted by it. But what's happening is that because the amount of compute that's required is just so large, that's why you're still seeing pretty large numbers being reported by all the chip guys, just because the volumes are so darn big.
Andy Jassy told us this morning, and we're going to run this tape in a little bit, that the whole idea of the shortage for energy still exists for data centers, but it's better than it was 18 months ago. Would you agree with that?
I would agree that it's better than it was 18 months ago, but one of the problems that we have, particularly in the U.S., is not so much energy, because in the U.S. we actually have a fair bit of energy, but it's actually getting that energy to the places where the data centers need to be, transmission lines that require contracts and easements and all the things that our industry never had to worry about. Some small village having to get an easement to get a new transformer cut across county lines. So yes, some things have gotten better, but still the scaling problem exists.
Last year we had this DeepSeek moment, actually here in Davos.
That's right.
Where everybody had a freak out and said, oh my goodness, the Chinese not only are able to create a large language model, but they're able to do it with less processing power than it seemed everybody else. And then there were questions about whether they were stealing stuff and this and that. But is there any concern that you have that there could be such a great technological breakthrough? I mean, this would be great in one way, but maybe terrible in another if you're in the chip processing business.
From an ARM standpoint, I'd be hard-pressed to think of a terrible outcome.
Okay.
That being said, though, I think there will be some innovation around these models. Language models, for example, which are very good at taking text and providing words. Are they experts at science? Are they experts at drug discovery? Are they experts at certain things? The truth is not known yet. And I think there could be some innovation in that area. That could be a new chip architecture, a new memory architecture, less energy. I think what's going to happen over time with these AI models is they'll become very domain specific to certain areas and problems, which will be good for the industry, but may change who we think today's winners and losers are.
What do you worry about then, if that's not a big issue?
At the end of the day, one of the things that we think about more broadly is, where does AI go, right? Does AI start to replace workers? Does AI start to invent? At what point does AI create, what is the next product? Could you create an AI that says, create me a brand new company with brand new workers, et cetera, et cetera? I don't know if I worry about it so much, Becky, but it is an area to sort of explore in your mind.
Do you think it's predestined that happens? Meaning, we all talk about it as if it's just a scaling law, that if you keep adding more energy and more chips to this, that we will ultimately get there. Is there any, and by the way, there are other people, Ilya and others in the large language model world, who say, actually, we need a major breakthrough to get there, that you actually just throwing processing power at the problem is not going to get you there.
It's not an if question, it's a when question. This will happen, right? To the extent that we have been able to solve technology problems to the level that we have, if you look at the level of innovation in the last 10 years compared to the previous 50 or the previous 100, it will get there. The question is when, not an if in my mind.
And we don't know after that. We have no idea. That's why it's called a singularity. We have no idea what comes after. I really don't think we do.
I don't know how we could answer that question, right? When machines start to think and create and invent, to the level that humans do, and you get into questions of consciousness.
But the when part does matter, because for a long time we talked about self-driving cars, for example. Yeah. And we're there, but we're not there.
It's kind of there.
We're
sort of much there.
Sort of and sort of not.
I don't want to get there.
And so the question is,
I like the drive.
Is 2030 your year, or is 2040 your year, if 2050 is your year? And that's a big cone of risk in between.
There's a big cone of risk, but self-driving cars as a constant is going to happen. There will be a generation that will look at standing parking garages and say, what was that generation thinking? That they actually had cars that sat idle for 23 hours of a day.
Right.
Renee, thank you for joining us today. Renee Haas of ARM. We appreciate it.
Meantime, we got some breaking news to bring you. We hinted at this last week. Netflix and Warner Brothers have now agreed to amend their merger agreement, this now to an all-cash deal. The value remains at $27.75 per share, or $82.7 billion. Companies say that the all-cash structure increases value certainty for Warner shareholders. This, of course, against the backdrop of this potential Paramount hostile bid, and we'll have to see where this all goes. But by taking it in cash, of course, it takes out the issue of the stock. Of course, Netflix's stock had dropped. There were some collars around that, but it had in fact dropped below that. So this should change that dynamic to some degree and potentially force Paramount, if they're going to come back with a bid, to come back at an even higher number, if in fact that is going to happen.
Oh, a nice number, 82 billion. First, what was it when it was $7 a share? Zaslav's happy.
David Zaslav's got to be very, very happy. And we'll see what happens next in what seems to be an ongoing drama series, if you will. Coming up on the other side of this, we're going to talk to the CEO of Swiss banking giant UBS. We're coming back with that in just a moment. Welcome back to Squawk Box. Today's big story: global markets under pressure as investors weigh President Trump's threat to hit the European countries, I should say, with escalating tariffs if the U.S. isn't allowed to buy Greenland. Joining us right now is Sergio Armani. He's CEO of UBS. Good morning to you. We're gonna hear from the president. He's gonna be here tomorrow. What do you think of all of this, and what are all your clients telling you about it?
Well, I think that the level of news is starting to weigh on client sentiments. I would say that there is a certain amount of news that you can get every day, and then all of a sudden, one day or the other is going to be enough. So people are basically carefully diversifying in markets and avoiding
because you think that Greenland is the tipping point. I mean, there's been lots of things that the administration has said and done over the past year.
Yeah, but the real issue is that's in my point of view is that there is a limit on how many things you can put on the table without, and eventually one day one of them going out of control, and then eventually creating the kind of volatility you see now right now in financial markets.
And do you think it's going to get better or worse, this volatility?
I don't see any path of normalization in the near future.
And when you say path of normalization,
path of normalization of lower volatility and more stability. So, we need to resolve some issues. I mean, until we see the resolution of, trade tensions or tariff tensions or the topic about Greenland, Ukraine, you name it.
We could use a couple. I'll take another year in 2026, like 2025 and 2024. Volatility notwithstanding, though, I mean, there are tailwinds for the globe. Correct?
There are tailwinds. I mean, look, one could say 2025 was a great year, so, welcome for financial markets. But again, my point is that some of these topics are starting to weigh on investors' confidence.
Well, there could be a tipping point. It could be noise, like it was last year. I mean, Liberation Day was the best buying opportunity we had all year on April 4th.
Yeah, I understand, but maybe like you, we've been around for a long time. The fact that all these major geopolitical topics seems to have no relevance is quite abnormal in my point of view. So.
We had Ukraine and Putin in the backdrop the entire time, and China.
I'm concerned that history tells us that things can get out of control with the behaviors or the act of a person that doesn't really.
So when you talk to your clients, though, and you talk about them diversifying, what is that diversifying into? What are they doing?
Well,
and how is that a shift that's literally happening in the last 72 hours? I mean, when you talk about this sort of tipping point?
The diversification, it's all about recognizing that it's very difficult to recognize any asset class in today's market that is not fairly priced or even overpriced. So the name of the game is that retaining a good portion of cash, being able to step in if you see dislocation, it's one strategy, but I would not really think about picking up any asset class nowadays that seems to be priced in an attractive way.
So cash is the new king?
Cash is king, and I think that's...
But Sergio, if multiples, and I'm just, I'm not necessarily talking globally, but if multiples in the United States stay where they are, the earnings per share estimates are double digit, even on the conservative side of things. So you think that there could be a exogenous event that causes multiples to contract?
Because the underlying economy is doing well. I think all the investments on AI and the collateral benefits that you're going to see soon, regulation are stimulus. On the other hand, inflation is not really under control.
It's under 3%.
Right. Well, the target is 2, right? So and in a sense, I would say that. Is again, I think the geopolitical part plays a role.
What do you think about what seems to be an unusual battle between the White House and this administration and the banking community? That is in the context of credit cards, capping credit cards potentially. We were talking actually over the weekend, the president said that he may sue JP Morgan and Jamie Dimon. There's just a sort of a different kind of relationship that seems to be emerging between the two.
But the one on credit cards is all about a way most likely to stimulate more consumer spending and like.
Do you think that will work?
I think maybe short term, but long term, I'm not a big fan of intervention in distortion in the free market. So, so
from Europe.
that way.
And then finally, we had Brian.
I'm Swiss.
You're neutral.
Last question, though. We had Brian Armstrong from Coinbase on, and there's a big also fight happening between the world of crypto and tokenization and the legacy banks, and this idea of what that ultimately looks like. By the way, people used Swiss banks for a long time to protect their assets. That was always a sort of and now they're thinking about crypto in that way.
Do you feel like tokenized world is safe yet? I mean,
well, that's my question to you.
What I'm hearing also around the potential effect of quantum computing into the safety of this kind of assets, it still needs to be proved. Anyhow, I do believe that blockchain and that kind of technology is the future for the traditional banking business. So you will see a convergence of that. But we need to pay attention in making sure that at the end of the day, banks are, leave out of trust, and people want to put their assets and their, whatever assets they have in a trusted place. And I would say that new technology still needs to prove itself over the years, and particularly after quantum computing.
Sergio, I want to thank you for coming in and spending. How many years have we been having these conversations here in Davos?
At least 18.
A long, long time. So thank you. Appreciate it. Great to see you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Coming up, Republican Senator and Banking Committee member Tom Tillis of North Carolina is not happy with the investigation of Fed Chairman Powell. He's going to join us next. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box live from the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. President Trump will be addressing the World Economic Forum here in Davos tomorrow. Our next guest has been critical of the president's rhetoric on Greenland and on the Fed Chairman Jay Powell. And joining us right now is Senator Tom Tillis. He's a Republican from North Carolina. And Senator, thank you.
Thank you. And to be clear, I'm not critical of the president. I'm critical of the bad advice he's getting on Greenland.
Okay, well, let's talk about that. You were on the floor of the Senate recently and said, "I'm sick of the stupid." What were you referring to?
If you take a look at Greenland, they've for about 4,500 years, the indigenous people have been there. Greenland is a part of Denmark. They're a great ally on a per capita basis. They lost as many people in Afghanistan, satisfying the Article 5 commitment, the NATO Article 5 commitment. They are great patriots. They're good people. They should be treated with respect. And they should know that Denmark and Greenland would move heaven and earth to have an increased presence there like we had at the height. 17 bases at the height of our presence there. All of that is possible without spending a dime or having all of this drama. That's what I was talking about.
So what advice do you think the president's getting?
I think the president needs someone who understands the destabilizing influence on NATO, the most important alliance in the history of the world, and a group of people that want to work with us. Now, look, I know part of the president's frustration is the $2 trillion shortfall in the first 20 years of this century for not investing in NATO. Get that. Yeah. Now they're getting up to 3%, 5%. They're making the investment. I am so glad that he forced the issue when Obama, Bush, and Biden failed. He should count that as a success. But we've got to build on this alliance, not undermine it.
There are some other Republican senators who have raised the issue as well. I believe Senator McConnell has said that if the president goes ahead with this moves on Greenland, if something were to happen there, that this would be something that other Republican senators would move to impeach him on. Are you in that camp?
Well, I'm not going to go to impeachment because I would go to the process of implementing, let's say it was a kinetic action or some sort of increase in military presence, that I'd immediately go for a war powers resolution. I think that we could easily get veto-proof majorities. That's why I'm trying to advise the president. We need to project power from Greenland. We can do that. Greenland, just a few years ago, I think it was during the Biden administration, offered in the southern part of Greenland near Nuuk, a base for $1. Folks, they want our presence there. And there's all kinds of opportunities for minerals extractions, to box out China, to develop business, and actually to lay the groundwork for Greenland's independence. But I believe strongly that the indigenous people should be respected. Look, they've got 2 traffic signals, according to AI. They've got 2 traffic signals in all of Greenland. I think we need to educate the American people on how this is a waste of taxpayer dollars. It's drama that we don't need, and we can achieve everything that this president rightfully wants.
Can I ask you a political question? You have been speaking out publicly and critically about this issue and the issue of Jay Powell. We'll talk about that in a second. But you're also not running for re-election, and whether that gives you license, you feel, to say things that many of your colleagues are not.
Well, I do think that if you're running an election, you have to put everything through a different filter or lens. Get that. But people need to look at my record in Trump 1 to see that this is not the first time that I've tried to give the president good advice so that he leaves the White House with a strong legacy. He has people working for him that are going to undermine that unless people speak truth to him.
Your colleagues that agree with you but don't say it aloud, do so because their constituents are not going to vote for them, or because they're worried about backlash from the president?
Look, when I was Speaker of the House before I came to the Senate, I told all of my colleagues, when they're trying to come up with a vote decision, you vote your conscience first, you vote your constituents second. And these members better be looking at their constituents, because Republicans are already going to have headwinds, and you should never, ever forget what the constituents want you to represent in Washington.
It's life in the big city. President Trump's the best whip the Republican, or that he has for himself. He's a relentless whip. And if the president decides that your constituents shouldn't be voting for you, he will vociferously urge the constituents to do just that. So it's all interconnected.
Knowing the issues and knowing your constituents.
I understand. You know? And it's odd. We talk about President Trump. It's amazing to me that suddenly Greenland, we all realize how important it is. So the issue, it's brute force, and it's like a bull in a china. It's like a baby with a hammer a lot of times. But here we are, and the end result is that probably Greenland is going to be in a much more secure place for the West than it was prior. And we might be able to prevent, and I know full well, Russia and China have designs on Greenland and how important
there's not an imminent threat. This, I think, we can turn into a positive. There's a great place to land. I was in Denmark before I came here, met with the Prime prime ministers of Greenland and Denmark. I'm here to try and de-escalate this and to convince the president he can achieve everything he wants to
Is
defend
that
the
still
Arctic.
possible after all the rhetoric
It's
to this
possible.
point?
Yeah.
It is.
Let me ask you-
Anything's possible if you put your shoulder into it.
Real quickly, Jay Powell, you've said you'll hold up the nomination of whoever the next Fed chair is.
Any nomination for the Fed until this is resolved.
Okay, so what does resolution mean to you, and what do you think your colleagues think of this? Meaning, do you think that they are with you in terms of holding things up?
It's really irrelevant because I hold the votes in the committee, and so you all know. I mean, you report this stuff. Can you imagine if the Fed, if the independence of the Fed was undermined? If we had not had enough very credible members stepping forward on Sunday night, do you think that the Monday morning open would have been what it was if they thought that the Fed was no longer
Meaning you thought it would have been a bigger hit to the financial markets.
This to me is a red line.
Yeah.
Now, what the DOJ needs to do is just figure out what they're going to do with the case.
Is there a way for them to step
Have
back,
they
though?
told you what they want?
I have no interest in talking to the DOJ.
No, but isn't it
got us
possible
here.
that Jay Powell ignored a couple of requests for information, maybe with
Look,
a certain amount of arrogance as Fed chairman, and if you answer a couple things, it all goes away?
Well, see, I don't even think that Chair Powell got it wrong. He was in committee. I was in that committee. He was asking questions about a building. Really, do you think that Jay Powell's day is being lived by the details of the building renovation, or does he have staff dealing with it?
Well,
if this is nothing more than a perjury trap for that testimony, it's a waste of DOJ resources, and it's going to be a waste of time. And until we resolve it, I'm not voting for anybody going to the Fed board.
Let me ask you a different question. Treasury Secretary told Joe earlier this morning that it was inappropriate for Jay Powell to sit in the Supreme Court in support of Lisa Cook, whose case is going to be tried or case is going to be heard. Appropriate or inappropriate for Jay Powell to be supporting her in that way?
I only talk about what's inappropriate and appropriate for me.
Do you have any problems with not whether interest rates should have been raised, shouldn't have been lowered? Do you have any problems with the way Jay Powell has been the CEO and COO of the Fed and all of that entails?
Now, are you talking about in dealing with the dual mandate or running of the organization?
Not dealing with the dual mandate, about running the administration.
As a politician, of course, you're going to get frustrated when you want to see the interest rates go down.
Not just that. I mean, they're losing $100 billion a year.
Yeah.
People resigning from the Fed because of
No, I get it. I think number one, let them focus on the dual mandate. Let's have discussions about the data that they use to make those decisions. But I'm not, as an elected official and somebody not qualified to be the Fed board chair, going to offhand, talk about any one policy decision. And then the running of the Fed. I'm telling you, if we want to put every decision in the administration under a microscope on spending money, then let's go. I could talk about a lot of projects that I'd like to put under a microscope.
They called that the coin of the realm.
Including what? What do you want to put on the list?
We'll just see. I mean, if we really start micromanaging at that level and taking our eye off the big picture is securing Western democracy, securing NATO, having certainty, demonstrating that Fed independence is foundational to our global economic system. Those are the big things I want to focus on.
Senator, I know it's your first time on set with us. We certainly hope it's not your last. This has been
I've got
very
248 days, or 348 days, so keep me in mind.
Come back. We've got a seat always open
Really
for you.
appreciate it. It's
Thank
great
you,
to see
Senator.
Thank you.
When we come back, we will have highlights from a special conversation with Amazon CEO Andy Jassy right here at the World Economic Forum. And a key player in the race for global AI, we've got the CEO of CoreWeave, who will be joining us right here on set. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box. We are live from Davos, Switzerland. Earlier today, I sat down with Amazon CEO Andy Jassy as he settles into the World Economic Forum in Davos this year. This year, people are thinking about lots of things, but top of mind for many of us, including one of the world's largest retailers, is pricing pressure on consumers amid the Trump administration's tariff agenda.
Consumers have been pretty resilient. They continue to spend, they continue to shop. I think that wherever they can, they are trying to trade down in price. They are looking for bargains wherever they can find bargains. I see people a little bit more hesitant on the higher price discretionary items. We have improved our speed of delivery so much that we have so many more people buying everyday essentials from us. It's amazing how fast that business is growing for us. I think that we'll have to see what happens on tariffs. We did a lot of pre-buying in the early part of 2025 to enable us to try and keep prices as low as possible for customers. And a lot of our third-party sellers did a lot of forward staging in our fulfillment network for the same reasons. And that supply has run out, in the fall. And so you start to see some of the tariffs creep into some of the prices of some of the items, and you see some sellers are deciding that they're passing on those higher costs to consumers in the form of higher prices. Some are deciding that they'll absorb it to drive demand, and some are doing something in between. And so I think you're starting to see more of that impact. And we have so many items. We have hundreds of millions of items, and we have 2 million sellers, many of whom are willing to pursue different strategies in how they price. That are, Amazon's consumers overall, I think, have fared well. But we'll have to see what happens in 2026.
What do you do once you run out of those strategies, like you said, like buying ahead, trying to do some of these things? Are there other levers that you can use to keep prices down?
Well, as much as we can, we're trying to work with our distribution partners and our selling partners to try to keep prices as low as possible for consumers. That is our focus. I mean, it has always been our focus, but especially in times of more uncertain economies or when there's changes in trade, our priority is to try to figure out how to keep prices as low as possible. At a certain point, because retail is retail's a mid-single-digit operating margin business. If people's costs go up by 10%, there aren't a lot of places to absorb it. And so we're going to do everything we can to work with our selling partners to make prices as low as possible for consumers, but you don't have endless options.
Let's talk a little bit about the jobs picture, because you did make some news last summer when you talked about how AI is going to be something that you think will eventually lead to fewer jobs at Amazon. That's a little different than the take we heard from Jamie Dimon at JP Morgan, who said that if JP Morgan is successful, he thinks they'll have more employees years from now, but they'll be redeployed in different arenas. Have you thought any more about that? Because when you did scale back with some of the employees, you said it was not because of AI.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was really, it was what we were talking about earlier. It was really around culture, and being able to move quickly and have ownership. I think what I said was I've in the next few years, I could see our having fewer people than we had before. Some of that, a lot of that will be just our continuing to allow ourselves to move quickly, as it's important culturally and speed-wise. But I do think that jobs are going to be impacted by what's happening with AI over time. They're not in a significant way yet, but I think you'll see that if you just think about how AI and agents will enable you to do coding and customer service and research and analytics. Even just the idea of doing spreadsheets the way we've done them in the past, I think those will be pretty different. And so I don't think that wipes out all those jobs, but I think we'll still have plenty of people in those roles, and those people will start their jobs, each task they pursue at a higher, more advanced starting point. All the rote work that we used to all have to do before we could get to actually the thinking work, a lot of that will be done by AI. So we'll still have people who will be able to invent quicker and more easily. But I do think that you won't need as many people in all those jobs that we've thrown humans at for the last 20 years. That said, I do believe we're hiring a lot of people now in AI and automation and robotics and our low Earth orbit satellite that we're building in healthcare. So we're going to have a lot of people and other businesses we're pursuing, and they're going to be brand new jobs that we haven't thought of. I mean, 15 years ago, there weren't jobs like cloud architect. You know, I mean, those didn't exist. And whenever you go through any big technology transformation, you find new jobs. I think the same is going to be true here, medium to long term.
We also spoke about semiconductor chips and the underlying infrastructure for all that artificial intelligence and compute. About 5 years ago, Amazon began building its own custom silicon chips called Trainium. That was to supplement Amazon's chips from NVIDIA.
We have a deep relationship with NVIDIA. We will for as far as I can foresee. But it is undeniable that customers want better price performance. And if customers are going to be able to roll out AI as expansively as we believe they want to, and they should, the cost of inference has to come down. And so that's why we pursued Trainium. Our Trainium 2 chip is about 40% more price performant than the other leading GPUs. It's fully subscribed. It's a multi-billion-dollar business, as you talked about. Anthropic's building their next version of Claude on top of hundreds of thousands of our Trainium 2 chips. We just released our third version of Trainium, which is 40% more price performant than Trainium 2, which was already more price performant than other things out there. And I just think that if you want to allow customers to have lower prices for inference, which we do, and if you're building a big inference business like we are, and you want to have reasonable margins, if you're not pursuing your own custom AI silicon, you're going to be structurally disadvantaged.
Now, the deal that you have with OpenAI, or this has been reported that you were going to take a $10 billion or larger stake with them. They recently signed with you, I think a couple of months ago, to take $38 billion in AWS usage that they're going to be using too. We've been watching from the outside. There's so many more deals that are happening. Some of these are called circular deals. It doesn't look like that's what you guys are involved in, but what do you think about the activity that is taking place, the deals that are taking place right now? Is this just a reflection of the demand that's out there, or do you feel like some of these things are circular?
It is so unprecedented how much compute is being consumed right now. You just have to only look at how much power is needed, how many data centers are being built. There is the AI labs are consuming gobs and gobs of compute right now. And so those AI labs believe they have opportunities if they train models very expansively to keep changing the intelligence of these models. So they need a lot of compute, but they need money for the compute. And so they're trying to find ways to fund that compute. And I'd say a lot of the companies who provide that compute want to serve those customers, and then have opportunities to also invest in those companies as those companies are looking to find ways to fund what they're doing. And I think those companies are impressive companies. So I think when you look at a company like Anthropic, a company like OpenAI, I mean, these are unusual companies who've been building amazing models for 10 plus years and are reshaping the way people use applications. And so I just think it's a function of the time where tons of compute are being asked for. They need ways to fund it. Companies have opportunities to invest in companies. Those companies are impressive companies, and you're just seeing some of that. But I don't know if that'll continue or not.
Do you think it ends well?
I think it could end well. I mean, I'm saying anytime you make substantial investments, if you look at the history of M&A and investments, not all of them are successful, and the hit rate is pretty variable. So I think whether the investments end well or not, we'll have to see. But I do think the companies that we're talking about just in the last few minutes are impressive companies.
We'll continue this conversation with Andy Jassy. When we come back a little later in the show, we're going to talk more about the demand for AI, what that has meant for data center demand, and what that means for electricity demand on top of that. But a lot to talk about with Amazon CEO Andy Jassy. More to come.
Right. Shares of CoreWeave soaring more than 150% since the company went public last March. The company focuses on powering AI workloads, making it a direct play on rising infrastructure demand. Join us now first on CNBC, Mike Intrator, CoreWeave CEO. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
It's good. We'll start with what they call a blunt 5-word take on the AI debate, and that is violent change and violent demand. And it's not circular, it's the world we're in right now, and you're dispelling any critique. It's just, we've never done this before.
That was concise. That was exactly dead on.
Can you put some meat on the bone?
Yeah. Look, what you're seeing in CoreWeave's commercial activity, what you're seeing across the data center space, what you're seeing across silicon providers, and what you're seeing across all of the application layer for artificial intelligence is a sustained demand from enterprise clients, from cloud clients, from retail clients that are trying to access infrastructure at a size and scale that does not exist. And the market is working diligently to produce enough infrastructure for it to effectively allow artificial intelligence to achieve its potential.
Thank God these companies that are your clients are well-heeled, huge market cap companies. I think that makes it different. The numbers are staggering that we hear. They're numbers that the money doesn't exist. That's why people are worried that they're circular deals. But it's possible it does exist at some point, I guess.
So, look, we serve the entire AI ecosystem, and that's everything from Microsoft and Meta. It's everything from NVIDIA through AI labs, through a couple of computer science students coming out of a program with an idea of what business is going to look like in the future. And all of those different entities access the infrastructure that they require to be able to run their business through our software, through our physical infrastructure.
So when 5 years from now, the build out is probably never be complete, but let's say it's like once we had the railroads crisscrossing the entire country, so it's there. Do you see the payoff? Do you see the payoff that suddenly that the money that was spent is coming back in 2 or 3 times the return on investment?
So I think in 5 or 10 years, you're going to be in a world where artificial intelligence is embedded into absolutely everything we do. And it will continue to pay dividends for the next 100 years. And what you're seeing is the base load infrastructure being built right now at what has historically been a pace that wasn't even considered. And companies like CoreWeave, and there are others, are out there building the infrastructure to be able to deliver that for these clients.
Can I say, I see 3 risks in this whole thing, and I was actually with one of the leading CEOs of an AI company earlier this morning. One being that some of these companies just run out of capital along the way. Not necessarily Google or Meta, but one of the independents, for whatever reason, competitively, it doesn't work for them in the same way some of the bigger guys effectively take share, and then it becomes harder for them. That's one issue. 2 is that there's actually a technological breakthrough, a la DeepSeek, but on steroids, where all of a sudden we actually don't need the same amount of compute that we thought we did. And 3, that the depreciation schedule for some of these chips is actually a lot shorter than we think. Not to say that they can't be used in some way, but that for this all to work, you just actually need the new ones, and you're not building the railroads because you have to basically update the railroads every 2 years. What do you make of those 3 risks?
All right, so let's go through them one at a time, right? So the first risk is that some of the companies that are buying this infrastructure will run out of cash. And I think it stands to reason that in every new wave of business, there are companies that are built that do not make it. And we fully expect that there will be companies that shut down, there will be companies that go bankrupt, there will be companies that will be bought by other companies. And that is the natural course of how a new industry comes into existence. And so from the CoreWeave position, the requirement for us is to manage our risk from the portfolio of different clients that we sell to. And so, yes, we sell to some startups. Yes, we sell to some clouds. Yes, we sell to some enterprises. And by being able to sell across the entire space, you're able to manage the risk of any one or any multiple bankruptcies.
Right.
We fully expect that to happen, and I think anyone who's looking at the space understands that some of these companies won't make it. There will be Pets.com. However,
but it won't take down the overall.
It won't take down the overall market. And the other thing that will happen is you're seeing companies that will be the defining companies of the next 50 years of technology. And so that's the first bucket, is that will happen, and it needs to be managed, and everyone should expect it. The second one is technological dislocation. And what I would say is that people who work in this space, the fact that DeepSeek occurred didn't shock anyone. There will be step functions in efficiency. There will be step functions in technology. Anyone working in this business fully expects that to occur on a regular basis. And you know, I think the market reacted, and the market most certainly did react to the fact that it came out of China. That was more shocking than the fact that there was a technology step function. I think we can say with a high degree of confidence, you will see a number of those over the next 5 years. We hope you do.
But nothing that shakes the business to its core as a function of that.
So nothing that's going to shake the business to its core, because we have built the business on long-term contracts with creditworthy counterparties. So when a new technology comes out, when a new way of using compute comes out, what will happen is when the clients of ours come in to renew or to buy new technology, they will buy different technology. We've seen it already, wave after wave of clients. They don't renew on existing technology necessarily as much as they come in and buy the new cutting edge, the new best GPU. They went from NVIDIA's H100s to the H200s to the GB200s, and we continue to see that, and we expect to continue to see that. And I forget what your third
depreciation, but we're
depreciation. Look, I don't care what some short in the market says about depreciation. The way I think about depreciation is, what are my clients willing to pay for today? If they are willing to buy a contract that goes out for 5 years or 6 years, they are telling us that the compute has value to them over 5 or 6 years. That is defining the obsolescence curve. That is defining the depreciation curve. And they know new technology is going to come out. They're perfectly aware that there will be a new, better generation, and they're just simply working through the process of, we use this technology to train our bleeding edge models, and then when there's new technology, we'll use that technology to do, and we'll take the existing technology that we bought 2 years ago and repurpose it to other functions where we need compute. We have seen repeated repurchase of A100s, of H100s again and again from new clients with new use cases.
So you can't tell me what the world's going to really look like. Nobody knows. Our feet are going to be up, I think. That's all I can.
You can only hope. I want to put my feet up.
Contemplating the sound on one hand. We're going to have a lot of time to think. Yep. Although machines may be thinking, may be doing that for us too. Michael and Trader, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Coming up, we got a lot more. Bridgewater's Ray Dalio. I hope he's not too anxious about things. I think he is. Meta's Joel Kaplan, Carlyle's co-founder David Rubenstein, and Coca-Cola CEO James Quincy. Then tomorrow, don't miss our special conversation with President Donald Trump. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box live from the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
Good morning, everybody. It is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, 2 p.m. here in Davos, Switzerland, and you are watching a special presentation of Squawk Box on CNBC, live from the World Economic Forum. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. In this hour, Bridgewater's Ray Dalio, Meta's Joel Kaplan, Carlyle co-founder David Rubenstein, and Coca-Cola CEO James Quincy. Among our top stories this morning, President Trump threatening new tariffs on countries opposing the sale of Greenland to the United States. That has futures and global markets in the red this morning. You see right now the Dow futures are off by over 600 points. NASDAQ's down by 425. S&P futures down by close to 100. We're looking at all of this morning, kind of watching how this plays out. Percentage terms, the NASDAQ is down the most. It's down by about 2%.
Okay, we want to kick things off this hour with Bridgewater's founder, Ray Dalio, author of multiple books, the latest of which is How Countries Go Broke. We've been having this conversation here at Davos now for many, many years. It's great to have you here. I want to actually just launch into the same conversation we were having basically during the commercial break, which is you've been talking for a long time about a breakdown in the world, a breakdown in societies. Joe had asked you, are we there yet? And you said, yeah, we're here. It's happening.
Let's step back from the sensational and be clear about what I mean. The monetary order is breaking down. Okay. What I mean by the monetary order is that fiat currencies and debt as a storehold of wealth is not being held by central banks in the same way, and that there was a change. The biggest market to move last year was the gold market, far better than the tech markets, right, and so on. And the U.S. markets underperformed foreign markets because of the fact you could see it in the numbers of the central banks and so on. So let's just look at the fact that on the other side of trade, deficits and trade wars, there are capital and capital wars. And so as we're looking at that, and you reported what the stock market and so on, but you didn't report that the gold market is also up 3.
We did say that earlier this morning.
Okay.
It's up to
but
record
I'm
levels
saying,
again, and silver.
Is you look at what is happening and why it's happening and who's buying it. So let's just take a moment on that capital war issue, okay? We know that both the holders of U.S. dollar denominated debt, which is money, and those who need it, the United States, are worried about each other, right? So if you have other countries who are holding it and they're worried about each other and we're producing a lot of it, that's a big issue, right? So you have to explain what is going on with fiat currencies, generally speaking. And now if you take the conflicts, you can't ignore the possibility that capital wars, in other words, maybe there's not the same inclination to buy U.S. debt and so on. We at least need to talk about those possibilities and find out who is buying and selling what that is behind these market movements.
And who do you think is behind it?
Well, it's known. It's very clear. You're seeing both the central banks. I can take you down to the specific central banks and what they're doing, okay? They are, because they're, what is money? What was
We're
money?
increasingly buying our own money. That's the lesson of all this.
And the other countries' central banks and sovereign wealth funds and others are buying gold, are buying these assets as a diversifier. Think of it, gold is not a metal to speculate on. It's the second largest reserve currency. It has been the reserve currency, okay? So there's a money, and we're talking about, it's common conversation about what is money. Is it Bitcoin? Is it digital? How does it work, right? So we need to talk about the value of money.
But are there forces at play where this is just predestined to happen, given sort of the way you look at cycles? Or do you say there are things that the administration's doing or that others are doing that are creating this moment, whether it be tariffs? We just had Sergio Armati from UBS on. He said, you can do a lot of things, but at some point there is a tipping point. You can't do too many, and maybe we're there.
There are circumstances that have happened repeatedly that are analogous in history that you can look to. When you have a certain amount of debt, okay? And that means others are holding it as dead assets, such as bonds, okay? And you have to sell a lot more. There's a supply-demand issue, okay? Also, when they're holding that, they have to believe in that in terms of the supply-demand. And when you have conflicts, international geopolitical conflicts, even allies do not want to hold each other's debt. They prefer to go to a hard currency. This is logical, and it's factual, and it's repeated throughout history.
So what would Ray Dalio do with his money right now?
Well,
Gold?
I have had, let me answer it this way. If you don't have any views on markets, and you say, what should be my strategic asset allocation mix, you would have a diversified portfolio of certain assets that would diversify each other. And then the question is, what would gold play? When you ask me what gold, it would represent between 5 and 15% of a normal portfolio, because it does very well when the other assets don't do well. It's an effective diversifier. So if you had no views of the markets, that's what you would have. And central banks would have a higher percentage than they currently have, okay? So I would start with that view. Now, do I have, then you make tactical tilts from that.
Right.
Okay? Now, in my tactical tilts, I have been clear for quite a while that I would tilt away from bonds and bonds, and I would be tilting toward gold and have a greater than normal amount of that. I'm also believe that we're in a...
Despite the run-up already, meaning you think it's still got...
You always keep, what is my amount that I'm going to keep? Okay? So don't pay so much attention. If I look at the run-up and I take what are the positions held by the entities that should hold what positions, they're still short of gold. Okay? So, but still, I'm not saying that it's what amount should I hold. Okay, don't be overly active, and I don't think most people should be overly active, but do they hold the right amount to diversify? And the other part of the answer to the question is that I believe that we are in a wonderful technological revolution in which there's going to be new tech creating great disruptions, and not so much from, there are the hyperscalers and so on, but there's the impact of those on companies that are going to use that and so on. So I want a part of my portfolio to be in those kinds. So I'm kind of in a mixture of new tech and diversified with an element of gold. That's where my biases are. I'm not, forget my conclusion. Just know what neutral is. What you know, if you are a China, a Japan, Europe, okay, what do you do with your portfolio? What do you have? This is basic.
When you think of, you've been talking though potentially about much more severe problems in the world, civil wars, all sorts of things. You've come here before and you've warned us of those things. And I think we're all trying to understand, are we somehow closer? Are we farther away?
We're closer. Let me be clear what I mean. I believe that on internal conflict, on this conflict, that there's a cycle, and we are in it, in which there are big wealth and values differences that manifest themselves as extreme right, extreme left, irreconcilable differences, and that the notion of the middle and compromise becomes lost. And as a result of that, we have these conflicts, okay? They're big conflicts that have economic implications. Think about, for example, the implications of wealth taxes. I'll go into that in a second. But I think it is very clear that there are two different visions of what should happen, and there are irreconcilable differences. We're going to come into a midterm election, okay? Probably the Republicans would lose the House. That's the odds would favor that, and so on. There's going to be greater conflict. If you look at the countries, if you, England has had 4 prime ministers in the last 5 years. Same with France. Okay, so we have these conflicts. It's not going as normal, right?
Let me touch on wealth taxes, because I know we're going to run out of time. We really only have about a minute left. What is your take on wealth taxes in the U.S.? Because that's a manifestation of this issue.
It's a manifestation of the issue, but it's also very important. How do bubbles burst? Okay, bubbles burst. There's a difference between wealth and money. You can easily make wealth. Wealth is like, I raised $50 million with $1 billion valuation on a stock. It's only 50 million comes up, but I'm a billionaire, and then that's $1 billion in wealth. Now, you know what pops bubbles? What pops bubbles is the need for money, because typically there might be a borrowing of money to get back to the cash flow. But it also, think about if there was wealth taxes. If there was wealth taxes, because the wealthy don't pay taxes on the wealth, because there are no wealth taxes. So that means they would have to sell some of their stocks and so on, and it would change that dynamic. So I believe in the next year, as you start with California and you broaden it, you'll start to see it as an important issue. You'll start to see people changing locations and so on. This is just mechanics, okay? I'm a bond guy or a market guy. I just have to have bets as accurate as I can. I'm describing how I see it.
Ray, we want to thank you, and also want to thank you and your wife, by the way. For the folks in Connecticut, I don't know if you know, he has followed the Dell family, who's given away extraordinary amount of money to kids all across the country. He's done it for the state of Connecticut, and it's a remarkable thing. So
I'm happy to follow.
Through the Trump. What's the name of the program?
Right?
It's not Trump bonds. What's the
Trump
name?
accounts, right?
Trump accounts.
Yeah,
Trump accounts.
Yeah.
It's a really cool thing.
Did see that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I thought if you had a word that you'd have trouble with Trump bonds or Trump account, it would be the Trump part of it. But you had trouble with the account or the bond.
I
part.
couldn't remember. It was Trump bonds, Trump accounts, Trump. I knew it was.
Just say, as long as it's Trump something. I don't think
He's
he cares.
happy.
Trump
I'm
watches,
sure he's
Trump, Trump Bibles. The only question I was thinking, Ray, whether the classic relation between oil or a good suit and an ounce of gold, does that break down?
No, they all change, right?
Yeah.
There's oil, and now there's new energy and
one
solar.
of the suits costs a lot more than an ounce of gold.
But still, the question is, what is money that is a storehold of wealth?
Yeah.
Okay. That is always the case.
Bitcoin.
We always need the well, people
factors into it, I think.
We can judge the size of that money by the size of the amount that's in Bitcoin. Okay, for some people it's money. It's not very large. It's not going to be held by central banks and so on.
Okay.
But yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Coming up, we're going to talk about the AI tech race with Meta's Joel Kaplan. Squawk Box coming right back.
Thank you.
Earlier today, I sat down with Amazon CEO Andy Jassy and asked him about the immense demands of artificial intelligence, like computing power and grid power, and how tech giants like Amazon are planning to meet all those demands.
It is so unprecedented how much compute is being consumed right now. You just have to only look at how much, how much power is needed, how many data centers are being built. There is the AI labs are consuming gobs and gobs of compute right now. And so those AI labs believe they have opportunities if they train models very expansively to keep changing the intelligence of these models. So they need a lot of compute, but they need money for the compute. And so they're trying to find ways to fund that compute. And I'd say a lot of the companies who provide that compute want to serve those customers, and then have opportunities to also invest in those companies as those companies are looking to find ways to fund what they're doing. And I think those companies are impressive companies. So I think when you look at a company like Anthropic, a company like OpenAI, I mean, these are unusual companies who've been building amazing models for 10 plus years and are reshaping the way people use applications. And so I just think it's a function of the time where tons of compute are being asked for. They need ways to fund it. Companies have opportunities to invest in companies. Those companies are impressive companies, and you're just seeing some of that. But I don't know if that'll continue or not.
Do you think it ends well?
I think it could end well. I mean, I'm saying anytime you make substantial investments, if you look at the history of M&A and investments, not all of them are successful, and the hit rate is pretty variable. So I think whether the investments end well or not, we'll have to see. But I do think the companies that we're talking about just in the last few minutes are impressive companies.
Well, OpenAI, for instance, I think they've signed deals to build out $1.4 trillion in infrastructure just in the last several months. That's pretty ambitious. You think it's realistic based on the demand you see?
Well, it is ambitious. I agree with you, and I would say that they are ambitious, and I think they're ambitious and they're forward-thinking, and I know that they believe they need quite a bit of compute to train the models the way they believe changes what's possible. And I don't know the details of all those deals. Sometimes when I get a chance to look at them, I have a harder time making sense of them all, and I just don't know which ones are guaranteed to spend those amounts and which are options to spend those amounts. But I know that the companies believe they need that much compute.
Yeah. Let's talk about data centers, because that's something that you guys are also on the forefront. You just signed a deal with Rio Tinto to lock up more of the copper that they're taking out of the ground. It's not just copper, it's electricity, it's all these things that there's a huge rising demand. Do we have the ability to meet that demand? And what else are you doing to kind of make sure you're getting it?
Well, we have not had the power has been short.
Yeah.
In the U.S., around the world, there is a power shortage. I think that it is better than it was 18 months ago, and still not as plentiful as we all need. I mean, I think everyone would tell you, while it's better than 18 months ago, we still could be fulfilling more demand if we had more capacity. And so we have tried every which way we can to work with different communities and different municipalities and different technology providers to enable more power. And we've done unique things on the nuclear side. We've invested in some SMR capabilities. We have been the largest corporate purchaser of renewable energy for the last 5 years. Wherever we have an initiative with water where we give back more water than we take in all the communities in which we operate. And so we're doing everything we possibly can to help try to enable more power. And, we want to do it. We don't expect other people to pay for us. We expect to fund the power that we need. And we create a lot of good jobs in the communities in which we're building a lot of data centers, and we intend to continue to do so.
When you say you don't expect other people to pay for it, that's been an issue that President Trump has kind of been talking about writ large. He is kind of pushing back on a lot of companies to make sure that that consumers aren't paying more for this. What do you guys do on that level?
Well, we spend so much money on power, Becky. We're spending a lot of money in infrastructure. We have always paid our own way. We've always expected to pay our own way.
Now, in terms of what they're doing with the data centers and with AWS, I mean, it's pretty notable, I think, guys, to look at the growth in that business over the last 10, 11 years. This year, they're on a current run rate for the last year, 2025, which they haven't reported the numbers, but they are on an annualized run rate for about $132 billion in revenue for that business. That's up from $108 billion last year. And if you go back 11 years, you're talking about just $4.8 billion in revenue. So these are big businesses they're building. Trainium's already multi-billions of dollars, and they've got Leo, which is the satellite business, a lot of other things that they're trying to put together.
Meanwhile, on that same topic, another company investing an enormous amount in AI, $600 billion in this case, Meta, investing in AI infrastructure and jobs in the United States. Joining us right now is Joel Kaplan. He's Meta's Chief Global Affairs Officer. Joel, it's great to have you on the broadcast.
Great to be here. Thanks, Andrew.
So we've been having this sort of running debate with all sorts of business leaders this morning, especially in the AI, big tech, hyperscaler space, about the economics of it, about whether it all works, whether it all maths out. You're spending an extraordinary amount of money, but you're also doing it slightly differently, which is in some cases you've actually partnered with others, and I'm thinking of Blue Owl and the like in terms of private credit, so that you're not actually paying for all of it when you're building some of these data centers. How are you thinking about it, and how do you think the way you're thinking about it may be different than some of the others?
Well, thanks, Andrew. I mean, the first thing is what we're trying to build. Our ambition is to build personal superintelligence, which means putting superintelligence in the hands of everyone. We've got a platform that serves 3.5 billion people every day, so we have some real advantages there. And we are spending a lot of money to build the massive data center and power infrastructure necessary to bring that vision to fruition. And we're confident that with the right models and the right products, we're going to be able to build personal superintelligence and empower everyone.
But in terms of offsetting some of that cost, I mean, right now, I think you were probably on the sort of edge of the envelope for doing it in terms of the economics of doing it that way compared to some of the others.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into too many of the details of the financing, just to say we've got a strong core business that helps us fund and finance this infrastructure investment, and we're going to look at lots of different ways to bring the strategic capital to bear to make sure that we can fund that infrastructure going forward.
Where do you think Meta is ultimately right now in the AI race? Which is to say, we talk a lot about OpenAI, we talk a lot about Google and Gemini, you can go down the list, but we don't talk yet with the same sort of cadence about Llama, which is the model that you guys have been working on for a long time.
Yeah, so we bring a lot of advantages to the race. Like I said, we've got the 3.5 billion people using it. We've got a real lead on wearables, which we think is going to be the next computing technology that actually brings that personal superintelligence to bear, because glasses, the partnership we have with Ray-Ban and Oakley, glasses lets the AI see what you see, hear what you hear, talk to you throughout the day. So we think that's the right form factor to bring AI to people. We've got some work to do to catch up on the frontier with our models. I think we're going to get there this year, and then we're going to match that with our distribution.
Is it the model, or the other thing is distribution, sorry, on just surface area? So you have amazing surface area, meaning I am as addicted, I hate to say it, to the gram, as the kids say, as anybody. Same with WhatsApp, same with people going to classic blue Facebook, right? The question is how that ultimately translates into the place I go to either chat with a bot or to do other things for me.
Yeah, so right now, we already have 1 billion monthly active users using Meta AI across our services. So we start with that advantage. Now we've got to bring the frontier models to bear, and we got to release the products that make people want to come and use that as frequently as they need in their daily lives to make them more effective, more productive, and just make them enjoy the things that they're doing online.
Joel, how do you navigate the political headwinds that are coming out of Washington, coming out of the European Union, coming out of so many different places? Because it feels to me like businesses that get caught in the cross currents are facing much choppier waters than they were before.
Yeah, well, we've had the advantage that President Trump, since he came into office, has been really focused on maintaining American leadership in AI and making sure that we win the AI race against China. And that means clearing away the barriers to innovation, whether that's data center and energy permitting, whether that's just making sure that we can make the investments with confidence that we need in this infrastructure. And so we've had that advantage, and that's been a big support for us as we've made these investments.
Does it create problems, though, when he says things that irritate European leaders to the point where things have gotten pretty tense? Because you have a lot of business here, too, and I thought for a while that the administration might be helping with some of those things to try and tamp back some of the over-regulatory reach from the EU? Is that not the case? And
well, they've been a huge ally in pushing back on some of the discriminatory regulation that we've seen come out of Europe, and that's been very helpful to us and other American companies. You know, there have been lots of discussions about tariffs over the last year. So far, we've been able to manage and ensure that we can continue to grow our business and offer consumers and small businesses throughout Europe the advantages our platforms offer. And you know, I'm optimistic that we'll be able to continue going forward.
Let me ask you a question. Maybe you think about it like this. I would say Facebook in particular, or Meta, was always considered, or tried to be, and I think a lot of companies tried to be, quote, neutral companies, globally neutral. Not necessarily even thinking of themselves as American companies versus something else. They were global companies. They'd come here and they'd be global companies. And now there's such an emphasis on national champions. There's such an emphasis, at least in the United States, but I would say because maybe of what's happening in the U.S., than national champions elsewhere. And therefore you see a splintering of all of it. How does Meta, which is a hopefully global company, I imagine, for your purposes, work through that?
Well, we're an American company that serves the world. And we're an American company that's investing massively in AI and AI infrastructure. And we're aligned with the administration in the U.S. that it's very important that we win this battle against China. It's the most critical battle that we'll have over the coming years for both our national and economic security. But that's a battle that not only the U.S., but all of the Western democracies have a stake in. So we think it's really important that we progress on this together with our friends and allies around the world, because this race is too important not to win.
But do you see a splintering? We just had Ray Dalio on the broadcast, and he made the argument that basically the whole globe is effectively coming undone.
Well, so far we're not really seeing that on the technology front. Obviously, we've got a very serious competitor in China. We need to make sure that we invest the resources, that we clear away the regulatory burdens. That's why it's so important that President Trump has pushed to eliminate discriminatory burdens on AI development and other technology in Europe. We need to make sure that we're aligned and we're harmonized in the way that we approach this, because this is a battle we have to win.
Joel, I want to thank you for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
Sir. Appreciate
I'm betting on Joel. I'm betting on Joel.
Thanks, Joe.
You're wrong, Joel.
I don't know how many, you know.
We didn't even talk about Dina Powell. We can also bet on Dina, too.
It's the end of the world. Usually, how many times can the world end?
Once.
Oh, only once, right? So we got that.
True.
We got that going.
That's
for
right.
us.
Very excited about Dina joining.
Thank you very much, Joel. All right, when we come back, Carlyle co-founder David Rubenstein on the markets and what global investors are talking about right here in Davos. And then tomorrow, don't miss Joe's special conversation with President Donald Trump. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box. We are live from the World Economic Forum.
All right, I just came up with this. Now, David Rubenstein is here. He's co-founder of Carlyle. And we're supposed to interview him, but you're such a great interviewer.
You are.
Can I interview you?
We are going to, that's what I want to do right now. We are the Squawk people. We're in Davos. We come every year. We do this show. You're David Rubenstein. You interview across the board, business leaders, politicians, everybody else. Do you have
My question is, do you three get combat pay for having to sit out in the cold here? Does CNBC pay you extra for doing this?
No, but they give us all the gummies and pizza we can eat while we sit out
That's
here.
pretty much it. And the gummy's right here. Would you like a gummy?
Okay.
And the sun's nice.
And it's nice right now.
All right.
David.
How many years have you been doing this?
You've been 20, I think. Haven't
Well, I
you,
haven't
in
come
one
every
way
year.
or another?
21
Since
years,
the
but I
Wall
didn't
Street
come every
Journal?
year. No,
I've been coming 20 plus years, and I think I've been on air here for at least
You've heard of
15 or
and
15,
so
maybe all of them
You've
in
heard
some
of
way.
Neanderthal man, Cro-Magnon man?
Right.
Davos man.
But you like doing this, right?
Davos man.
What would
Davos
you, what
man
would
right
you be
here.
doing?
Davos man.
Loud and proud.
What would you be doing if you weren't doing this? What would you rather do than this?
Nothing. Better?
Nothing.
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 Yeah.
What about you?
This is the thing I've been looking forward to in Davos. I came here just to do this interview.
Wow.
I came to Davos only to be on Squawk Box, so I'm really looking forward. I didn't know I get to interview
Cut
you.
that tape for the commercial
we're
break.
going to turn the tables
You know
again.
something, David? In getting to the actual grist of an interview with you, previous years, we've had a lot of angst in Davos. I don't feel it. I mean, I feel
You don't?
I feel it geopolitically, but economically, I feel like
Market-wise.
market-wise, I think we're in a pretty good. There's a lot of tailwinds, are there not, in the United States?
The U.S. economy, I think, is doing reasonably well. Inflation is pretty much coming down, not quite to the 2% level, but it's below 3%.
Employment seems okay.
Unemployment is 4.4%, tolerable. I would say interest rates are coming down. We're not facing a recession.
AI?
And AI is doing quite well. There are people that are worried about what the president's going to say tomorrow when he comes.
Vis-a-vis Europe and
vis-a-vis Greenland. I think that's what people are talking about. A lot of business people are saying, look, we're happy to negotiate on Greenland. We're happy to do many things, but they're not sure that the best policy is.
Tariffs were going to end the war. If tariffs didn't end the world, if tariffs didn't end the world or end the economy in the United States, I can't imagine Greenland's going to end.
Well, I don't think it will, but you have to worry about something or you can't be part of Davos. You always have to say, I'm worried about this, I'm worried about that.
Except when we weren't worried, and there was a patient in Washington carrying something from Wuhan that ended up being something to worry about. And we were on top of the world that week.
Well, that was a terrible situation for us, and I don't know how it came about, but it was a terrible situation. It slowed down the economy, and it really hurt a lot of people, and a lot of people died. Right now, we're not looking at deaths, but the president said we'll do it the easy way or the hard way, but I think actually the hard way would be negotiating it. The easy way would be the military, which is probably the opposite of what he thought.
And so what do you think is going to happen here? Because you're right, there are a lot of business executives I've been speaking to, that seems to be in the tip of their tongue, even though it has hardly anything to do with their business, except for the fact now that the president's talking about implementing tariffs here in Europe on those countries that don't want to play along.
I was just at an event where the Secretary of Commerce was speaking, and he felt that probably things will get negotiated out at some point. I can't speak for him, but I suspect there'll be some negotiations on really things related to Greenland. Right now, we have the right to do militarily, I think, anything we want with respect to Greenland. So it's not a military kind of thing. It's really who owns the minerals and the valuable things there. And probably some people in Greenland would say, if you want to go in and excavate this stuff and dig it out, you can get some piece of it. So there's probably a lot of room for compromise. Remember, Harry Truman did try to buy it as well. It's not a novel idea, but I think it's upset a lot of people in Europe.
Well, Europe's in a permanent state of upset, and a lot of times if it involves Trump, and for a long time the United States as well. And they'll get over it. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen, hopefully, in a militaristic way. Let's hope for that it does. But the issue itself is important, and it's important. Greenland is a strategic asset, and we need a closer relationship in one way or another, because we're the only ones that can really secure Greenland. I don't think Denmark can. I don't think Greenland can secure itself. And I think that China and Russia both have designs on Greenland.
What about Iceland?
Iceland it should be called Greenland because it's green. Greenland should be called Iceland because
But what do you think the impact is ultimately on NATO, to the degree you think NATO matters? I think there's a lot of people. We just had Senator Tillis on. He said that NATO is one of the most important things that's happened in the last century. And when you think just
70 years, yeah.
If you think back more broadly, just what the true implications are, given that Denmark and others have actually come to the aid of the United States over the years, and I would imagine if somebody called them and said, come to our aid now, they would say, talk to the hand.
Well, Denmark had lost a lot percentage-wise in in the Middle East and some of the wars we fought there.
Right.
So they've obviously been supportive of us. I suspect things will get negotiated out. That'd be my guess. I don't think we're going to go to war, but I can't speak for the country, obviously. But I do want to say that this is the beginning of the 250th anniversary of our country. And I hope every so often you have people on who might talk about what the country is doing, to remind people about what we did to get to where we are. When this country was created in 1776, it wasn't obvious with those 3 million people that we were going to be the biggest country in the world, most powerful country in the world. We did it for a lot of things that happened that weren't predictable then. Nobody could predict where we're going to be 50 years or 100 years from now. But the fact that we got here and became so powerful, and I think the envy of the world, is something you should talk about from time to time and bring people on who are not just business people. Bring a historian on to talk about why America is great and why America is doing some pretty good things. Though we got a lot of things that can improve.
Historical question?
Yes.
If you look at where the last 250 years and the things that made us great, and you look at where we are now and the things that we're doing, if we had a conversation in 250 years, would this period go down in history as something that made America great, made us the envy of the world that you just described? Because at least here right now, I can answer the question for you, which is the people around here don't think we're the envy of the world.
Well, we have more immigrants in our country than any other country in the world. We have 50 million people that have immigrated to our country. No other country in the world has more than 7 million immigrants. So people are still moving with their feet or voting with their feet. Yes, we have lots of challenges, but we still are the envy of the world in almost every respect. And I don't think people are moving out of the United States in any big numbers.
I just think that I don't know who you're talking to over here. You need to talk to some new people. But I mean, we're talking about the stock market hits new highs almost daily. Maybe it won't anymore. It's going to be down today. GDP's at multi-year highs. It could be 5%. Well,
so that's what I'm asking. Let me ask David explicitly.
Why
do you
is the
believe
United States not the envy of the world?
Do you believe that what we're doing now?
Are you talking about Greenland?
Well, whether it's Greenland
or what else? Other mean tweets?
Whether it's tariffs, whether it's the changing
the law firms again, or
the law firms, media, all of those things.
Okay.
Whether you think that all of the things that this administration has done and is doing, 250 years from now, you will look back at this period and say, this is what made America great.
It was great until Trump,
If we keep
David.
the Constitution as it was written and amended, and if we retain our interest in entrepreneurship, we keep regulations at a minimum, and we try to do things that are going to help people at the lowest levels rise up, and the American dream is still something.
And do you think
we're
doing those things?
I think we can always do better. We can always do better. Under any administration, can always do better.
But how are you grading this administration doing those things?
Well,
the things you just described.
I'd say on some things they're doing really well, and some things less well. But no administration
we
is
can't
perfect.
do whataboutism.
I worked in the Carter administration, and we had our problems as well.
We had our
Every
problems in the
administration
Biden administration. I mean, go back and look at the
no
things
question.
that were
I'm not disputing some other administration. I'm asking specifically about where we are.
Look,
you didn't ask any of those questions when we were at Davos here.
George Washington's administration had problems. Abraham Lincoln's administrations have had problems. Every administration has problems. Everyone has problems.
Maybe this administration will look back 250 years and say it made us stronger. That Greenland helped us.
I would hope so.
That tariffs helped us. It is possible.
Okay.
But I'm asking the guest what he
I know
thinks.
that, but you're asking with a total bias towards the
No, I'm asking the question.
Towards the former.
David, what do you think?
I would say
the former.
But he doesn't want to answer the actual question because I think he actually thinks that some of this is not.
He's been a Democrat his entire life. Of course he thinks that.
I'm a registered independent.
So drag it out of him.
Well, so either say it or don't.
Look, I recently had a chance to interview a great author about a book called 1929. And for those people that haven't read it yet, I would recommend it because it talks about history. And many people don't know the history of what led to the Great Depression and led to the stock market crash. And people who worry about the stock market crash now, possibly, or the market is inflated, read that book. I think it's well done. And how long did it take you to do that?
8 years.
8 years.
It's a great interviewer, this guy.
Yeah.
8 years. All right. And what's your next book?
I'm not allowed to write another book for a while, my wife says. Too much time.
Really?
Yeah, so you got to give me a couple years.
Well,
maybe.
All right, well, do it on the side. Don't tell her.
We'll see. We'll talk to President Trump tomorrow. He may have a different view on the rest of the world's view of the United States. Before he left yesterday, he said, I'm going over there to tell the world how great things are in America right now.
But he said, I'm going to be on Squawk Box.
Right.
He did.
That's what he said.
Well, I think he's going to, some people might see his speech, but I think the real sweet spot is going to be as when he's, we're replaying it the next day ad infinitum, ad nauseum, probably.
Well, congratulations on getting the interview, and thanks very much.
What would you ask?
What I would ask him is he happy in the job? You know, happiness is the most elusive thing in life. And is he happy? He went through hell to get back to be president again. Is he happy? Are you happy what you're doing? Are you really feeling you're doing something contributing to society? And you happy personally? And is this what you want to do with the next 3 years of your life? And what do you want to do after you're finished as president? What do you want to do? What do you really regard as your greatest accomplishments? And what is your highest priority the next 1 or 2 years?
Well, he gets about 4 hours sleep a night, and travels, gets off a plane and goes and convenes a meeting typically. So I think he might not be happy, but he thinks he's doing things for the American people.
I would ask him, what do you think your mother and father would say if they knew that you were elected president of the United States twice? Yeah. I mean, would they have been shocked or would they have been surprised? What did your mother give you advice? Would she have given you advice? What would your father have said to you?
Good questions.
That's what I would ask.
You guys could tag team this thing if you want.
We could. He may blow right through that and go on to Sleepy Joe or something. I don't know. You know how the interviews go with him.
All right.
It's always interesting.
Well, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
It's great to see you, David. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it. When we come back, James Quincy, CEO of Coca-Cola, he's going to be with us. Give us a taste of the global consumer. You're watching Squawk Box. We're live in Davos, Switzerland, at the World Economic Forum. We're back after this.
Welcome back, everybody. Our next guest has a unique viewpoint on the consumer, on tariffs, on the global economy, and much more. James Quincy is the chairman and CEO of Coca-Cola. And James, it is great to have you here on set with us.
Thank you. Great to be back.
We got a million things to talk to you about, but why don't we start with the consumer and what you're seeing? How is the consumer doing globally and in the United States, but maybe globally first?
Actually, there's pretty strong resilience out there globally. There are a few emerging markets that have been weaker in the back half of last year, but actually in the round, the global economy is still doing pretty well, notwithstanding some of the news stories out there. The global economy is in good shape, and actually the U.S. economy is powering forward too. The U.S. consumer continues to be robust, continues to spend. It's resilient, so we're positive on the consumer. It's not the best of times, but for sure it's not the worst of times.
And in terms of the tariffs that came through, what was the impact on that? What's the potential impact from any new tariffs that come on, and how do you guys handle or have to deal with any of that?
Our business system is relatively immune to the tariff thing because literally all the Cokes are made in the country they're sold.
Right.
The Cokes in Switzerland are made in Switzerland, the Cokes in the US are made in the US. So
Thank you for bringing these, by the way.
I thought you'd enjoy the cane sugar one.
No bottle opener, though. Or is this a screw
You
up
just
stuff?
put it on the edge of this thing and just
I'll
go
let
old
you do
school.
that. Let's see a CEO do it. Here we go. Boom. Hey now.
You never learned that trick?
Manly.
There we go. So yeah, tariffs are not our problem.
I think you did say. I think you did say that higher input costs are having a potential impact recently.
They have. Some of the agricultural inputs have been more expensive. There is some kind of embedded inflation out there, or there was some embedded inflation out there, but it has for sure been moderating, and that is starting to kind of help us as we look into 2026 around the world, and we've certainly been seeing that, and that then affects what goes into the marketplace as well. So we see that moderating, getting closer back to the sweet spot.
I know you're in a quiet period, but that helps with margins, I would assume.
We tend to pass through or not pass through costs.
Okay.
So margins, are more the way we think about it is we have to earn the right to the margin. The consumer's not going to pay for something just because you had a higher cost of some input. You have to give them a reason to love your brand, to love the size of the package, to take the right price point, and that's on us to make sure the consumer's getting value out of it.
I know you have a huge portfolio, but you brought us the fully loaded Coca-Cola's here, cane sugar versions of these
from the US.
GLP-1s, how has that changed the American consumer, the global consumer? How have you kind of changed as a brand? And again, I realize you've got a million things, including protein milk and others that are out there.
Yeah, it's still relatively early days in the consumption of GLP-1s, but you definitely see a shift across food and beverages. You definitely see less snacking. You see a lot less alcohol, less snacking, less of the sugar drinks. But on the reverse side, you see more coffee, more diets, more protein drinks, more sports drinks. So given we're a total beverage company, it's a portfolio play.
What does that portfolio look like? I mean, Fairlife has just taken off in the wildest way. I've become a Fairlife aficionado, which because it has so much protein in the milk, and the sugar content is so much lower.
Yes, well, it's more protein, and the lactose is out, and we're bringing on a lot more capacity. So that has become. I mean, if you look at the two biggest growing trademarks in the U.S. last year, it was the Coke trademark, basically driven by Coke Zero and Diet Coke, both growing, and Fairlife Core Power protein. So you've got a lot of focus on refreshment and a lot of focus on protein, and people are definitely seeing more protein. We might see fiber creep in this year.
What would those drinks be?
Which ones?
That would include fiber.
You can put it in anything. Fiber is soluble in a beverage. You can put it in. For example, we sell Diet Coke with fiber in Japan.
What? Yeah. When you say fiber in a drink, I literally think Metamucil. You can make it.
You can basically put it in a drink and more or less mask it completely.
How big of a seller is that in Japan?
No, it's niche because people don't buy drinks to have their fiber.
Are there other protein drinks and other brands you imagine you're going to ultimately develop in the portfolio as people sort of focus more on protein and other kind of healthy?
I think the next stage of growth for Fairlife and Core Power is more innovation. We've been supply chain constrained by running out of capacity in 25. Now we've brought on a new plant and some new lines are coming in. We should see more flavors. We know there are other categories parallel that we can get into, so more to come.
Can I ask you my favorite one though? Sparkling water. You know what I used to love.
I know.
And now you're Chico all the time. Is the way you've gone.
Yes, I've gone Topo Chico sparkling.
Topo Chico all the time.
Yep.
But he used to have a sparkling water. Aha. And what happened to Aha?
It didn't work out so well.
But why?
People didn't love it. That's
really?
In the end, the consumer's
weirdo.
king.
You're a weirdo.
Apart from you. You were great. Not enough people loved
it.
It wasn't differentiating enough, but Topo Chico is.
Topo Chico, everyone loves Topo Chico.
So
real quickly, a plug. Somebody reached out to me from the Bring Back Tab campaign. They want you to answer that question one more time. Will you bring back Tab?
Never say never.
Never say never. Okay, we'll have to leave it at that. Let's talk about AI, because we've been talking about AI with so many people through this, and you're a consumer goods company, but you've been using AI pretty heavily too. Where and how do you use it?
I mean, people were using the analytical sort for a lot of years. The generative sort, whether it's text, we took into not just picture, but video. And if you think of how much marketing we do, both video on the screen and printing posters, generative AI has been at the beginning of a game changing for us, because we can now make all those posters around the world. You can just ask the machine to produce the design, and it's getting to the point where it'll drive video. Yes, it's a little polemic. Do people love it? Do people notice every now and again? But so far, we made the last 2 Christmas ads with AI in a quarter of the time at a fraction of the cost, and they've been the highest scoring, most effective ads. So I think the future is going to be there. The next stage is all about scale. It's just about scale.
You are stepping down from the CEO position. Enrique Braun is going to be stepping in. Why? And why are you stepping down, and why Enrique Braun?
Well, why am I mean, it's a bit like timing the markets. It's impossible to choose a perfect day, but we've brought momentum back to the business over the last 10 years. We've got a good strategy. We've created, 10 more billion-dollar brands. Everything's organized, and I just felt, you know what? If there's got to be a day to come, it's better to go slightly early when you don't have to change, and give the chance to give the ball to Enrique. He's been around the system. He's been around all the different bits of the company. Someone with the energy to take us to the next stage. He's very keen on the digital stuff and how to remain human-centric as we go forward with that. So I just felt, you know what? It's the right time to pass the baton on while we're in great shape, and don't overstay your welcome.
That's amazing. We have loved having you here all these years. You're still going to be chairman.
I am.
And we hope you will stay on with us and keep coming back, too.
Good.
Quincy,
James, thank you very much.
I called you Quincy. James Quincy.
Yeah.
We've got some breaking news to tell you about of all the things that have happened this morning on our broadcast, right as Squawk has been on the air. A couple of the biggies. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent speaking to Joe earlier. He said President Trump could announce his choice to be the next Fed chief by next week. And Netflix has now amended its $83 billion bid for Warner Brothers to all cash. Meantime, 3M missing revenue expectations, but beat earnings estimates. The stock down about 4% this morning. And of course, we've got a massive, massive show.
All the days ago.
All days, but tomorrow is it, Joe?
Well, it's been a good morning so far. Great morning here at the World Economic Forum, but we are just getting started among tomorrow's guests with the CEOs of Anthropic, Cisco, Palantir, Morgan Stanley, Honeywell, and Lazard, plus OpenAI and Sarah Fryer. And a special conversation with President Donald Trump. And that won't be running during our show, because what we will be running during our show, I think, is the president's speech. Is that it?
Yeah, he speaks at 2:30 local time, 8:30 Eastern time.
Local time. And that, I mean, talk about the world watching. I can tell you when he was leaving on the plane, he's going to want to talk about America being the hottest country.
Right.
You know, a year and a half ago it was dead. Now it's the hottest country with capital flowing in based on his trade deals. He's going to be.
There's some speculation you might talk about housing. Is that
housing? I mean, I'm sure he's going to talk about Greenland. I'm sure he's going to do it. But I think you're going to hear a lot of, hard to imagine, braggadocio about how the country's doing. And he would probably say the 250th, this is a great time.
Make sure you join us tomorrow for all of this and more. Right now it's time for Squawk on the Street.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm David Faber with Jim Cramer. We're live from Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. Carl has the morning off. Let's give you a look at futures as we get ready for the first trading day of a shortened week, of course. There you see, we are going to be down and down sharply. And no surprise, of course, that is where we will begin our roadmap this morning with those fears that the Sell America trade is back on this as President Trump ratchets up the rhetoric involving Greenland, threatening massive tariffs on Europe. Plus the battle for Warner Brothers Discovery. Once again, Netflix amends that offer as we knew it would. We've also got the preliminary proxy from Warner Brothers Discovery. We will get into it deeply. And a lot of the headlines as well, of course, coming out of Davos, Switzerland, where world leaders and top CEOs are all together. Plenty to talk about there. Let's talk about stocks right here with Jim Cramer, of course, as we look at futures that are going to be down sharply this morning. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think that we're jarred because a lot of people felt that this part of the presidency was over. I think that there's a belief, David, that there's a bit of an erratic behavior that makes us feel that we want to maybe not be committed to more buying up American stocks for the moment. Now, I want to point out, we can really overdo this.
We can overdo what? What does that mean?
Okay, the press was really talking about this is the #1 trade partner, and they also can pull their treasuries out.
Europe is the #1 trade partner.
And my problem with that is that well, the market's overbought. We're up a lot. But in a few days, let's say the president comes on with Joe tomorrow and says, you know what, look, you have to understand, I'm in a deal-making mode. Then everything that you sold or everything you passed on is going to make you feel like a dope. And the president has been known to look at the averages and say, you know what, maybe I overdid it, a la April. So the papers make you feel like you definitely wish that we were in Norway, perhaps, and just be at the center of it and take a real feel for it. Instead, we're in America. We read the papers and we say, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God. No. Let's just say we're overbought, let it come in, and then look for opportunities. Because, David, it's no different from any other day, okay? And we all freaked out in April, and those who didn't come back in after a couple of days really missed out on opportunity.
And, well, it's funny because the Treasury Secretary is saying something not dissimilar in a way from Davos. Take a listen in terms of his views on escalation.
What I do want to say is, same thing that I said after Liberation Day on April 2nd, everyone take a deep breath, do not escalate, and President Trump has a strategy here, hear him out, and then everything will be fine.
I mean, all right, hear him out and everything will be fine. There is obviously a real concern about the tariffs, 10% going to as much as 25% in June if we don't get Greenland.
Right, Greenland is
unclear exactly what getting it means.
Just had gotten that Nobel Prize, David.
Say again?
The market would be up if you had just gotten a Nobel Prize.
I know.
And he turns down the Macron dinner in Paris?
I mean, he was a peacemaker, but then he didn't get the prize, and this is all from the letter, of course, that he sent. So now he's still committed to peace mostly, but... And I'm paraphrasing.
Well, I just think that Besson comes on, and Besson's the last guy who speaks, and he makes me feel like let stocks come in and then look for things to buy that have nothing to do with what's happening there. Now, I can give you an example that's fatuous but funny.
Okay, I like fatuous but funny. What do you got?
Okay, so Callan and Morgan... It's hard, but look, if the president can be funny, I can be funny. It wasn't funny. Texas Roadex, all right there, okay? They got Dubai, they have United Arab Emirates, they got Philippines, all right? The stock, Morgan Stanley liked it, Callan's got it. Maybe beef comes down. There you go.
All right, thank you. All right, we can end the show now. We got our name.
I wanted to be fatuous, just in keeping with the news that I read, which makes me feel like, are you kidding me? Come on, are you kidding me? Are we really supposed to sell Oracle off this?
But you know,
what are we supposed to do?
Jim, to those who were worried last April and may have obviously sold or perhaps and incorrectly so, given what happened to the market. Nonetheless, part of the concern was that we're not done with tariffs, that this is an ongoing story. And now here we are dealing with not just economics, but things of strategic nature where he's using this tariff power. By the way, we may hear from the Supreme Court on the emergency usage of the tariffs as soon as, I guess, today. But, and again, we've had twice now that we have been waiting and not gotten the decision on the particular case involving what we call IEPA, these emergency powers that the Supreme Court is going to weigh in on whether the president has the right to use them. But that said, he's now using them for a very different reason. And nothing says this won't continue.
No, and that's why people are buying the precious metals and they're staying away from a lot of so-called risk assets. All I'm saying is that what happens if someone from Denmark caves, or they just say, you know, let's have a deal, let's come up with something good. Well, and then you and I can be sitting here saying, why were we not telling people to buy Horton? Rates are back down. It's a big home builder.
If there is the possibility for a deal, there hasn't seemed to be an off-ramp as yet. But to your point, that has been typical of the negotiating strategy of Donald Trump from back when he was a New York real estate developer.
You have a bit of a good cop, bad cop. It's just the good cop is Treasury Secretary, but I do find that if we tell people, listen, you got to take action. This is a real red flag. I think what you have to take red flag of is that there's been a lot of speculation.
Look at silver.
I don't like. Well, silver's. How'd that become a safe haven? That's actually an industrial metal.
It's an industrial metal that has taken on sort of a different dynamic of late. Gold, obviously, we are also keeping an eye on. That has been more reflective, perhaps, of this, what would you call it, move to
Well, I mean, we could call it
safety.
Yes, we could call it that crypto's done nothing, and there's a reversion. The gold bugs always felt. Listen, one day you're going to wake up like at Nico Eagle at Newmont. One day you're going to wake up and say, you know what? Gold was the safe haven, not crypto.
Yep.
And I think we've woken up and said that. A lot of people feel you need a bit of a safe haven because when you wake up and you see a lot of true social comments, you tend to get a little chilled yourself.
No doubt. And we don't know what's going to come next.
Right. No.
We are, obviously, they're all there in Davos.
Right, right.
They
Joe's
being
there.
many of the leaders of many of the countries in Europe, not to mention our own leadership.
Right. Look, the president likes to be outrageous. It's just something he's always liked. When I was a judge on The Apprentice, smaller scale, he liked being outrageous. He just likes it.
All right, but I guess we're reminded once again. By the way, take a look at the 10-year. That's not just gold. It's not just silver. What do we
wants mortgage rates down.
I mean, that's
he wants mortgage rates down.
This is not the way to go about it, is it?
No, it's not. And I think that's one of the reasons why he looks at mortgage rates. He looks at the Dow. He likes the Dow, I think, more than the S&P. And he goes, you know what? Maybe I have to tack a little. Look, all I'm saying is that I don't like the speculation that's going on. I don't like the movement to gold and silver. Those would have been enough for me to come in here today and say, look, let's just cool it a little. Let's let things come down. But now the president has given you that opportunity to take things down big.
Okay. So what if you had your trading hat on? What if you were back at good old Kramer and Company? Or
well, I would just say there's nothing to do.
I'm aware that, I know. Kramer, Berkowitz as well, but it was a lot of different names. Your
right?
Your
yeah, definitely. Yeah. But there's not a lot to do because you have to let speculative juices come out of the market. I thought it was interesting. Let me give you a little kind of let me give you something that's a dichotomy that kind of captures everything. Okay. So we know this weekend that we got Trump. We got what he's been buying. You see that? What he's been buying?
Yeah.
Well, just bear with me. Okay, so he's been buying CoreWeave, all right?
Yeah.
CoreWeave bonds.
Or somebody has on his behalf.
Next thing I know, Michael Intrater is in Davos talking about CoreWeave.
He was on the show. Yes.
And I'm like saying, okay, that's it. I mean, the president is endorsing. The president's buying CoreWeave. He's buying. Get this, David. Illinois bonds. I mean, I thought he said that Illinois was bankrupt. But what is that? And then he's buying Whirlpool. That's not doing that well. It's the bonds. I don't like that debt. And then he's coming in and he's buying CoreWeave. He's got 2 pieces of CoreWeave. And then he's buying Newell Rubbermaid bonds?
Yes, Newell Rubbermaid. I don't know who's doing all that buying on his behalf, but obviously you're talking about the disclosure. There also was some attention paid to the fact that he was buying bonds in both Warner Brothers, I believe, and Netflix.
Yeah, so the reason why I mentioned that, David, is I thought it was a good way to segue into Warner Brothers and Netflix.
Thank you. Well, let's do that because obviously it's a story we've been following, as you know, so closely for quite some time and will be for the next few months. We got the preliminary proxy and with it the expected move to all cash by Netflix, eliminating the stock portion of the deal. It is now $27.75 all in cash. And we got some also important transparency around things we've been waiting for. But let me not lose some of the headlines here. April is when we're going to have a shareholder vote. Now, they don't tell us if it's early, mid, or late. Let's assume mid-April. So let's go with roughly 3 months from here in which we are going to see whether Paramount, as I've reported, as they are going to have to, it would seem, come back with a higher offer in that period of time before this all-important shareholder vote. But this is the document that shareholders will have to review and make a decision, or help them make their decision, Jim, that being this preliminary proxy, about how they want to vote. And in it, we did, for the first time, get specifics around the way the board of directors and its financial advisors view the value of the spun-off entity in the Netflix deal, that being Discovery Global, the global networks, including CNN and obviously many of the other Discovery networks you know well. Also Discovery Plus, their streaming service, which, to be fair, does $800 million in revenues and is probably going to be growing as much as $200 million in EBITDA.
Business there, yeah.
Big international, big free-to-air business as well, sports in Europe. So what do they come back down to? Well, you can look at any number of different metrics by which you could value it, including the public companies, none of which may be a perfect comp. but taken together represent something, and you come back to them saying, well, this thing should trade at between 4.5 and 5.5 times adjusted EBITDA multiples, and therefore that gets you to anywhere from $1.33 to $3.24 a share. And again, that's with any number of selected companies. We did also get some specifics, like we know now that CNN does about $600 million in EBITDA. We know that the company overall, a total adjusted EBITDA, that's before stock-based compensation, about $4.8 billion this year, going down to $3.9 billion next year, and then $3.3 in 28, and then it will start to rebound a bit, but that gives you a sense there as well. So let's assume 4.5 times the low end. You take that number, you can back into at least some sense of evaluation for global networks. We also got the debt load. They will start with $17 billion in debt right as of now, but by the end of this year, and by the way, this deal will not be approved by the end of this year, so you're talking about $16.1 billion in total debt. It's important to note that the overall interest rate on that debt, which has, I think, average term, let's call it of 9.5 years, you pointed this out as well, is only 4.5%. Much of that debt trading at a discount. You could view that as a value for Discovery Global shareholders as well. They have about $800 million in interest costs a year. So we are getting, at least for the first time from this board, their sense as to what they believe the spun-off entity will be worth. Add that back, take the middle, add it back into the $27.75, and you get the overall value for what they view Netflix deal to be worth for Warner Brothers shareholders. Let's say it's closer to $2 a share is what they say. Now, obviously, Paramount says, oh, no, it's not worth anywhere near that. When you take the Versant multiple, our parent company, which is the most recent company, of course, to be in the public markets and does have a group of very successful cable networks, you would get a lower overall number.
All right, so David, a lot of lawsuits flying around last week, Paramount.
Yeah.
Any chance that they just say, you know what, that's not the way to go? Now we have a very clear shot. We just go, we give them the right price, we get it. Or are the lawsuits going to continue?
No, I think the lawsuits, my sense is the lawsuits, while not unimportant, are more of a sideshow. I think the Paramount camp ultimately knows in these months to come before this shareholder vote that we now have a pretty good idea of when it's going to take place, that they're going to have to raise. And I've made this point previously. There had been a hope with a later shareholder vote, perhaps even as late as June, that maybe the Paramount side could claim some success on the regulatory front and point to approvals in the U.S. That seems less likely given the constrained time between now, but over the next 3 months, if either side will get anything. And by the way, coming back to our lead story this morning, if things continue to ratchet up with Europe, do we really think that Europe is going to approve any deal involving a U.S. company, whether it be Netflix or Paramount? Do we really think?
No.
I mean, if things continue to get bad or worse, you could imagine a scenario under which they're like, forget it, we're not going to approve your deals.
I think that you go full circle about what's going on over there, and you try to figure out the real intersection. It's not French wine. It's the possibility that they just make life difficult for so many things that had been considered a shoo-in. I mean, is it going to be like China, where it's difficult to get things approved that make sense to be approved?
And
I think that's a real fallout.
It's got to be a real concern. It's not clear to me that it will happen. As you look at the potential dissolution of NATO and our trade and alliances, I mean, there's so many things for the market to consider here, but it does bleed into things like transactions as well, conceivably.
Look, a lot of individuals have been in buying a lot of highly speculative stocks, and they're going to get smoked.
Yeah.
And that's a shame. We try to tell them not to do that, but they're doing it. Take a look at a company that doesn't make any money that you've been buying and ring the register already. It's a nice opportunity.
All right, we're going to talk, I want to get to, and we will, of course, what else? AI, some news from OpenAI, Gemini, ServiceNow and OpenAI. So things that we will focus on in the next 45 minutes, of course, as you take a look at a market that's going to open about 14 minutes from now, sharply lower. We got a lot more Squawk on the Street for you straight ahead. There's a look at the Treasury complex. You can see 30-year edging closer to that 5% mark this morning. We've already discussed that 10-year, of course, and Jim had mentioned mortgage rates. It's not a way to get them down by introducing more risks, perhaps, to the overall system, so to speak. And this, at least, possibility, would the Europeans ever start to try and sell some of our bonds, for example, which, of course, would make our borrowing costs more expensive. Coming up, we're going to have Jim's Mad Dash as we count you down to an opening bell about 10 minutes from now. All right, 7.5 minutes until we get to an opening bell. And of course, as we pointed out, we are going to be sharply lower at the open. Let's talk a little Oracle for the Mad Dash.
Right, and I think, again, I think speculative juices got too high. But one of the things that you have talked about over and over again is this problem that Oracle has. Oracle's been spending a fortune to build data centers. Okay, we've had a lot of people come on in Davos talk about the need for all the data centers. So it's really superb coverage over there by us. But you know, David, Guggenheim comes out today as Oracle's their best idea into 2026. They tell you don't worry about the investment grade rating. So in other words, a lot of people felt that they were going to be constrained by the rating agencies, Oracle. And they're talking about, don't worry about the concentration with OpenAI. They're saying the CDS spreads issues in the press. But what basically is, this is one of those stocks that if you see it go higher, then people genuinely believe that we might be out of the woods when it comes to the big data spend.
Although it can go higher for a day, and then we come right back to it, Jim.
Right.
I mean,
So,
it does feel as though, and by the way, it very well may not be higher today, despite that positive report from Guggenheim.
No, but I just want to point it out that this is one of these linchpin stocks. There's so many of the things that we're looking at are not stocks yet. They're private. Although, David, I was with a bunch of people this week and remind me, why are we not treating these fundraising rounds that are done privately as if they're just public grounds, that things have changed so dramatically. And I get that, and I'm going to certainly be more attuned.
Yeah.
But Oracle is a company that if it can keep building and it doesn't get downgraded by the rating agencies, well, you know what? That just says this thing's got staying power.
And Guggenheim saying it's a decade. You're talking about
Yes,
a decade ahead. And free cash flows obviously accelerating. They are negative right now, given all their spending.
But I like the fact it's a totally contrary piece, because it's frankly good reading. It has nothing to do with all the speculation I'm warning about, whether it be nuclear, whether it be quantum, whether it be all these different Bitcoin things, including products that we're well aware of and I think kind of feel are questionable. Plus tokenization of stocks and going 24 hours.
Tokenization of stocks.
I'm going to never go to sleep. Not that I really cared.
No. Well,
but now it's got
you stayed up last night and watched that game, right? You had to watch that to
went
the
to
end.
bed at like 1:30. The game was really energizing.
The game was energizing. Wow, what a great game. Congrats to Indiana. All right,
Yes.
we got an opening bell 5 minutes from now. Don't forget, you can catch us anytime and anywhere. Listen to and follow the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
Consumers have been pretty resilient. They continue to spend. They continue to shop. I think that wherever they can, they are trying to trade down in price. They are looking for bargains wherever they can find bargains. I see people a little bit more hesitant on the higher price discretionary items. You know, you start to see some of the tariffs creep into some of the prices of some of the items, and you see some sellers are deciding that they're passing on those higher costs to consumers in the form of higher prices. Some are deciding that they'll absorb it to drive demand, and some are doing something in between. And so I think you're starting to see more of that impact.
Amazon CEO Andy Jassy, that was earlier on Squawk Box. He's in Davos offering his takes, of course, on tariffs and the consumers. Some reports over the weekend, Jim, that most of the cost of the tariffs has been borne by consumers, not necessarily by the exporters or the like.
Right, and people should read this journal story. Tom Fairless, I don't know his work, but Americans are the ones paying for tariffs. Yep. Very empirical look at things. Right. And it did make me feel, all right, I know that we've collected a lot of money. I know Kelly Evans did a pretty good piece for her newsletter about how we've collected a lot of money.
Yes.
But I had thought that the foreign sources would have been paying more. It's just not the case according to that study.
Yeah. That said, it hasn't had the impact on the economy that many had feared a year ago this time.
And I don't see a lot of companies eating the margins, so it's not really clear what to do. I did like the fact that Jassy talked about how people are trading down, because if you go on Amazon, there are so many great things to trade down to that I'm sure you've got a good look at this.
There it is, opening bell for this Tuesday. Take a look at the real-time exchange. Back at our headquarters, you can see a lot more red on that board as expected. Here at the big board, the Memorial Foundation in commemoration of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. That was, of course, yesterday at the NASDAQ Oxford Lane Capital, focused on investing in collateralized loan obligations, or as we call them, CLOs. All right, where do you want to start this morning, Mr. Kramer? As we take a look at an S&P that is going to at least start down at least 1.3% and NASDAQ down at about 1.6%.
You know, let me just go for a second to 3M, because it's a big cap stock that's a very good company, and Bill Brown's done a remarkable job. It's the industrial, I would call these, there's two kinds of industrials. There's the data center industrial, and then there's the economy industrial. The reason why I point this one out and why I think it's important, the stock is being crushed, even though they beat the numbers, because I think people are just saying, you know what, stock's up 20% for the year, let's give this a break. And I find this disturbing for one reason. It's not an expensive stock.
Right.
And so, like, if this a not expensive stock reports a quarter that is kind of okay, and it gets hit like this, it's a warning to people that, look, we're in earnings season. Let's not forget that. The banks did particularly well, but now we have to worry about how the industrials are going to do. And then contrast that, completely very strange, was that Horton was up earlier, the big home builder.
Horton now opens the session down about 3% right now, also reporting earnings, as you say.
Right, and I
so
thought
these are the two earnings kind of companies that we're going to follow this morning.
Right, so I'm just pointing out we are in earnings season. Let's not forget that. And earnings season was great. I think that these stocks would have been down, but I was starting to think that the home builders, David, were trying to put in a bottom.
Yeah.
But the president has made it so people are concerned about supply coming from Europe of treasuries, and that is backfiring and making people feel like, wait a second, we're not out of the woods if you're a D.R. Horton shareholder. So industrial's a little weaker because of 3M, and it's manifested by 3M. And Horton, don't get your hopes up that rates are coming down and it's time to buy Horton.
Anytime
really
soon.
Too bad.
I mean, yeah, well, of course we did, and we have, we'll continue to focus on the 10-year, which was at 4.28, I think, is high.
I know, and I think that
morning.
the president, again, he looks at these things. I think he wants to do a deal, but we don't know.
Well, the bond market does speak loudly, as we've said many times, and it could perhaps do that here as well. That was something that may have, in fact, been part of sort of some of the rollbacks that we saw take place.
Yes, it does.
Last year in the spring. After Liberation Day. But you can see it, 4285, again, to your point, is not going to make your mortgage any cheaper. As for Horton, pre-tax profit margin of 11.6%. We're talking net income down 30% to $594.8 million, and earnings per share down 22%. Again, this is for the 3 months that ended the year at the December 31.
You need a rate cut to buy a company that's selling at 13 times future earnings.
Right.
Now, Jay Powell is going to be occupied going to the Supreme Court, right, to watch the
Lisa Cook.
Yeah, I thought that's something that got mentioned, and it's kind of funny because, like, does that stuff, is it prurient that we hear that he's going?
No, I think he wants to. It's a show of support, I guess, for a Fed governor who is being prosecuted for mortgage fraud, right? Isn't that, again, what it is? And it's going to the Supreme Court, or at least to whether she can be replaced.
Now, this is part of, again, what we're all not used to, which is that instances that look like civil are criminalized.
Not in this case.
No, but rather easily that we can just make it so that people do things that.
Yes.
That
Well,
have
you're
to
talking
be,
about when you're talking about criminalization, you're actually thinking, of course, of the Fed chair himself,
right?
Who is not indicted,
no,
but is being investigated and related to the cost overruns. At the new building, or the old building that's being rebuilt.
Okay, let me ask you, do you think it's just a new world where we have to just think it's a more harsh new world where we have a president who does want to be president of the world, as we read so many articles, and therefore he has a different approach to the Constitution? And maybe what we're failing to see is that the approach to the Constitution may not be something we like, but it's something that's the Justice Department blesses, and the Justice Department typically is the keeper of the flame.
It's a new world,
right,
in the way that our government operates. I mean,
right.
That's fair to say.
Do you think
and
that
Congress has not, to the extent many would have expected, asserted its will in any way.
And it's a new world until either, and I don't think necessarily, I think the Supreme Court could rule against the tariffs, and the president could say, look, these are all national emergencies, so we're going to just continue them. David, it just seems like a lot of things have to happen before the next election.
Yeah.
And if the Republicans don't do well, then I think a lot of this is not going to continue.
Let's finish up these thoughts. I do want to get to OpenAI and Gemini.
Good. Okay, because that's really value added.
But let me hold on. I do want to, you mentioned Powell attending these hearings or at the Supreme Court. The Secretary of the Treasury did weigh in on this at Davos earlier and did want to share his thoughts about Powell's decision to be there.
In terms of the Supreme Court hearing, I believe, I'm not sure whether it's today or tomorrow, Jay Powell has announced he's going to attend. And Joe, I got to tell you, I actually think that's a mistake, because if you're trying not to politicize the Fed, for the Fed chair to be sitting there trying to put his thumb on the scale is a real mistake.
I'm sure he would say, I'm not putting my thumb on anything. I'm just here watching.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's fascinating, and you want to. I think the show of support is not.
The Fed chair has been. He has been strong in opposition, so to speak.
He's fearless. I mean, he's fearless. I think that sometimes we got to look back and say, this is a person who just said, I'm not buying into this president.
Yeah,
I'm going to survive this president.
He's not going along.
Okay, so Dave, we got to talk about. I always feel like, how can we talk about this stuff in light of the constitutional crises that seem to be with us every day?
Yes.
But there is a company, Claude, Anthropic.
Yes.
And they've taken with this Opus 4.5. They've had pretty much of a chat moment. Okay.
All right, let me just set this so our
Sure, I'm
viewers
sorry.
can follow.
I don't
We're talking about Claude, which is Anthropic.
A competitor.
It's a private company, of course. Its last value, I think, at $350 billion, but it's hard to keep track sometimes. These numbers keep going up. Enormous fundraising, of course. They are largely known as the AI company for the enterprise.
Yes, B2B.
And I'm always reading, I know you are as well, about their latest version that is allowing people to do things in terms of writing code and software writing software, and replacing a lot of functions conceivably that people do.
Right.
But at the same time, making people a lot more efficient.
Well, okay, so this weekend I said, a lot of what I do a memo called What I'm Looking At in the morning. It goes out to thousands of people, and it's very time consuming. What I really look at are hold to buy and buy to hold, because I'm looking for action. Well, David, I wrote a program that just goes through my email and just picks up all the hold to buys. And I wrote it during the commercial.
Well, you didn't write it. Claude wrote it.
Well, my
what
partner,
did you do?
Claude.
Did you just put in? You just vibe coded
I said,
it?
I went, I'd like to have this, and
yes.
It says, well, here, would you like to be reminded? And I said, sure. And I wrote it I actually wrote it in about 5 minutes. I think someone who's 24 would have done it in 2 minutes. But David, I wanted this for years, and I got it during the commercial break. And this is happening all over the country right now.
Yes.
Right now, this thing is taking, and it's making people feel like, wait a second, I just got a second lease on life. I don't have to have IT. I can do it myself. So maybe I can do something that says, write me something like Adobe. Maybe write me something like
It's a great question, and it comes back to, of course, what we've seen in the market and we've been talking about for the last couple of weeks, or since certainly the beginning of the year, which is the precipitous decline in many of the software as a service companies.
Yes.
Whether it be Salesforce, whether it be Workday, Adobe, or ServiceNow,
which made a deal with OpenAI.
And now today we have ServiceNow. And the idea being, of course, what are they going to be able to offer that conceivably is simply going to be replaced by so-called agentics that they don't have? That said, you've got a new deal with ServiceNow that OpenAI is entering into. A 3-year deal that will integrate their models into ServiceNow's business software. And this is reporting from the
down about 800 in the morning futures. So we are
So if you look at operating capex as a percentage of operating cash flow, it's over 60% for Mag 7 right now, which is actually right in line with the oil industry, if you can imagine. So why did people buy these originally? Free cash flow. They were, hand over fist. They were just spitting out cash like nobody's business. Now they have to massively invest in this new technology, and that's impairing their free cash flow. It's impairing their margins. And most importantly, is earnings deceleration for the Mag 7. Over a year ago, they were at 33% earnings growth. Over the next couple of quarters, they're going to be at low double-digit earnings growth. Whereas the unmagnificent 493, the rest of the market went from negative earnings growth, now is going to be back in low double-digit earnings growth in coming quarters. The difference is the multiple for the rest of the market is so much lower than the Mag 7 right now, and you're getting the same type of earnings growth, and you're getting an acceleration of earnings growth versus a deceleration of earnings growth. So you do have to pick your spots. Now, are these great companies? Are they going to do great things over the next few years? Yes, but it's going to take a little while to see the return.
Did everybody hear me on voice? Oh, I think what I did is I looked. Did you hear my introduction? Okay, well, interesting. I had my mic off. There we go, we broke out. Well, for you people on YouTube, they got to miss my intro. Here it goes again. For I am Washboardjim, the founder and the thinking strategist behind the Sneaky Snake trading strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. If we have any females on YouTube, please say yes. A little pullback on AMD. Tesla got down to my support. I thought I had 423 on here somewhere. Might have cleared up my chart because I don't think it's on here anymore. No, I don't have it on. That's a double bottom. This might be the last pullback before we get a breakout, if it decides to break out. God, it's just such a good drop. It's pretty clean, the SPX. We've got 3 black crows on the SPY here. 3 black crows on the SPY off the VWAP. Whoop, 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 whoop. Three black crows on the VWAP. They are kind of the 685s. This is a bear flag. So this is the 685s Lotto at 103. No, 4. There's 183 right there, 103 right there. We got the 200 we hit twice. Excuse me. We could easily drop, so just be careful. We'll see if we can break this 9 one more time and do a double top off this crows. $10.4. There we go, 116. Yeah. For name's Washboardjim. 121. Come on. Hello. Profit. 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 Damn, man. How's he do it? How does he do it? I wasn't going to take it. I was too scared. Exactly how I planned it out. How's he do it? My best, okay, you got a small account. You've got different times, the market you can, you can adjust your trading style however you want. There's probably 100,000 ways to trade the market. So if I was new and I had the time, and after I got me a little strategy going up, I would do what I just did. It's called the beach trade. The market has a lot of momentum in that first hour and a half of the day. See, right now I'm back down to 104. I'm thinking, calling for my name. Jim, will you please buy me again? I want to take you for a ride you'll never forget. I say, well, what do you mean? You jump in that thing at 102 off the 63 EMA. There's a buck. There's 97 cents. Okay, now's the time. I'm not sure how he does it, but he does it. One of these days, I'm going to come up here and here and dressed up as a woman. $0.97, Chard. Oh my God. 685 at 0.97. He's back at him again. And the crowd's going wild at the sports arena. Here he is on a one-way street, hanging out with all the chicks you want to meet. Hey, hey, I'm a junkie. I love trading stocks off the VWAP. There ain't no trader around. Hey, hey, for the breakout. I'm right on the VWAP. Mrs. VWAP, would you please like to board the Hawaiian Express, Gate 11? Come on. We can't be doing this. We got the VWAP, the 63, and the 200. These are all strong, very strong support levels. The moving averages, you know, I think the 9 would probably be the only one I'd like to see under this here candle right here, and that'd be it. But it's not. And it's a strong one too, so it's sitting up here. So if this thing comes up above the 9, then I'm going to get this head and shoulders. See the head and shoulders? Yes, I do, Jim. I just now saw it as you pointed it out. Well, that's going to bring us to a triple top. We're at 110. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at $1.10. So if you're a rookie to trading right now, get the hell out of this stock. Get out. Not sure how he does it, but he did it again. Did you like that, Sheba? Get out. Hello, my name is Roxanne. I was just curious. I just seen that thing knife, and you told everybody to get out. How'd you know that thing was going to knife like that? Well, we were under the 9. We had a very bearish candle right here, where it held under the 9. So I wasn't in that trade for what, less than a minute and a half? See, this is the first sign of bearishness that I've seen right now. This was kind of neat to see this 3 black crows come back up to the top and call that out. Then call it again off the VWAP and get right back out within a minute or two. But I think the market's telling me to be a little bit patient. Now we are at an intraday low. Open market low. I think I'm gonna go get my coffee going and I'll be right back. I gotta go do something real fast. Not sure if I had a productive weekend, but I sure got a lot of rest. Tesla double bottom for sure. Open, let's see if we're open. 639. SMCI back down to $30. $78. Okay. Oh, I gotta call my accountant. Gotta get that done right now. ATMS.
That 100 pretty much testing 100-day moving average. You would expect that maybe we get a little bit of a bounce off of that, and at least a dead count bounce until we kind of find a resolution to this particular problem here. But this is not a really good setup to start the day here, Sam. And unfortunately, when you get to the latter half of January, we also still have some economic data that could be putting this market at risk. We have a Fed decision as well, and then February is usually the first 2 weeks at least a little bit more volatile for these markets. So a little bit of gyration here. Doesn't seem like there's a safe haven place yet. Maybe outside of energy, which is catching a bid because of oil.
seeing that gas is also up quite considerably. I don't know if that's got to do with the fact that it's pretty cold here right now. I don't know whereabouts you are though, KG, but as far as that flight to safety, that sort of that trade we are seeing this morning, interestingly, that it's not taking place in bonds, it's not happening in the dollar, it's very much happening in the metal space. You mentioned the Supreme Court opinions. Obviously, we're waiting for that. If there's any update or developments regarding a decision on the legality of Trump's tariffs, which would certainly be interesting timing, given, of course, the financial elite are sitting up in Davos right now talking about this stuff. We've had this sort of renewed tariff threat, particularly on 8 of these European countries over the threats around Greenland as well. Just as far as volatility is concerned, I'm seeing the VIX is up 20 now. Talk us through what you're seeing.
Yeah, so the VIX is pricing in around a 1.3% move either to the upside or downside. We are in a backwardation moment for the VIX. That just means that the near-term contracts are priced higher than further dated. And that just means that we have near-term concerns around the market. Now, that usually does not last for too long in this market, but it could last for a couple of days here. And I think if you're a bull, you're kind of looking at that VIX spread to kind of turn or maybe reverse. It might be your first
wow.
You might see
This is Jim
potential bottom within this market. And then also kind of looking at either the dollar kind of stabilizing and or yields stabilizing as well. I think those are going to be the two big indicators that maybe we are getting close to a bottom. Outside of the energy sector that's actually moving up higher, I would look at consumer staples and I would look at consumer discretionary. If we do get a decision from SCOTUS that does kind of knock down some of these tariffs, the staples could obviously benefit to the upside because of that, and then Amazon could also make a move higher because of that decision, and that could drag the consumer discretionary sector up just a tad bit. We are seeing some other pockets of weakness within that sector. So that would kind of be one of the items that I would keep on the radar. At least for today, volatility is definitely a little bit elevated here. Would not be surprised if we continue to see elevated through the big expiration, which is going to be tomorrow morning, and then we also have the Trump times tomorrow as well, which obviously is going to be a huge wild card, given the events we have on the calendar and geopolitical risk that it's got.
Yeah, and once again, another Tuesday, we are sitting on the edge of our seats here, waiting for the Supreme Court decision, and nothing thus far, but as you say, I mean, there's going to be obviously a lot to sort of chew on. If we do get a decision in which those tariffs are somewhat overturned, because it's going to be around legality, obviously the refunds, the plan B, which tariffs are safe, which are not. So, it's going to be a very interesting reaction, as and when we do get that. But obviously, if there is no decision, we sort of move on as we have done over the last couple of weeks. But let's just talk about what is happening in these energy markets as well. Obviously, oil catching a bit today, we're at $60 a barrel, and then you mentioned also nat gas. What's going on there?
Yes, if you're looking at the nat gas space, we're up about 24% in this session. Now, natural gas is probably one of the most volatile products if you're looking at some of the major commodities that are traded out there. But the market obviously sold off here a tad bit. We got fairly close to a key area of support, that upward channel line, which is actually still bullish for that matter, coming down and hitting around that $3 level. And now we're pricing in some winter weather risk over the next 12 to 14 days, especially when you're looking up north. So the market's kind of pricing in that obviously demand going to rise to the upside. That could push natural gas prices a little bit.
I don't have my taxes ready.
Oil move to the upside, and that's not really because of the Middle East risk that is out there, especially if we're looking at Iran. It's really kind of focusing on the fact that we could have refineries, especially if we're looking at Indiana.
Okay, we're coming down, baby.
There, which really does produce a lot of diesel as well as gasoline, potentially going offline or maybe pulling back some of their production because of this cold snap that we were going to see. And then there's also risk.
Cold snap, natural gas. Amazon down $6. Mr. down 15.
Going to the Gulf. So that's really what's happening within the energy patch here. But that natural gas move is very interesting. Usually these are short-lived though, so we might see another move to the upside over the next couple of days. And once the forecast kind of updates and we start seeing a lot of this weather starting to normalize and level out here.
So we went below my support channel this morning.
Okay, just an update here. Some news at SCOTUS at KG. The Supreme Court does not issue a ruling in a challenge to the legality of Trump's global tariffs. So obviously what we're seeing here is no decision as yet from the Supreme Court on the legality of these duties. So we're holding off once again. We'll see what happens next. But moving on, just as far as what else is happening in the energy patch, I'm just seeing that of all the sectors, in fact, energy is the only one that is higher, no doubt tracking these prices. that are going up as well. Just talk to us a little bit more about the price action here. What is the major catalyst right now?
Yeah, so if you're kind of looking at, let's look at the XLE, it is attempting a breakout to the upside. Obviously, a lot of this news around Venezuela and potentially having some backstops when it comes to the U.S. government providing security guarantees and increasing production there, not only here in the near term, but also in the long term. So the service names are obviously catching a bit first when it comes to Venezuela, and then the integrateds are maybe some optimism here. I would be a little bit cautious around this $48 level if you kind of go and look in the past. It has been a key area of resistance. But the weekly chart on crude oil right now is actually making a bull cross on that MACD, where the 12 EMA is crossing above the 26 EMA. So keep your eye out on that. This could be a potential near-term bottom when it comes to crude oil. That would not be good for the inflationary picture, especially if you do get these additional tariffs being put on starting on February 1st. This could actually put the Fed in a little bit of a bind here.
Yeah, they're talking about 10% Feb first, 25% increase by June the 1st. So we'll be watching. KG, really appreciate it. Thanks for helping us out this morning, getting us across what's moving in these markets as we do see this sell-off off the back of the renewed tariff announcements. Coming up, we will take a look at the larger market and how stablecoins may come into play for future trading platforms here at the New York Stock Exchange. Morning Trade Line is back after this.
I'm Nicole Pedalese at the New York Stock Exchange. Live interviews, market movers, and real-time coverage right from the floor. Subscribe now at schwabnetwork.com.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Andrew.
Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock.
Ooh, big one.
That I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable. Wait, had a stroke? Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time.
Jim, my financial consultant, I probably met 20 years ago.
Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
No politics, no spin, just the market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way you're going to earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Slot insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. schwabnetwork.com.
Right to, I was eyeing that to the spot.
This morning's spike in earnings beat and in line profit Shit. Adjusted EPS growing 9% year over year, and the company saying it managed to outperform despite a so-called soft macro environment. We are seeing shares trading down 5.7% right now.
They have to move these up.
Let's take a look at the winners and the losers.
683s.
Suffice to say, there are some winners. Sandisk is one of those, up almost 8% in trade
If we
right
break
now.
this here
We've seen these memory stocks
pattern.
very, very good run lately. Expand Energy up 4.5%. Intel doing a similar thing, and Educator is up at 3.4% right now. A lot of attention on energy at the moment. And then the losers board, we are looking like this. Supermicro down almost 7%, NetApp down 7.2%, HPE is down 6%, and Insight down 5.5% right now. Among the losers, very much across the markets this morning, also softwares, which continue to see the sell-off accelerating across the board. All right, joining us now here at the desk is Caldora Keenan Lynn, co-founder and CEO of Oxium. Thanks so much for joining us, and happy Tuesday. Hope you had a nice long weekend. Look, not happy Tuesday, the market's a bit down with 700 points right now. Just given the news flow we've had the weekend coming out of Davos, obviously, with this renewed tariff impact and fears here in the market, just when we thought we were going to see a de-escalation rather than a re-escalation, what's your assessment of everything right now?
Yeah, so I like to come at this from the angle of what our traders are doing.
I'm watching the 683s.
And maybe to just give a little bit of context on what the profile is of these traders. Because I think
3 white soldiers on this here.
of the types of the sort of position that they tend to take. It's a crypto native platform, so most of our traders sort of cut their teeth on the crypto asset class, but we are the primary venue for trading traditional assets from a wallet. So our user base is primarily crypto traders, but the assets they trade are primarily on crypto. More than 95% of our assets are traditional assets across FX, commodities, indices, signaling equities, and so forth. And so it's quite interesting to see how our traders are positioned, because you kind of get the lens of what a lot of people, sort of crypto native traders, think about the broader markets. And maybe just a few stats that I think are quite interesting. Right now, our traders are positioned 88% net short on the NASDAQ. That's a stat from yesterday, and that's proven to be, I suppose, already a good trade. Quite interestingly, over the last couple of months, almost half of our volume has been in precious metals, and 49% yet is gold and silver alone. Which tells you something about sort of the general dollar devaluation.
Putting all your eggs in a basket, baby.
Which is, I would say, even more pronounced or interesting to see among these crypto traders, given that they sort of.
I think it's the first gold and silver run I've seen since I've been trading.
And that's
We had a small one
Yeah, you see them sort of
during Obama years,
but
but
to safety trade in these precious metals. I think maybe building on that. We're also seeing a lot of bearishness on the dollar, unsurprisingly. Across basically every major currency pair, our traders are net short the dollar. And something interesting that we noticed when we were looking at the data yesterday is that among our Japanese traders specifically, because we're a global platform, they are disproportionately
God, it
short
just
the
dropped
dollar,
all of a sudden.
very long the yen relative to the dollar. And that's quite interesting with the BOJ rate decision coming up later this week. I don't know how closely you're talking sort of the poly market odds, which we always find as being interesting. There's a lot of overlap between our traders and sort of a lot of the poly market traders. So it tends to be sort of a little bit of consensus or a similar directional bias in terms of what the odds are on poly market and the implied odds or the implied view on the markets from our traders themselves. And what we're seeing on poly market right now is checking the odds this morning, but is 99% odds the BOJ holding, but about only 77% odds of them holding in the March decision. So it seems like there's I think it's a 21% implied odds right now on the poly market of the BOJ raising rates 25 bips, which sort of is reflected largely in the positioning of both just our general traders across the board globally, but especially with our Japanese traders.
Such insightful trading activity, and particularly given the background of, as you say, some of these traders as well. It's interesting that you say that about BOJ and what the poly market is sort of suggesting, or at least pointing to here, because we've got Citi, I think, seeing 3 BOJ rate hikes in 2026. I saw a note out this morning. Particularly topical, given obviously we've been talking about moves in the yen this morning, and also the JGB yields, which have been rising, which is very much causing a spillover effect in what we're seeing here on the long-dated debt in the US market and globally, in fact. how are they thinking about crypto then right now? Because we are seeing this sell-off. We've seen obviously Bitcoin, which can't manage to push past this 100,000 mark. It was a case of not being able to break through that 90 mark, but now we're sort of seeing a bit of a pullback in trade today as we've seen this broader risk-off in technology, as you mentioned as well.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting. I mean, 2025 was, Bitcoin dramatically sort of underperformed other, or Bitcoin, if you look at it as like a safety asset or sort of a safe haven asset against dollar devaluation, didn't actually perform very well, especially compared to assets like gold. And you even see that, you see that reflected on like the way our traders express their view. Even though they cut their teeth on crypto and they are crypto native, they were disproportionately positioned long on gold, which of course wound up being a very good trade. And we see dramatically higher volumes on gold than we do on crypto. Now, some of that is due to the fact that because of our positioning as a platform for crypto natives to express their views on traditional markets, they typically don't come to us specifically for trading BTC, although for those who are managing your portfolios more holistically, just on Ostium, you see a combination. But I think the fact that our traders were disproportionately trading gold relative to any, trading more gold than any of the crypto assets that we offer should tell you something. In terms of what the general sentiment is among crypto natives or sort of the general trading community that cut their teeth on crypto, people are pretty bearish on just the markets more generally within crypto over the next like 6 to 9 months. I would say sort of the consensus view seems to be that markets are bearish for crypto until about September. Wow. And I think some of that is coming from anticipation around rate cuts only coming once there's a Fed chair transition and it needing a little bit of time to catch up before that would actually impact driving people into more risk on assets. It's just a very, I think over the last year we've seen a very interesting transition from the majority of crypto bulls seeing it as a
BAM! God!
Sort of the original focus of this like hedge.
I came very close to getting that.
Towards people just viewing it as more of a risk on asset class. I think that's been more of a consensus like traditional markets take, but I think a lot of crypto resisted that take, thinking that it was a safe haven, and I think that view has evolved to be a little bit more in line with sort of the traditional view.
Calidora, really fascinating chat. I really love the insight.
I'm sitting here,
We've completely
and I seen this big red candle, and I got occupied on something else, and I turned around.
As far as tokenization is,
then I saw
next
that.
time around, but really appreciate it. Stay warm here in chilly New York City. I will talk to you next time. Calidora there, Keenan Lynn, CEO, I should say co-founder and CEO of Ostium, joining us here on the trading floor. Coming up, we will get a closer look at the big picture from the team over at Charles Schwab. Morning Trade Live. We'll be
Tweezer
right back.
bottom. I mean, that would have been perfect. I'm telling you, that there.
I'm Diane King Hall on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When markets
$1 to $7. I mean, $1 to $1.79.83.
Network.com.
Oh God.
How's it going?
First day, so sometimes
Next.
Try it again.
You could have done better.
It's so easy to trade this.
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab. Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade.
So we're at a resistance level here on the /ES. We break that, we're going to go a lot higher.
Schwab Trade Desk. Our
Did
team
you
of
hear me?
passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions.
Say
no
yes.
matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly.
688942 on the /ES. To the penny.
Good morning, Trade Live. Analysts at Seaport Research and HSBC have upgraded Intel stock this morning. Seaport now views the stock as a buy and thinks the new Panther Lakes products should drive near-term improvement for Intel in enterprise and consumer segments. HSBC upgrading the shares to hold and points to agentic AI driving upside to server CPU demand. So let's just take a look at some of the names in this space.
Should I eat
Intel
lunch before I
is
go?
higher by 5.6%, as we mentioned a little earlier. AMD also up today, almost 2%, but we do have Nvidia lower, down 3% off the back of some
I got to get my
perhaps in
my
China with regards to H200. We'll talk about that later.
fourth quarter
Broadcom is also lower by about 3%
taxes
right now.
taxes
What you're
in.
seeing there is
I
not
got
the true reflection of the price action right now. A little
till
bit
the
of
end
glitch
of
in
the
the technical
month.
system, but we are lower by
My
about 3%.
accountant ain't got them ready. And
All
I'm
right,
going,
coming
what the
back
hell?
to welcome back to Morning Trade Live. It's time now for the big picture. So let's welcome in the team from Charles Schwab. Today we've got Joe Mazzola, head trading derivatives strategist Charles Schwab, and Cooper Howard, director of fixed income research and strategy, Schwab Center for Financial Research.
This is
All
some
right,
good
Joe,
advice.
talk to us about this sell-off. We've got the Dow
I've been in
down.
business
We've
for
come off the lows now,
35
540 points or so, but just talk us through what you're seeing there.
35, maybe a little
I'm
bit.
going to leave a little bit
Probably
more of the
35.
fixed income talk to Cooper, but you have to address it. I mean, this is an equity rally that was contingent upon
Number one priority after you get your business established.
and we broke
I
out of that
mean, even
range.
before that,
And whether it's the
when your
Japanese,
taxes are due,
government bonds,
pay 'em.
yields, starting to really kind of skyrocket, and whether
Make
that's
that your
into our
number one
10-year kind of
priority.
skyrocketing just under 4.3%. That spillover has hit our
We
equity
just now
market.
broke
Add
out
to
big
that
time.
Some of the macro news that we got over the weekend in Greenland, and you
These
start
are the
to see
683s
some of the
are up
European
huge.
unions or countries starting to sell some of our fixed income products, and yeah, it leads to volatility in the fixed income market, which has spilled over into the equity markets. Now, that being said, there still are some pockets of strength in the equity markets. We still see, material sector holding up well. We're still seeing, a decent breadth in industrials. We're still seeing it in energy, and to a certain extent, healthcare. And so, those are some of the pockets of strength below the surface. I don't know if we're going to set all-time highs, without IT, communication services, and discretionaries participating. But all that being said, while it seems like it's a pretty decent washout today, we're down, 1.3, 1.4%. It seems like it could be worse, but look, there's a lot on the table this week to pay attention to, whether or not that's Davos, earnings. I guess we got one thing came off the table today, and that's the Supreme Court. So maybe that takes off some of that volatility. But yeah, it's an interesting week.
Yeah, to say the least. Obviously, we're going to be tracking what the financial elite have to say over in Davos. With that constant stream of news flow there. But as you mentioned, it really is a fixed income story today. So let's switch gears to you, Coop. Obviously, we saw that breakout from the 420 resistance last week, and now we're looking at 429. Obviously, the Treasury sell-off being on a combination of factors this morning. I've seen everything from, of course, what's happening with the JGB yields. I've mentioned that on the 40-year that's actually ticked past that 4% level for the first time on record. Then, of course, you've got some of the concerns in the market around, who's going to fund Greenland if Trump wants to buy it. Just talk us through the price action today.
The SPX is at the 63.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot that's been going on in the market today, and I think Joe really hit the nail on the head. Is that very much everything is intertwined.
It's pretty.
So if you look at what's happening in the Treasury market, a lot of that's just a spillover of what's happening in the Japanese market. So Japanese 10-year yields, just to put a number on it,
This could be another one of them big days today. I think it's markets in turmoil all over nothing.
Into our markets. Now, as far as how much more this has to go, I think that's going to be very dependent upon a lot of different things that are out there. So like Joe had mentioned, there's geopolitical concerns, there's turmoil over concerns over what's happening globally. There's also concerns that inflation isn't turning back down lower to our 2% target. So overall, there's a lot of different things that are coming out. And yes, there is the Supreme Court narrative, the Supreme Court issue that is up. I wouldn't say that that's something
AVGO down $10.
I'd say, Joe, that's probably put on the back burner
Google
for
down.
now.
This is the one they've been pumping
with
the
a
heck
decision
out of.
on it. Maybe just a little semantics of which word choice to choose there. But in terms of does this have additional yields or additional legs to run on, I wouldn't be surprised if we move up a little bit. So I would guess that we would have
they pumped the shit out of it and
relative to
dropped
move
$20
lower.
in the past
So
3
the reason
days,
being
4
is
days.
that if you look at what's happening
could
in
drop
our
more.
markets, inflation still isn't turning
They could
back
drop a
down
lot
2%,
more.
So that puts a little bit of a floor under longer-term bonds. Geopolitical concerns and a higher term premium, that puts a floor under longer-term bonds.
It's
also,
up.
The Fed
Look here, it's up 140%.
it's highly unlikely that they're going to cut interest rates. So I do think that also puts a little bit of a floor under longer term.
150%.
So a lot of things happening right now. But if we look at where yields are likely to move,
in a
I'd
year,
say there's probably more upside than there is downside.
Okay, and
I
Joe,
wouldn't trade
obviously you touch on what we're seeing as far as the spillover effect into
Unless
the
I was
equity
to
market.
short it
It's
to
obviously a big week,
285.
as you touched on. We've got some earnings out later this afternoon. In fact, all this week we've got some key names. Obviously, thinking Netflix, thinking United, GE, Intel as well. Throw in the mix the Fed's preferred gauge of inflation, the PCE. What has the scope, do you think, to move the needle the most?
Ooh, interesting. I would say at this point probably the PCE, just because as Cooper mentioned, inflation really hasn't shown much resistance at this level. I mean, it's right around 3%. Yeah, you can make the case that it's just a little bit below 3%, but you know, it's definitely not moved towards the Fed's preferred rate of around 2. So I would say that's a really important number to keep an eye on. And just to give you a little bit of insights and maybe kind of what I'm seeing in the volatility markets, which I think would help with what is happening in equities as well. On Friday, after the asset announcement, you started to see a lot of hedging come in on the SPX, so basically from the institutions, and I think that's kind of spilled over as well. So you've seen the VIX go up, you've seen some of those hedges in place, pushing that put skew up a little bit. So there was a little of anticipation, maybe not necessarily what was going to happen over the weekend, but there's some volatility this week, and it makes sense, Sam, because think about it, as you just mentioned, we're only about 8 or 9% of the way through the earnings. And we got some big names coming out this week, plus the macro data specifically around the PCE data this week. And yeah, there's a lot for investors to kind of chew their teeth on.
There certainly is. Coop, let's just get back to you. As far as some of the headlines we're learning about coming out of Davos as well, I saw that Besant has been saying that Trump could pick the next Fed chair next week. Interesting around the timing. I don't know what your thoughts are on that. Obviously then with respect to the probabilities, what's being baked into the market at this stage around future rate cuts, particularly with respect to now what the BOJ might or might not do, and all those cross currents. Was having a fascinating chat with
IWM breaking out.
Platform. I don't know if you heard just a little bit earlier with traders who cut their teeth in crypto.
New high on
bearish,
SPX.
she said, on crypto until September. And that's predicated on the
SPY
fact
calls
that
are
there's so many
224.
balls up in the air right now.
These are the
just gotta wait and see where it
683s.
lands. What are your thoughts on all of that as far as rates coming down are concerned?
Yeah, so I do think there are so many balls up in the air of what could potentially happen with the economy as well as inflation going forward. And that relates to what we're
pretty
expecting
world
from the Fed.
today.
We're still in the camp, Sam, of expecting
Look
1
at
to
the
2 rate cuts
sunshine.
this year. Now, dependent upon
I got
how things develop,
goosebumps.
and I'd really capitalize, highlight, put it in bold, dependent upon how things develop. And given how many balls are up in the air,
I'll be right
I
back.
think that's the big key. So, like Joe and I had mentioned before, we're not really seeing a decline in inflation. PCE is going to be a big important one this week in terms of what that outlook for inflation is. And then going forward, there's a number of different changes at the Fed. So especially Chairman Powell and what is going to happen with that. So if there are concerns that President Trump nominates somebody that is viewed by the market as maybe having a much more dovish bias, then that could be concerns for longer term yields. So that could stoke fears of inflation and push longer term yields much higher. So we do think, yes, there are a number of balls that are still up in the air, but if everything plays out as we expect, we're still in the camp of about 1 to 2 rate cuts this year, Sam.
Okay, 1 to 2. Great stuff, guys. Really appreciate your insights today, gentlemen. Thanks so much for joining me. Joe Mazzola, head trading derivatives strategist at Charles Schwab, and Cooper Howard, director of fixed income research and strategy.
233,
boom.
boom.
Research coming up. It's time for the morning trade. We'll take a closer look at Netflix ahead of this afternoon's earnings report. Morning Trade Live will be right back.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, the SIBO, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on schwabnetwork.com.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
back on Morning Trade Live. Let's focus on Netflix. The company announced this morning that it's amending its agreement to purchase Warner Brothers to an all-cash transaction. The deal will still value Warner Brothers at $27.75 per share, and Warner shareholders are expected to vote on the agreement in April. So let's look across the board with respect to some of these media stocks in the business. And in the running here, we've got Netflix up 0.7%, Warner Brothers Discovery heading in the other direction, and Paramount Skydance just on the line to the downside at the moment. So a bit of a mixed picture across this space this morning. That's the focus of the morning trade. So joining us for a closer look at this story is Marley Caden, who better to follow the twists and turns of the drama. Netflix releasing its fourth quarter earnings also after the close today. And you and I have been talking about this last week, actually, just as a bit of a preview of this report card, as far as this sort of overhang, how, obviously investors are going to try to look past what is going on with this soap opera on the side. But just talk us through some of the expectations here coming from the analyst, Marley.
Good morning, Sam. Yeah, I think they're not going to be able to look past it. I do think it is going to be a big part of the conversation. But as far as expectations, for the numbers, earnings expected to rise about 28% year over year to 55 cents per share. Revenue expected to come in just below $12 billion. That would represent year-over-year growth of about 17%. Now, since Netflix has become embroiled in this acquisition drama, shares have lost about 15% of their value since announcing the merger on December 5th. Now, this is sort of weighing on the stock's near-term trajectory, so that's why I think it will be a part of at least the call, especially with the announcement of this adjustment to an all-cash offer on the day of earnings. Other things that will be in focus here, how well Netflix is monetizing its ad-supported tier, its pricing power, especially as ad revenue becomes a more meaningful part of the business and retention improves in that segment. Also, any update on metrics, churn trends, content performance, especially since they don't give any detailed subscriber numbers anymore. Commentary on this deal, of course, will be important, and also any updates on their gaming segment. Not a big revenue driver right now, but Netflix does keep doubling down on that. This is what they believe the future to be. It's the next sort of streaming component. So those are sort of the things that are in focus right now. But of course, we'll be covering this on Market on Close today after
Ladies are in
bell
black
rings.
today.
So we will have these earnings for you, but that's the expectation for now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, particularly with respect to where the stock has been heading, and that is in one direction since sort of the back end of last year. But everyone will need to keep their eyes on it. Marley, of course, breaking those numbers out later this afternoon. Thanks so much for getting us across the preview for us. Let's trade it now with Charles Moon, stock strategist across the Trading Academy. Very good morning to you, Charles. How are you approaching your example trade for Netflix today?
Very aggressively and with a bit of risk. Looking at this week's expiration calls, the 95 strike. The implied moves around $6.50, but there's great value, great upside value in the near term. The stock has been working lower. Expectations are a bit lower in this sense. And again, if they come out with strong earnings, this is a stock that can really jump and exceed the expected move around $6.50. Now, I'm going to be looking at this week's expiration, the 95 strike. I like it about $1.10. What I'm going to be risking is essentially the premium, but I believe that if they jump off earnings, they could get as high as $99. That would put these contracts at around $3.30, as high as around $4.20, depending on how the stock will trade the following day. So, this is a bit of an all or nothing play. They do move lower on earnings. Yeah, they expect to lose the premium, but again, there's great value to the upside. Expectations are
none of their pumps are holding anymore.
So it's just setting up and priming for a potential breakout here.
Okay, just your overall thoughts on the market action today.
I remember all these pumps they pumped last week.
We are off
None of
these
them are
sessions lows now, but obviously we've got these renewed tariff fears in the market and obviously concerns around Greenland. Just talk us through your thoughts this morning.
Yeah, and again, anytime we're trading at the all-time highs or near the all-time highs,
I don't chase those pumps at all. I really don't.
Any news is going to cause a lot of shakiness, a little bit more reverberation than you normally would see.
I got stuck in so many of them.
Investors always look for a reason to kind of take risk off.
It's 288.
This is
all the way to 351 in
we still have to wait
20
on
days.
so
it's $70.
And this is kind of a news-driven market right now, so. things
below the
are
200.
more designed to be shorter term than longer term.
200 could be it.
I would
200,
expect
200,
volatility.
200,
I expect
200.
commodities, especially in the precious metals like silver and gold, to continue to inch higher here. We'll see when the markets decide to finally ease off the gas pedal in either direction. But
This is your
right
first
now, I
support
think
right
that
now.
won't happen until there's some sort of
On TSM.
something resolved either between.
But here's
the
another
EU
one. I mean,
and
look
the
at this
US
shit.
or Greenland or all of the above at this moment.
Yeah,
We
we're like
need a
cats
correction.
staring at a wall of laser pointers this week with everything coming out of Davos and, of course, the
134
earnings and,
all the way to
PCE
351
on tap
in
as
a
well.
year.
Charles, always appreciate your thoughts. Thanks so
Hello.
much for joining us today. Appreciate it. Charles Moonstock,
Hello.
the Academy. Coming up, we'll take a closer look at the sectors on the move today, this morning, and what's to watch in global markets.
Boeing wants it bad. 250 was a target. So in 2 months, this is up. Oh, God. Almost $70. Maybe it's to the triple top high or the previous high, somewhere around 239.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's
239.40.
shaping early market
I'd set an
action.
alert right
10
around there.
Options corner, futures focus.
A $10
technical
dip.
Analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every
$9
trading
dip.
day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on
United
Twitch.
Airline earnings are intimate. The most accurate analysis, revised forecasts ahead of earning
Connected to what moves
calls.
markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are.
European airline orders 787s.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that
This is on
shape
Boeing.
investor decisions. All with
Maintains a
expert
buy
analysis
rating to
and actionable
290 from
context.
275
From inflation
from
data to
Jefferies.
sector rotations, earnings
So they're
to policy.
upgrading the
It's a
upgrades
comprehensive view of the market
from
every
250
trading day.
to
Trading
270.
360. In-depth
Well, this is
market coverage
275,
straight
but
from Chicago.
my
Weekdays at
target
11
was
a.m.
250.
Eastern on Schwab Network.
So to go back to 240.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. I'm Sam
Jump
Barnett,
in it,
coming to you
run
live
back
from the New
to
York Stock Exchange.
275.
It's time now to take a look at the sectors that are moving markets this morning. So
I'd
we've got
set an
Alex
alert for
Coffey standing
240.
by to join me now to break down his thoughts on the market.
Right
So
at the bottom
very
of
good
that
morning to you,
gap
Alex.
right
Hope you had a
there.
nice long weekend. What are you seeing out there as
248.7.
far as some of these sectors on the move this morning?
Yeah, it's pretty bleak looking, although as you were discussing either a segment or two ago, the market has recovered off its lows
That'd be
as
a
the
gap
U.S.
trade.
traders started to take control of the wheel.
240.88.
So that's an interesting dynamic that I
That's to the
think
penny.
is emblematic of the last
So it should
several
raise
years,
that up
which
just a
is
little bit.
Overseas, there
Make it
is still a
241.
sell USA trade, but in America, there tends to be Americans buying that dip. We'll see if that can continue still under pressure here
leave it right
today,
there.
but pretty
I'll give
bleak
you enough time
nonetheless, as only one of the sectors is higher, and that's energy. Energy is up
230,
about
241.37.
but right now only about 28% of the S&P 500 components are higher. So a lot of red across the screen and pretty broad base selling. Now, there is no
We're above the orb
sector that's
on
down
the
more than
SPX.
consumer discretionary at 1.5%. But also, the average move is probably over 0.5%, and so close to 1% for an average move when you look at these sectors. So pretty broad-based in the selling performance so far today.
Randy?
Sam. But all in all, relatively contained.
Is Randy going to hold the fort down?
The
Magnificent.
backdrop coming in was very, very low volatility, essentially all-time high prices. Sometimes that's a dried out forest that doesn't
Did you have any
need
bacon
much
this morning?
to spark a bit of a fire.
And I mean, you had Dan Ives out with a note this morning, who's actually in Davos right now, saying, you know, on
When's the last time you had any bacon?
Buying many of our names, and you know, all the usual suspects. We're very familiar with the ones that he likes. You know, Microsoft.
You ever asked a Jew when's the last time you ever had bacon?
Although we are seeing Nvidia lower today, obviously on some of these headlines around, you know, who's in charge? Is it Beijing or the customs officials over in?
That's quite offensive, sir.
The fate of the H200 chips. Now the product suppliers are actually holding off on some of their production now. Just talk us through what you're seeing as far as the Mag 7 names are concerned this morning, Alex.
Yeah, the picture doesn't get better, Sam, if you isolate the Magnificent 7 out from the rest of the market. If anything, it actually, you know, makes the picture a little bit worse. The Magnificent 7, if it was indexed, is down about 1.7%, and all 7 are lower on the day, Sam. So
we're on a roll today, Jim.
Our analysis begins and ends here. We know there's more to the story today, but this part of it is certainly not helping relieve any pressure.
Certainly is not. That is a sea of red, as you can see on our screen right there. Thanks so much, Alex, for helping us out this morning, breaking that all down for us as far as sectors and the Mag 7 is concerned. Turning our attention to the market sell-off now.
Well,
European stocks tumbling on these renewed tariff concerns as the world's financial elite gather for the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland.
Who was the guy that was having some issues mentally
expected to hit
that
France,
left?
Germany, the UK, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland and the Netherlands.
See how he's
European
doing.
leaders have slammed this as, quote, wrong and unacceptable. French luxury getting hit hard after Trump separately threatened 200% tariffs on French wine and champagne after France reportedly rejected an invitation to join President Trump's board of peace on Gaza. Shares in LVMH, which owns champagne brands like Moet, Dom Perignon and Veuve, as well as shares in Remy Cointreau, are under pressure. Sounds like a bad weekend. Asian equities also getting pummeled overnight. Investors are keeping a close eye on the Japanese market, as we've been talking about, as Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi is expected to dissolve Parliament and call a snap election in a matter of weeks. Concerns about Japan's spending plans has seen the yield on Japan's 40-year government bond rising above 4% for the first time ever.
Asian stocks move lower as Japanese bond yields soar.
30-year yields climbing in Germany and the UK today. We're seeing that spill over here in the US. Coming up, it's time for Inside Out. We'll take a look at
I wonder how that new Japanese lady's doing.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves. Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Alex Coffey.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's market.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
This is a make or break level for this stock. And that could certainly be short to near-term catalysts.
Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on the Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Back on Morning Trade Line, United Airlines will be in the spotlight this afternoon when the company reports fourth quarter earnings. Analysts are expecting adjusted EPS of $2.98, up on revenue of more than $15 billion. Here's a look at the 4 major American airlines airlines in early Tuesday trade ahead of United's report, and we're all down across the board. United down 1.7, so
Airlines are taking a beating.
Delta down 2%. That's our underperformer. American Airlines also down over 1% this morning. So let's go inside out on United Airlines ahead of its report coming out later. Joining us now is Tom Hesse, founder of the Seven's report. Thanks so much for joining this morning, Tom. So expectations for United?
Good morning, and thank you very much for having me on. Yeah, the stakes are increased a little bit on the United earnings report because last week it's really most alike competitor Delta posted disappointing guidance. So I think that the bar has been lowered a little bit for United into this earnings print.
Idiots.
But I expect very strong results. There's nothing to tell us that the premium airlines have seen business slow down, but
No.
the focus is going to be on guidance. And markets are going to want to see United push back against that caution from Delta last week.
Okay, so what is it that they've got to say in that guidance, do you think, to reassure the market and sort of differentiate themselves?
They we just had a new high.
Which really sets the tone as far as the major airlines are concerned.
Yeah, Delta and United are really best of breed in the airline stocks for many people's view. And really for United, look to that guidance, right? The guidance should be 1250 to 1450, at least that's what it was last quarter. We're not going to want to see that cut. We're actually like to see that reaffirmed, and if they reaffirm that guidance because Delta was cautious, that should be a boost for the stock. More specifically, United, we're going to want to hear strong commentary on the front of the plane, which is the premium portion of the plane where many of these airlines make the most money. And then also international. United and Delta are a very large international footprint. You're going to want to hear good things on that segment as well.
Okay, so we want to hear a little bit less sort of cautious guidance as we heard from Delta. What other sort of metrics are you looking at? Because obviously it was a good year for the airlines, just obviously off the back of how bearish we were at the start of last year, and things sort of looked better than they had perhaps anticipated. What's the story this year with everything in mind with respect to where we're at with now the renewed tariff concerns, obviously around where the consumer is at, where interest rates are at. What's the narrative for these airlines, do you think?
So the narrative is a bit cautious, right? I think that as we start this year very similarly as we started last year, because if we step back, there are a lot of things that can go wrong for an airline. I mean, we do have international sanctions again. That's going to impact international travel. It didn't last year, but it does it this year, right? There's all this talk of tariff and higher
There's a knife right there.
Crunch affordability, right? Where now all of a sudden we're seeing these
We're at our first support. SPY.
Put people in the seats, and that compresses their margin. That's a risk. Then we have the ever-present fuel issues.
We're at our first support here on the SPY.
Prices rebound. And then finally, we're talking about a K-shaped economy. Do people
We're going to go out next day,
both business and personal, on the front of that plane, which is your first class, your business class, your
21st
sort of main cabin plus, that really drives the vast majority of the margins? Or do we see people sort of cycling lower into the middle to the back of that plane, which can be break even or even a bit of a loss leader for these airlines?
687s.
So look, there's a lot of things that can go wrong, but they're very similar to what was wrong last year, and the airlines performed well. The consumer stayed robust.
Oh gosh!
The benefit of the doubt until we're proven wrong, because the consumer has stayed resilient and unemployment remains very low.
Yeah, quite often, and as you pointed out, Delta more sort of aligned with United as far as what they're doing with respect to being able to fill the front of the plane as well. Quite often with these airlines, they do sort of follow suit as far as, sort of moving in sympathy as far as the performance in the stock off the back of what we hear from these guys. Is there anything from United that we're likely to hear today, do you think, that could move the needle for the sort of broader industry? Or is this going to be a sort of a case this year of really seeing who's emerging as the winners and the losers more so?
I think if United really pushes back against Delta's caution and says, and they've done this, in previous reports where they come out and say, no, we're seeing strong demand from the consumer. There's no signs of any sort of a falling off of the consumer. Then I think that helps the airlines more broadly. I mean, I think for the industry this year, consolidation is obviously going to be an important theme. We still have Spirit out there that's looking to finally be acquired by somebody and see a deal finalized there. So you're going to see some more consolidation in the industry. but it does come down to demand. And if United is positive on demand, I think that could help really offset what we saw from Delta last week.
Not what they do, but what they say. Tom Essay, really appreciate it. Thanks for the setup. Founder at Stevens Report. We'll speak to you next time. Let's trade it now with Tom White, host of Fast Market. Very good morning to you, Tom. Hope you had a nice long weekend. An example trade for us for United. What's the approach this morning?
Yeah, Sam, the earnings volatility is relatively elevated, but the IV percentile ranks only about 25%. This has been one of those choppy trades over the last couple of years, but we did have that nice recent rally to fresh all-time highs. We're about 6% below those levels.
117.
Option market pricing in about a plus or minus 6% move in the shares. Either way, in this one, about $6.40. Plus or minus in this one. So I looked at a strategy after that Delta earnings, and your guest kind of talked about this. Delta earnings kind of took some steam out of maybe what we're expecting.
They can come down here and hit these,
they're going to focus on the
these two right here if this does not hold.
Maybe.
So I'm going to jump right out of it.
As far as fuel pricing also,
take
is
small
going
little
to go
loss.
right to margin. So I looked at a strategy that kind of follows what we saw in Delta, which was a relatively muted move, even though expectations are pretty elevated. So looked at a neutral short iron condor here. Sometimes refer to this as a short iron butterfly because we are selling the same call and put in the middle of this iron condor here. So in the January 23rd weekly cycle, so just 3 days to expiration, really short-term positioning, earnings type play. We're going to sell the 111 strike call and the 111 strike put. So you're going to sell at the money straddle. And then against it, because we want to stay risk defined, I'm going to buy the out of the money 104 strike put, and then buy the out of the money 118 strike call. So this is basically just outside that one standard deviation, a $7 wide short iron butterfly. You're going to collect a credit of roughly about $5.10 on this. That's what you can potentially make. You can see here from the risk profile, it apexes out right where you sell that short 111 call and put. Now, our break-evens, if I collect that 510 credit, are going to be down just below 106 on the downside and just above 116 on the upside. So I've got a nice wide range, about that one standard deviation on this trade to remain potentially profitable. It's positive time decay or theta also. So this will decrease in value as we get closer to expiration, but a neutral strategy here in UAL.
Okay, good look at UAL this morning ahead of its key earnings report out later today. Let's see what it does. Let's see what it says as far as some of the guidance is concerned. Thanks for the example trade for us this morning. We are down
now
2% on
now we're
this
getting a little bit careless here.
We do see a more risk-off tone in these markets with the renewed tariff concerns and the threats on Greenland. Thanks so much for joining us here on Morning Trade Live. I'm Sam Vardis. Download the Schwab Network app. Available in the Apple App Store and tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. We've got Trading 360 coming up with Marley Caden. Have a great
meet that person.
day.
I shouldn't have jumped in this trade. I should have waited. 22 degrees outside, 24.
Schwab Bank Investor
2 degrees warmer.
Checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed
stayed in
for
Hawaii.
investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That
So
means
far,
you can
not
stop
looking too
waiting
good.
and start investing in stocks,
We're
bonds,
holding.
money market funds, and more. Get
But if it dips
with
below this
Schwab
little
Bank
support
Investor
here, I
Checking,
got to get
the
out.
checking account built for investors.
I'm going to put that support line in here so we'll know what it is.
Where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
It is.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a
683.07.
sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking
Major
news, and
support.
sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data,
Back to
veteran
even.
traders, and trusted
Go.
financial
There you go.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7.
Come on, get another big old fat candle there.
SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, they didn't know what our family would become.
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world.
129.
We totally met with their wishes.
Well, the way this thing's acting, I'd make a business decision.
5 years, through purchasing of houses, opening up our
Oh!
business, having children. They were there for us.
I want to invest.
Thank you very much, God. I love you.
Help me give my family
I'm
a
out.
happy financial future.
Just in time.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the
So my
Schwab
name's
Network app
Washboard
and
Jim.
get live
I'm the founder of the
coverage
Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy. What I talk about chart patterns. I got January spelt wrong here. Get that grade pen out, please. Mark, what did you think about that? Are you impressed? Hell of a call. Well, I'm going to walk you through it here. Oh, God, why do you do this to
Good
me?
morning. We're 90 minutes into the trading day. Welcome to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden, coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters.
135 all
Here's what we have
out.
coming up for you in today's show. We'll take a look at how
Okay.
AI is driving retail spending, diving into some of the data
Hello.
that shaped holiday
My name's
shopping this
Elizabeth.
year. That's in our
I'm the
60
girl that you
spotlight.
named your
Also,
vacuum
Intel
cleaner
upgraded
after.
to HSBC to
Remember
hold
when I made that
reduced with a
joke
price
up?
target of $50 up from
And I
$26.
told you, what do
George
you
Tillis
do?
will
You
walk
think I
us through
suck
that,
or
though, and
something?
also have an example trade for us in our disruptor. And DR Horton reported earnings this morning. We'll break
So
down
as we
that
approach
report.
this
Take a look at where the
trade,
home builder stands
Jimmy called out the
here in our
63
360 round.
EMA.
Lots to cover today, but let's take a look at how the markets are faring.
And as we
we head
approach
into
the
trading
second
day on
dip
this Tuesday morning, we are seeing
on the
this CFO
EMA,
this morning. The S&P
we started
down
to
more
build
than
another
1%,
foundation.
62. Same story on the Nasdaq at 25.
Now that foundation
25.
brings it
On
all the way
downward,
back
Dow
over here to
2%
these
lower,
two candles, these three candles right here where we had to slow.
this morning, and the Russell 2000 down 0.5%.
So I consolidated off the bodies of these candles right here, and I said if we go below
more
that,
than 1% at 428. We are
we
holding
would
outside
become
of
very
that
bearish,
range.
and
We've
we'd
been
probably
stuck
run
in.
down here and hit the
at
200.
98.30. That is slightly lower on
But
the day.
instead,
Gold moving higher, another
again,
record high
we
here,
come in with an
47.4210. We're above the 4,700 mark, up more than 3% this morning. Crude oil also trading higher up.
Little inverted hammers.
Above $60 a barrel at 60.10 right now.
And we're still maintaining that support
Again after trying
off the
to
body of that
recapture some
red
of those
candle
higher prices
and the
get
body of
back
that one.
into the 100,000 range. We're now at 90,720, down more than 5%.
So as we approach the second dip, I jumped in the trade.
Stocks on the move today, bringing our first guest, Alex Coffey, our senior equities contributor here on
Holding
the
it
network,
up.
to talk about AppLovin. We've seen some seesawing from AppLovin this morning after we got
This
a
previous
new
support
report
level right
on
here.
them, from Capital Watch, a cautious report. Walk us through what they're saying there and some of the market action we've seen.
Yeah, I like that you set it up as sort of a seesaw because it's at about 1%, kind of in line with the market's move. It's a higher beta
Jimmy said
stock.
we'd probably
You might
run
say,
this
"Hey,
back
what's
up."
the story here?" But that doesn't really tell us the full story. Stock was down
Now,
like
this
$5
yellow line
share
right
in the
here.
pre-market, a little illiquid, but it has recovered quite a bit. As you mentioned, Capital Watch
Comes off this
which is
early
an
flag we had this
investigation
morning.
and fund analysis firm. Basically,
That we called
issued a
out.
report suggesting compliance risk and potential financial crimes.
And then it came up,
within
stopped on that early
AppLovin
flag.
Corporation.
So
Now,
then
they
we have a
allege
triple
that
top
the
right
primary
here
shareholder,
for resistance
Hao
level.
Tang, and associated networks may have bypassed
So you want to catch these little
controls to inject funds from China,
support
Southeast
resistance
Asia into
levels.
U.S. capital markets. This led to a sort of situation where you saw aggressive selling And you can see the stocks, actually outperforming the market now. But as the market opened, as the day rolled on,
Come
there
on.
was buying, obviously, that has happened. I should note, too, this has led to a tremendous surge in the volume, not only of the equities, but the bonds surrounding, this company, as well as options as well. So
you got one top,
activity
two
happening.
top,
And it's not the first
triple
time
top,
either that short
out of the trade.
sellers or,
No hesitation.
issue, analysis have suggested things that are a little bit maybe not on the up and up when it comes to Apple.
So that's what I call my scalp off to 63. Now that's a double bottom.
Both published short reports last year, and the Bear Cave as well issued.
So you got snake breakout pullback. Now you got an inverse head and shoulders ready to come back and run up and hit number 4 and break out to the
It's really
upside.
interesting covering this company whenever something cautious or potentially negative, sort of an unconfirmed negative, we'll call it that.
Now any new trader would come in here and say, what the hell is he talking about?
Following some of those fuzzy panda reports that the SEC, can see the spikes here, that the SEC was investigating the business after a
I don't even know if I'm talking about.
We saw very similar price
Well,
action there, too.
if I'm
We
correct,
saw,
what I'm
a
talking
sharp
about, I'm
downward
just.
move. Then we saw them recover. They ended up, I think, closing the day out a little better.
I think
than
this
the
week's
market
lesson
did.
ought to be on how you can build a strategy on how to learn how to trade
To potentially
of
negative
your own
commentary
personality.
around business performance.
Yeah, and in a way, if we kind of took a macro assessment and use sort of an analogy, it's very similar to when geopolitics.
See, now we've pulled back. See a triple top?
presents a tremendous risk.
How many times have I said
Continues to escalate
the
down
triple
that
top
path
is
of
bearish?
what's being sort of alleged.
How many times has CNBC told you the triple top is bullish?
Repricing events, but if it isn't true, it also presents a tremendous amount of potential opportunity. And the same goes for the overall
Because they're
market
full
around
of shit.
geopolitics. So what I would say is it increases the volatility of outcomes tremendously.
It's a potential breakout, but the odds of it are very slim.
You could see dramatic repricing, increases that risk, but with that risk, potential for greater reward as well.
Yeah, certainly. And we can see, the market's sort of weathering this one this morning. Alex, we appreciate you being with us. It's Alex Coffey, co-host of Next Gen
JP
Investing.
Morgan
I do want to broaden things
ain't
out
done
and talk
crap.
more about the macro market and outlook. Bring in our next guest, joining us, Anthony Soccaro, president of Providence
PLTR
Financial
new
and
high.
Insurance Services. Good morning to you, Anthony. We're really now into the kick of earnings season
That
here. We're about to
PDD,
get some
it's,
big names.
oh, that's down another
reporting
6
this week.
points.
But we are,
Another $9
starting
when
the
I
week off on
pointed
a
it
much
out yet
more
last
negative
week.
note, I think, than anyone
PDD.
anticipated.
That's
So
one
what
you
are
need
your
to have
thoughts
on
the
your
market
watch list
action
for
we
China.
might see this week with some of the big names reporting, but the market action we're
For
seeing
long.
in response to some of the
Oh,
commentary
look at this here
weekend.
pullback.
Yeah, well, there's certainly no shortage.
Now we got a 1, 2, 3. Triple bottom is totally different than triple top.
But that goes
So you got a
back to
triple
tariffs.
bottom here now.
And this reminds me a lot of Liberation Day when the market went down several thousand points immediately after
Triple bottom is
Trump's
bullish.
announcement of tariffs kind of broad sweeping. And it's
A triple top is
reminds me of
bearish.
that, but of course not to the same scale. But tariffs then fall back to inflation. That's the concern that tariffs bring.
Now, I
is
wasn't
that
ready
it's
to
gonna
take
be
that trade, or I would
there's
probably
gonna be
would
more
have.
tariffs on
But
the,
I got to go meet this guy and
exporters,
come back.
exporters rather. Then what's going
We
to happen
got
is that those prices
groceries in the refrigerator, so honey.
And here in the U.S.,
Come back and have
we're in a
lunch.
consumer-driven economy. If things are more expensive, then consumers are going to spend less, and of course, that's going to ultimately affect the earnings
I'm gonna
reports
make
of
chicken
these
soup
companies.
tonight.
If the tariffs get muted,
Well, I might make
or
it
go
this
away,
afternoon.
which they haven't, but they've been very tame ultimately compared to what Trump had, had set in motion.
Take you along with me and
Day,
show you how I make my chicken
then
soup.
Everything should be fine. We haven't seen a huge impact on tariffs yet. The PPI recently ticked up.
Oh, I gotta get cumin.
And that's the manufacturing index, and
You
if
can make
the
it turmeric.
manufacturing whole
Turmeric,
index ticks up
but
a little
I like
bit,
that
could get
cumin one
passed
better.
on to retail. But as the consumer goes, as goes the
Can't believe
economy,
I'm
and
out of
as
cumin.
goes the earnings reports, and as goes the stock market. Right now, the consumer's still strong. It's weakening, but still strong.
With all that said, Anthony, what is your outlook for 2026 in terms of what we're seeing from the
Look one
consumer,
more
what we're
time.
seeing from the
Just
overall
make sure.
economy? And does any of these announcements that we got this weekend and any of the geopolitical risks that may not have existed when you created your outlook, have they changed it at all?
Well, they really haven't changed it as of now because of the fact that Trump is a good negotiator, and I think this is part of a negotiation process in general. I said that back the day after Liberation Day was announced, where essentially this is all going to blow over, it's going to go away, and the market has reached many, many new highs last year as a result of that. So we're not through the woods. You don't know what's going to happen.
Well, am I going to get an
We're
F?
not through the woods yet with this whole scenario, but I think it's just another tactic by Trump, and it seems to be working. But at the end of the day, I don't think it's going to have a huge impact. As far as the outlook on
'Cause I said you like bacon?
The consumer over 2026, GDP is forecasted to be weakening. We had a strong Q3 for GDP. I think it was 4.3%, and it's going to be closer to 2% is what estimates are saying. For this year, so it's going to go down. And that makes sense because the consumer is actually spending less. And it's still strong, but muted because that labor department is muted.
And you mentioned PPI already, but what specifically are you watching when it comes to the consumer to keep a close eye on whether that caution and weakening turns into something that might be a more meaningful pullback in overall spending?
Well, I think that the biggest thing, without any question in my mind, is the labor numbers, the labor market. When I was doing interviews several years ago, two years ago or so, there was 1.9 jobs available for every worker. So a worker could leave and go get another job and probably make more money in the process. If a company wanted to keep a worker like I did, it's hard to go hire new workers. We had to give a lot of raises. And some inflation can be passed on to the consumer. You think like grocery stores and so on, they can pass on the price of commodities to the consumer. Commodities up, commodities down, they can adjust their prices. But that's not the case with wage inflation. Wage inflation is sticky. I can't go back to my employees and tell them, look, we hired you and we gave you a raise, but now we got to take that back. That's a part of why inflation is being so sticky, as goes the consumer, as goes the economy, and I think and the consumer is all based on the labor market right now. It's much softer. Consumers getting softer. Credit card debt starting to rise a little bit. Savings starting to go.
I never took a pay cut until I started my own business. That's something that a lot of people don't understand, how hard it is to keep a business running for so many years and get away with it. So during Obama, I lost, 4 accounts because of Obamacare. And I thought about closing my business down, but I stuck it out. And then Biden, that 35 to 40% inflation on my business about killed me. So I thought of contemplating about quitting. And then here, just the call centers took a big hit during COVID. So I had one of my accounts a couple weeks ago asked me if I'd cut back in my hours and come out there and work 3 days a week instead of 5. So I have to, wake up every morning and okay, am I still going to have an account or for 21 years. So I've had to adjust. Same thing happened during the Clinton years. I got audited twice during the Clinton years. And I thought about quitting. And I did quit. I moved to Hawaii. And I came back and got back into business again. Can't believe I got audited twice during the Clinton years. He did the same thing Biden did. He increased the IRS by 30-some%. And they went after all the small businesses instead of the big fat cats. Do I have any regrets going into business? Nah. I had more freedom than most people probably, but yet a lot more stress. I don't even know where I got all that from. I forgot. Oh, yeah. So I had, during the Obama years, I got, I think, 8 years, I had 11 crimes against me, felonies, from getting shot at, to getting mugged, to getting car broke into, from getting car stolen. And I still kept going. I didn't stop. I still kept in business. Crime was pretty bad back then. People just went nuts. Gun violence. We had like 56 murders in 1 year at that time. Felony, not just break-ins, but I mean, I'm talking about felonies. For some reason, it's not as bad out there at night. I see a lot less cops for some reason too, like I used to. Okay, well, back to trading. Okay, well, he should be there about now. I'll be back in less than a half hour. I'm trying to think of anything else I had to do. We could end up back down here for the around 682 and then finally have the big breakout. So I'm going to leave you with that. 682.35, somewhere in between these two channels right here. Somewhere I'm going to put a little square box there. And that, I think that would catapult it to go up for the rest of the week. And if we get down to that 200, I might jump in it while I'm out there doing my thing. Somewhere right in here. 10-4. Yeah, do-ba-doo. You almost starved? Yep. Okay, well, the crash was easy to call in 2007, and nobody would, I mean, I was like a lone wolf saying, we got a guy running for president for 2 years that has nothing but in every speech badmouth Wall Street. Every single fucking speech. Then he gets in bed with them. And I was telling everybody, I said, we're going to crash. No, we're not. Oh, yes, we are. I mean, every single speech, fat cats. They got so old. Jim, this is Kirk. From who? Yes.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging.
I gotta go. I got just... Kirk, yeah. Oh, shit. I got something else I got to do now. Oh, God. Leave me alone. Hurry up. Yeah, did you need me to run down there?
Yeah, he needs somebody to escort him around.
Okay, I'll be right down there.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yep, I gotta go. Gotta go escort a fire guy.
The 322 roughly would be the potential tipping point that would open the door for a retest of those old highs. When we do look at our moving averages,
fire extinguisher inspection
average has crossed below
Hold
our
the fort down.
lower counterparts there. So our blue 5-day EMA comes in around 312 right now. Our quarterly 63-day EMA in yellow around 314. So the faster crossing below the slower is not what you want to see if you're bullish necessarily here. But remember, these are lagging indicators. We could be already hitting the consolidated phase here that precedes a rally here, and the moving averages just perhaps have just not quite caught up yet here. So take that with a grain of salt, as always here. We can see that RSI still holding true to this downward sloping trend line, still in bearish territory, but remaining out of the oversold area. Our volume profile shows us that the key trading areas from an activity perspective were right about here at the point of control near 310. So that's the most important area of all according to volume profile. Below that though, 300, and above that, 327, 328 or so.
Yeah, right now in that point of control area, about 309, but still about $10 below that tipping point area that you highlighted there, Rick. Now, they are down about 1% right now. This last pick, GE Aerospace, trading the lowest out of your three today. They're down about 1.7% as we see the broader market down. They've got earnings this week, Scott. Is that part of this play?
It absolutely is, and I love the opportunity that the stock is down today, so I can potentially get into something a little bit less expensive. So I love the upside here, especially if the stock breaks the 330 area. There's a lot of room to run here. This is an earnings play. So what I'm doing is I'm selling some really, really expensive volatility that expires this week, buying something else next week. So I'm selling this week's 345 strike call, buying next week's 340 call. So that gives me some upside bias there. It's a diagonal call spread. I'm looking to pay about $1.50 or so for that, maybe a tad higher. That's the risk I have in this. So if earnings flop, stock goes down, that's my risk. But again, I think if we can breach that 330-ish area or so, there's a lot of room on the upside.
All right, so does a breach in the 330 area look likely? And I know, Rick, you always say we can always go higher.
Well, yeah, sure, it's possible. 330 is certainly the area that I would have my eye on as well, because simply that's around where we saw these old highs. 330, 279 was the intraday high. But we did not actually close above 330, so a strong close above 330 would really be something that would stand out in the minds of many traders here. More interestingly as well, we can see that the pattern that's developed is more of a symmetrical triangle type shape here, where we have two trend lines converging toward each other, giving this increasingly narrowing range of activity here. One trend line going up, one trend line going down. Not super unexpected that you'd see something like this heading into an earnings event here, as traders become increasingly wary of maybe putting on big positions before the event risk situation here. But it also gives us some pretty convenient areas to watch for a breakout if you look a little further back to the upside. Obviously 330, as we said already. But if you look back here, we had several old highs near 314. That's around where we held on in terms of support more recently too, despite some fluctuations. Another area, 305, a high point from our range, corresponding with 290 roughly at that period as well, could come back into prominence. When we do look at our moving averages as well, in this case, we are seeing the shorter term moving averages above their slower counterparts here, but much like our first chart, we're in between our weekly and monthly EMAs here. Those come in at 321 and 316 about respectively here. RSI showing a similar shape, but not quite as good here, because both of our trend lines are pointing downward here. So the lows are getting a bit lower here. But again, heading into earnings, this is not really all that unusual. I don't think I would make too terribly much of it as well. When we do look at our volume profile, we can see that down here is the biggest node near current price activity, that 300 level. But near where we are right now, 320 stands out as a point of interest. Before we do hit those highs, that would be the point to hold on to.
All right, we're just underneath that right now, 319.14, even with this 1.8% move to the downside today in GE Aerospace. They will report Thursday morning at 6:30 Eastern. Scott, I want to thank you for being with us for the Big Three today. Scott Bauer, CEO of Prosper Trading Academy, and also Rick Ducat, our lead market technician here, for always breaking down the technicals. Coming up, we're going to spotlight how generative AI is transforming online shopping and driving record-breaking retail traffic and sales. That's next. Stay with us.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech check, options corner, futures focus, technical analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk.
smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network. Stay connected to what moves the markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are. Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden, live in our Chicago headquarters. It's time to spotlight AI-driven traffic, specifically in the retail industry and over the holiday shopping season. Joining us now to help us do that is Vivek Kandia, the lead analyst at Adobe Digital Insights. Vivek, great to see you. I love when you come with your reports. They're so insightful. You know, one of the biggest things that I noticed when reading through the most recent Adobe data is that you saw AI-driven traffic to retail sites jump nearly 700% during the holiday shopping season. I mean, that's just an enormous number. Now, I know you don't have anything to compare it to, but you do have a great deal of expertise. Do you view this as a one-time holiday spike, or are we looking at a more structural shift in how consumers are discovering products?
I absolutely feel that we're in a sort of paradigm shifting moment, really, because of what we've seen over the past 2 years, where this traffic has really been surging. And when we had moments like the sales events that we had last year, the Prime event over the summer, President's Day, and then we had the holiday season where it really ballooned up to that 693% that you mentioned. That being up year over year, seeing that sort of trend continue to be that aggressive, I think speaks to consumers really getting comfortable with generative AI platforms, leaning on it for all the different types of shopping use cases, and essentially using it as an assistant and a personal shopper through moments like these.
And I know when we spoke, in the preview for holiday season, you said you expected to see a big shift towards this AI-driven traffic and AI-generated shopping experience. We did end up seeing that, but when consumers are using this functionality, are we seeing them actually buy the products that AI is picking out for them, or are they just using it as a reference tool?
Well, it's both. You have many consumers using it for shopping lists, a lot of research-driven use cases, but one of the really exciting things we saw this holiday season was traffic from these AI-sourced platforms was up 31% in terms of conversion or likelihood to purchase on-site compared to non-AI source traffic. So when you have conversion rates kind of really pulling away during the holiday season, it's indicative of consumers doing that sort of research on the generative AI platforms, getting onto the site, spending more time on the site, exploring more pages, and feeling more comfortable purchasing. So I think that has a lot of implications for retailers out there.
So Vivek, what you just mentioned, and also, I made some notes after I read through, we saw like big jumps on Black Friday and that Thanksgiving weekend in terms of the conversion from AI into actual purchases. As we're starting to see these huge triple-digit moves to the upside in terms of usage, do you think that retailers are going to start thinking about AI referrals the same way that they think about, or previously thought about being search engine optimized or socially optimized?
Absolutely. Many of the customers we're talking to are definitely prioritizing generative engine optimization and thinking about how they need to show up and how they have to show up differently than they have in the past for these LLMs to pick them up. So really coming through as a brand on multiple fronts, because there's a broader conversation happening about their products. What is the conversation like on things like Reddit? How are they showing up on Wikipedia, other information sources on their site? And then also review sites across the board. These LLMs are triangulating a lot of information to give a distilled response back to the user. So it's incredibly important that the brand thinks on all of these fronts to ensure that they get strong visibility.
And as terms of the AI, whenever we have this conversation about using AI in any space to shop, or even what we do to run through an earnings report or something like that, there's always this side conversation that you have to be careful to trust it. And they even have little asterisks. We do not guarantee the results are accurate. Are you seeing from a consumer metric standpoint that consumers are actually trusting what the AI is giving them, and then they're feeling confident about what is turning up in their searches?
We are, and I think we see it kind of express itself across three nodes. One being we see a lot of repeat use, consumers, trying this out, getting more familiar, doing it for more advanced use cases. Then we also see in our survey research, many consumers across the board say they trust the results, be it across retail, travel, banking, lots of different industries. And again, back to that conversion rate and that purchase rate on site being 31% higher than non-AI source traffic. That's really indicative of a lot of peace of mind that the generative AI platform is giving the consumer, and they're trusting the outcome. I think when we think about different categories within retail, we saw strength across things like electronics, apparel, we see jewelry, so especially areas where consumers are not too familiar, they're leaning on it for those use cases and those categories. And then we're seeing sort of weaker boosts on things like grocery, baby, toddler products, things like that. So that might be areas and realms where the generative AI platforms can do a bit more work to make them use and drive more boost out of that particular type of category.
And I know we've been specifically talking about retail here, but it is important to note it wasn't just retail that saw an uptick in AI-driven traffic. Where else did we see improved metrics?
We see it across the board, especially travel, banking, financial advice. We see really key utilization across media and entertainment as well. So additional information people are needing. The consumer is in a place where they've gotten to use it across some of these categories they're familiar with over the past year and a half. And now are willing to explore across more industries. I think one of the things we kind of forget is that, even a year and a half ago, we really weren't even seeing many of these platforms have the capability to drive link traffic out of the platforms onto different sites and different third-party sources. So the fact that that's now very possible and consumers are comfortable leveraging those types of use cases speaks to the overall trajectory we're seeing.
And Vivek, as we start to see generative AI become a core discovery channel here, what is the biggest risk for some of these companies that may be a little bit behind in terms of adopting any kind of AI strategy as they try to compete against some of these monster retailers who are already heavily ingrained with their own AI bots and have deals with ChatGPT and OpenAI to direct traffic in and help them check out faster?
Well, I would say that the good news is there's almost like a level setting that's happened in terms of generative AI platforms, and many of these retailers across however size or sophistication, have an opportunity to kind of, as I said, show up as a brand on multiple fronts, own the social conversation, provide key details about their offering so that the LLM can effectively pick them up, because the onus is on these generative AI platforms to give these users a great experience and give them exactly what they're looking for, especially if it's a subscribed service model. So essentially, many of these players who maybe missed the boat on other trends like search engine optimization you mentioned earlier, social, they have an opportunity to think about how can they make sure that they show up on all these different realms, and in order to make sure that they get the strong visibility. Yes, you're going to have partnerships that's going to help certain brands and retailers, and that's why you're likely seeing some of this investment to drive that partnership. But ultimately, it's about the user and how effective they've had an experience. And many of these LLMs are definitely going to be tailored to providing that. So, however specific the user gets around what they're wanting, be it a restaurant or a purchase, or things like different shipping levels, free shipping versus, 2-day shipping, all that sort of criteria, that is going to apply across the broader retail spectrum and across a lot of these services. So that's why they're going to really want to jump on board now versus waiting.
Vivek, thank you for joining us. I always love talking to you. I'm always so intrigued whenever Adobe puts out a new report, so I look forward already to our next conversation. But that's Vivek Candia, the lead analyst at Adobe Digital Insights. Coming up next, we've got the disruptors. We're talking about Intel after it was upgraded to HSBC. George Tillis will bring the news and an example trade next. to the markets, the Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com
and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden here at our Chicago headquarters. Let's head out to the New York Stock Exchange for a check on the markets. Welcome in Nicole Petalides, host of Opening Bell and the Watch List. Good morning, Nicole. You know, we're roughly 2 hours into the trading day now. Still looking at a sea of red. I was hoping to look up and see that some things had shifted before we talked. But, you know, what are some of your observations so far in the market action we've seen this morning?
It all started when everybody woke up early this morning and they opened their eyes and they saw U.S. stock index futures selling off in a big way on the heels also of what we were seeing in Europe. And the reason for the sell-off was the Trump administration now alluding to further tariffs, increased tariffs from 10% to 25% on countries such as Denmark and Finland and Germany and UK, and also the talk of Greenland. So all of this really sort of jarred the markets in the early going. The VIX went up from 15 last week up to 20. And when I woke up this morning, the Dow was down about 800 points when I looked at futures. Right now, the Dow's down 519 points, so we're well up off the lows of the day. But the uncertainty about tariffs is weighing on the market. We've also been in a bit of a downtrend. Last week we were down. We're down 2 of 3 weeks. But we certainly see people rushing to certain things that are safe havens, such as gold and silver. Gold is now hitting a new record high once again, went up to 4,756 a troy ounce on a weaker dollar. We're also having some earnings. We saw DR Horton and 3M to the downside after the bell, Netflix and United Airlines after the bell. So that's the big picture here. We see the VIX here off the 20 mark, which is the higher points at 1871. And I have to note bond yields, which have now moved up to the highest points since September. The 10-year bond yield, for example, right now at 4.28%, had been around 4.3%, Marley.
Yeah, and you just mentioned what we're going to talk about now, Netflix reporting after the bell today, but we did get an update, and arguably, I know if Sam Bottas were in this conversation, she'd say my favorite story of all, because I am just fascinated by this Hollywood saga. But the Warner Brothers Discovery deal and its potential deal with Netflix had an update.
Oh, this is huge. This is the ongoing heavyweight Hollywood real-life battle, except it's all on spreadsheets, right? And we know that both Netflix and Paramount Sky have been battling it out for Warner Brothers. Netflix has really emerged as the winner. In fact, we got board approval from both Netflix and Warner Brothers. And the story here, and what really solidified this, is that Netflix had a cash and stock deal originally, and sticking to that $27.75 a share offer, but now has flipped it to all cash. It makes it simpler, it really brings on more guarantees, and this would now provide Netflix, HBO Max, Warner Brothers Film Studios, and the streaming arm overall. Of course, it's contingent upon the completion of the Discovery Global separation, but it certainly seems like this is the way that the company is going. In the meantime, you know Paramount Sky has been involved with a hostile bid. They are still hot for Warner Brothers. They have their all-cash offer at $30 a share. They're looking to lawyers, but that's where we stand now, and it's good news for Netflix and Warner Brothers because both boards have approved this. As for the earnings later today, which I know you'll have on Market on Close, we'll watch for Netflix earnings growth of near 30% year-over-year growth. Also, profit $2.4 billion, and the advertising, which really could be the #1 revenue generator for Netflix going forward. They're supposed to capitalize too on so many many future opportunities. So there's been a lot of positive thoughts pertaining to Netflix. So a lot going on here today. Marley?
Yes, certainly. And, even with the broader market trading down, Netflix is higher this morning. They're up about 0.6%. Nicole, we appreciate the earnings preview and also walking us through the latest in the Hollywood soap opera that is the Warner Brothers Discovery acquisition. And now it's time for the disruptors. George Tillis, our senior markets correspondent, is here with today's company. We're talking about Intel. They got an upgrade at HSBC, also significantly bucking the market trend that we're seeing today. They're up more than 5% right now.
Yeah, there's a narrow group of semis that just continue to move higher. Intel is one of them. AMD is actually higher today as well, and I suggest that possibly has to do with the catalysts associated with artificial intelligence, everything from computing and storage, networking, servers, if you will, as well as cloud and intelligent edge platforms. And Intel is becoming a namesake company once again as a legacy foundry company, as well as a business that has been accelerating its technologies across multiple technologies, Marley. If you look at the other business for Intel, aside from CPUs, even GPUs, their server markets have been growing, networking has been growing, as well as field programmable chips, which are used in factory automation, robotics, and that's where AMD also seems to be shining as well. But Intel just continues to exceed, the pessimist, call for the stock being overvalued. It just continues to move to the upside. The analysts are still quite bullish on the same. HSBC increased their target rating as well as the price to $50 from $26. They have a reduced rating on the stock. Now they've got a hold rating, and they're seeing the CPU markets still as a positive catalyst for Intel, especially the server markets, which are really where high bandwidth memory manufacturers like Western Digital in the storage space, Micron Technology, Seagate, all these narrow-based companies have been moving exceptionally higher in the past couple of months or so, really exceeding the aspects of the mega cap names like Broadcom and of course, NVIDIA. Intel's right in the midst. And again, with the support of the U.S. government, with their investments, NVIDIA, also SoftBank is an investor in Intel. The policy catalysts are there to support the foundry business, which has really been lagging. And I think that's why the stock just continues to hit some new 52-week highs, irrespective of how the market conditions are faring right now.
Yeah, and interestingly, just year to date, they're up about 35%, George, bucking the trend today, seeing some really outsized moves in 26, and like you said, continuing to make new all-time highs. So knowing that they have this upward trajectory, how would you go about structuring an example trade here?
So, still bullish. I mean, irrespective of, like I said, the market, there's going to be a narrow group right now that is doing well. This is one of these companies. AMD is another one. If you look at, like I said, Micron, Seagate, they just continue to inch higher. So we're going to go with a bullish continuation here, but we're going to cap it. So what I'm going to do in this case is I'm going to buy a long cover stock. In other words, I'm going to sell a covered call against a long stock position. So essentially what I'm going to do is buy 100 shares of stock and sell the out-of-the-money $52 January 30th weekly calls that expire in 10 days. And you can harvest around $2 a share in credit for those option positions, or $200 a contract. So in essence, what it does is it reduces your cost basis to around $47.50 on the stock by selling those $2 call options, or those $52 call options for $2. And in essence, you're still long the stock. Your cost basis is reduced to $47.50, so you still have risk to the downside. But essentially, you're capped to the upside of $52 between now and expiration in the next 10 days. So it's one way to capitalize on the trend continuation, but also reduce your cost basis.
As you always say, George, don't fight the trend. So we're not fighting it here in terms of Intel moving to the upside. Appreciate you walking us through the latest from HSBC on Intel, and also for that example trade. That's George Tillis. Coming up next, we've got our 360 round. We'll be taking a look at D.R. Horton after earnings this morning and what it means for home builders in 2026. Stay with us.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Alex Coffey.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's markets.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
This is a make or break level for this stock.
And that could certainly be a short to near-term catalyst.
Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Schwab Network. Welcome back to Trading 360. It's time to take a look at D.R. Horton's earnings, what they might signal for the home builders and the housing market. Joining us to help us do that, Aaron Sykes, founder of Sykes Properties, and Alex Barron, president and founder of the Housing Research Center. Thank you both for joining us today. You know, as we talk about D.R. Horton, they have had a bit of seesawing this morning. We did see them higher initially after their earnings. Now, as I'm looking, they're down about 1%. You know, Aaron, let's start with you here. You know, what are some of your key takeaways from the earnings that we got from them this morning?
Yeah, so I think the most important thing we see with D.R. Horton is that they are consistent. Yes, there is some seesawing in the stock, and there are some positive moments, and then less so in the report as well. However, what they're doing right is they are still offering very commanding incentives. They are working with the new movement in mortgage rates, and they offer a smaller, more entry-level house than their competitors. So they're really positioned well in this affordability crisis to get out in front and make sure that their sales remain relatively stable, even though we're seeing some hiccups in the housing market overall.
And Alex, you know, we saw them beat on both earnings and revenues this morning, though important to note they are declines from the year-over-year numbers. You know, in your viewpoint, is this a sign of strength for D.R. Horton, or maybe strength to come? Or, as Aaron just mentioned, are incentives doing the heavy lifting here?
Well, you know, all of 2025 was a tough year for the builders, and 2026 we believe is going to be a continuation of that, at least in the first half. And the company guided to lower gross margins for the first quarter of 2026. So what that signals is that in the fourth quarter they have to increase their incentives and also offer larger price cuts. And they weren't the only builder. We saw pretty much every builder have to do that. And that's because, you know, they're facing lower demand from consumers. There's still a lot of issues regarding affordability, but also confidence. One of the things that is not very well appreciated is that probably the largest consumer segment of new homes today is the Indian buyer. And Indians have been facing H-1B uncertainty, uncertainty related to AI and job security, and so that's been affecting demand in many markets where the Indian buyer is the primary home buyer for new homes. So those are some of the issues that Horton is trying to address through higher incentives and lower prices. But as your other guest said, Horton is leading in terms of offering low-priced houses, and I think that they're going to be doing well this year relative to many of the other builders.
And Aaron, as you both pointed out, D.R. Horton does offer a slightly lower price point home than some of the other home builders. You also mentioned mortgage rates. We're seeing them at some of the lowest levels that we've seen in about 3 years here. But we are still seeing some slow traffic. You know, from your viewpoint, what is holding buyers back still?
Yeah, well, I think it has to do a lot with the general environment right now, the uncertainty in the world, not just locally, not just in the housing market, but truly globally. And I think that people are very interested in still buying a home. I sell boots on the ground in Florida, New York, and New Jersey, resale and new construction. And where we're seeing a lot of activity is fairly priced homes. Sellers finally got a little bit of religion in terms of their pricing power, but we're not seeing a lot of offers come in. So that's where it changes, and the pendulum really swings over to these new home builders where they can offer those incentives to get the buyers over that last hurdle and actually make offers on homes and close deals. So we're almost there. The health of the housing market is better than it was a year ago, but we still have some challenges in the future.
And Alex, you both mentioned incentives are here to stay. They are still elevated, but you did mention that they said that their margins are coming down. From your viewpoint, how sustainable is that playbook here if we don't see a meaningful acceleration in demand?
Well, it's not. That's why I said that I think this year, the first half at least, is going to be a continuation of what we saw last year, meaning that the builders are having to offer progressively higher and higher incentives in order to try to just keep up with the same or similar sales pace. So far this year, in the first couple of weeks that we're tracking sales are down about 15% compared to a year ago. Traffic is down about 25%. So the first order of business is to get traffic in the door, and then you can offer incentive or price sets or whatever. But that's the thing that's holding the buyers back is, uncertainty, lack of affordability, and just all this global chaos, the headlines that they read, not knowing exactly what's going to happen. But fortunately, President Trump is focused on affordability. He's trying to bring interest rates down. And I think that he will be successful, once he nominates a new Fed chairman. I think it's going to be helpful in driving rates lower, which was the reason that homes became unaffordable in 2022. So I think we're going to see the opposite in 2026.
And Aaron, I'd love to get your outlook for the housing market overall, especially in light of what Alex just pointed out, that the administration is signaling it's trying to fight this affordability crisis. It is focused on the housing market and trying to bolster it. What's your outlook for the year?
Yeah, so general consensus is that home prices are going to improve about 1.5 points over the course of the year, which is a slower rate of acceleration than is typical. Normally we see 2 to 3% per year, and I think that's pretty fair. I think if everything that President Trump is doing really hits the nail on the head, then perhaps we can see that 2 to 3% come back. But I think that just having realistic expectations anymore is so important, and that this is going to be a building year. I think things are going to be relatively flat, and if we get anything more than that, it's just gravy.
Well, we appreciate you both being with us to talk about D.R. Horton's earnings and also about the broader housing market. Aaron Sykes, founder of Sykes Properties, and Alex Barron, the president founder of the Housing Research Center. I also want to thank all of you for joining us on Trading 360 today. That's going to do it for us. I'm Marley Caden. You can download the free Schwab Network app available in the Apple App Store and tune in 24/7 on SchwabNetwork.com. I'll be back with Market on Close at 3 Eastern, but stay with us. Fast Market is coming up next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Andrew.
Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable.
Wait, that is stroke?
Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize what can I pick up from my dad. He's been with Schwab for a long time.
Jim, my financial consultant. I programmed that 20 years ago.
Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Welcome to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall. Coming up on noon Eastern here at the New York Stock Exchange, and tariff turbulence is once again hitting Wall Street. Let's get right to a check of your scorecard as we hit the lunch hour on Wall Street. The S&P 500 off by more than 1%. Almost every sector of the broad benchmark of U.S. stocks is under pressure, the weakest being information technology and consumer discretionary, followed by industrials. The one sector where you have some green is energy. But again, we're watching widespread weakness. Blue chips under pressure as well. The Dow down more than 1%. NASDAQ 100, similar to what we're seeing in terms of percent moves, down more than 1%. Russell 2000 small caps under modest pressure. So again, we're off the lows, but down by a little bit more than 1/3%. Let's get into the roadmap for today's show. We'll look at example option strategies for Netflix as sweeten its deal terms for WBD. Plus, the team from Lightfolio will be along with new data on United Airlines. It's got earnings due after the bell, and Intel is also on our radar today. It's got some green on the board for that one. Now that we've got the roadmap for today's trading action, it is time to bring in my co-host. You've got Tom White in our Chicago studio, and Ben Watson, Senior Manager of Trading Services, parachuting in today. Kevin Hinks has the day off. All right, guys, we've been watching global markets, especially risk assets be rocked after this tough talk from President Trump on tariffs. He's been jawboning about Greenland. You've got pressure on equities. Meantime, you've got that movement back in metals. Tom, I know you're also watching the price action on yields, the dollar. Let's start out with you, Tom. What's your take when you look across broad strokes across markets?
Well, I think I think a lot of people, when 10-year yield hit about 4.2% late last week, that was the highest level in a couple months. Now we're up closer to 4.3%. So that added volatility and uncertainty in the bond/yield market is, I think, is causing a lot of the frustrations here for investors, and it comes on the back of more rhetoric out of the administration that, hey, we're going to slap some more tariffs, starting with 10% on February 1st, and then going up to 25% in the summer. And this causes a lot of that consternation. Are we getting into an area where it's going to be a capital type war? I saw some comments from Ray Dalio from Bridgewater earlier this morning that that could be what causes the next consternation or headwind for the equity markets at this point. And once you start seeing this volatility come into the bond market and those yields start to rise, that gets us into a risk-off type of trading environment where, leading to the downside is major tech. At this point, all 7 of the Mag 7s are in negative territory here, led by NVIDIA. Broadcom down 4%. So it's causing a lot of consternation. But you know what? We're going to hear some more commentary from President Trump tomorrow out of Davos. That might maybe quell a little bit of the anxiety that we're seeing here today in the equity markets. But hey, Diane, Ben, this is basically just over a 1% pullback for equity markets at this point, just below record highs. The Russell 2000 hit record highs last week. So yeah, you got to take this with a grain of salt. We're going to hear a lot of commentary out of Davos over the next couple of days, and I think that's maybe what you should be focused on, and then also earnings.
Okay, great point. Ben, what's your thought when you look broad strokes across markets? Tom making the point that we'll hear more out of Davos from President Trump, the heads of state there, the CEOs there. It's interesting, the president's been on an old school kind of tweet storm on Truth Social today. But again, the tariff talk is really rocking things. Ben, what's your thought?
Oh, well, I think Tom's giving Davos too much credit for calming markets. I think that additional rhetoric perhaps may add a little bit in the short term some fuel to the fire. I think the one thing that perhaps is backdropping a lot of this potential volatility and maybe instability is the echo of what we saw a couple of years ago in the Japanese yen carry trade unwind. And I think with that rise historically in those Japanese bonds, Kevin Green talked a little bit about it this morning, the fact that the response to the Japanese bond auction was very anemic, causing their bond yields to rise. That, I think, suggests that there could be that potential contagion spread here to the U.S. markets. And you see it in the metals market. I think you saw gold moving higher, you saw silver moving higher. Copper, on the other hand, kind of that industrial reflection, was the area that was moving down a little bit more, perhaps, than the other two of the main metal plays. And I think that suggests that some of this concern is location specific. You look at the U.S. markets, the VIX is elevated, as Tom talked about, but the MOVE index, which is roughly the equivalent of that volatility index for the bond market, still remaining relatively sedate. So I think maybe there's some location-specific fear going on here, Diane.
Okay, so really got to pay attention to also what's happening within fixed income, whether we're speaking globally or to Tom's point about the 10-year. Let's talk about some individual names in the one individual name first in the tech sector, then we'll now talk broadly about the Mag 7. So we got Apple on our radar today. It's getting a bite taken out of that one, but it is getting some love from Evercore ISI. It's added it to its tactical outperform list ahead of its earnings. Citi is lowering its price target on Apple to 315, but it keeps a buy rating. I feel like it's like straddling the fence with that. Tom, what's your thought?
Yeah, I think if you start looking at some of the metrics, and TSM earnings last week was a perfect example. The amount of smartphone sales started to increase. The iPhone 17 did really well, not only here domestically, but overseas. Apple's taking market share in China, one of its key growth areas at this point. So not surprising that we're starting to see some positive commentary ahead of those earnings at the end of this month. Going into the report, because the stock has pulled back about 13% from those all-time highs that we saw just about a month and a half ago. So pulled back pretty significantly from that 288 level down to just about 251. So I think the optimism's there. You know what? They didn't have the big CapEx spend like a lot of the other big players in this space, the hyperscalers, some of the chip names. They're going to leverage their relationship with Alphabet at this point to get their AI ramped up. We'll probably hear some clarity on that. Now, the pullback that we saw in the Citi note took $10 off of their price target down to 315. Some of the costs associated with maybe this AI infrastructure build-out are starting to be seen, whether it's memory chips or other types of chips at this point. Just due to demand and supply that's out there at this point, that's going to run into some costs maybe for Apple, maybe shrinking margins a little bit. But I think this report that Apple is going to give, and I think this is what the Evercore analyst is, it's going to be a good report. But I think you've really got to watch for guidance moving forward. Are they going to see a slowdown, limiting maybe some upside moving forward? What kind of guidance they're going to give us, and then what kind of clarity we're going to get on that AI Siri build-out that everybody's been waiting for that still hasn't come to fruition, but maybe leveraging that partnership with Alphabet a little bit more, who pays who for that type of situation. But yeah, it should be a good quarter just based on all the metrics that we have from other companies and Apple itself giving updates.
Listen, I contributed to this possible super cycle here with the iPhone 17. Counterpoint Research says that Apple is the largest, it took the largest smartphone market share in China. So that's a win for it as well in the fourth quarter. Ben, what's your take when you look across Apple?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to do my best Kevin Hinks implication here and say, remember, Diane, if AI is being used, it's likely going to be used on an Apple device, whether or not Siri and their AI build-out is happening or not. And I was part of that super cycle as well in that move. But I think there is that potential, to Tom's point, that come this earnings announcement and the guidance statement forward, that could be some potentially good news. You see, if you're looking at the chart, that it's breaking a couple of key support levels. You've seen a couple of bear flags in a row here from a technical perspective, but the 200-period moving average is still moving higher. It still has some bullishness. I think you look back into the October timeframe to the previous kind of major lower low here, and I think it's got a little ways to go. That trend is still intact longer term, just from a technical analysis perspective, regardless of what the expectations are for the earnings announcement, Diane.
Technical analysis.
Now talk the broad-based weakness that we're seeing in the Mag 7. NVIDIA now down more than 4%. Tom, you called this out. And look, I know investors in this one are like, come on, we're back at 170, back below 180 now. What happened? You got Alphabet, Google down. You got Microsoft under pressure. You got Meta under pressure. You name it in the Mag 7. It's back again with that kind of Mag 7. Tom, what's your thought?
Fools.
Geopolitical tensions, right? Rising interest rates putting a dent here. Now remember, tech led most of the rally in, for most of 2025 until we kind of flattened out. The Mag 7's basically flat since September on a percentage basis, so it hasn't done much, but it was a leader. Now when stocks get hit and it's risk-off trading, tech's probably going to take it up
risk off
more. I think some of these concerns.
We're at the 200 there.
Out of President Trump and the administration about more increased tariffs. That's lending some of those headwinds to markets. We talked about NVIDIA last week, where the fact that it did hit above $190 just late last week, and now it's back below $180.
I'm here.
It's a head scratcher to me because we've gotten some good results out of TSM. Demand's still there. The AI infrastructure
TSM knife
is still happening. The CapEx spend is still ramped up at this point. They have the chips that are in most demand, right? They own 90% of the high-end chip market at this point. So we've got to wait a few weeks until earnings for NVIDIA on this one. But if it's been a head scratcher for me, now you look at the rest of the tech names, it's not surprising. Some of these higher beta names, maybe canary in the coal mine type of stocks, where they're going to take. They're going to lead to the upside, but they're also going to probably lead to the downside. And that's what we're seeing today. Maybe the interest rate risk a little bit, trade risk. And geopolitical tensions lending to those headwinds that we're seeing in this space. And until this turns, you guys, I just don't think we're going to see a sustained rally until we see tech get back on board and start leading to the upside again if it does.
Well, Jensen Huang, I know, is also expected to be in Davos as well, so he'll probably try to kind of smooth things out. But yes, I agree with you, Tom. It's been a head scratcher for me as well. Ben, what's your thought when you look across not just NVIDIA but the whole Mag 7 group?
Well, I'll tell you what, I think I look back at the narrative that we've been talking about here on the Schwab Network and elsewhere, and really it's been over the course of just the last few months that we've seen the major narrative shift to the halo around this AI build-out. I mean, you think about the focus that we've placed on some of the power stocks and some of the infrastructure names, and I think it seems logical that as some of the tech high flyers, those Mag 7 stocks, start to get some of those higher prices. You see it with the roll-off in Netflix or in NVIDIA right around that October-November timeframe as the price starts to roll a little bit lower. That's about the same time that some of those power plays really start to gain some traction. So, retail investors, just like institutional investors, are looking at that halo as well and looking for places that they can roll out of some of these names that have been outperforming, if you will. and into some areas that may have some upside potential in the short term. Doesn't mean they won't come back necessarily to the Mag 7 when these are at perhaps lower prices, bouncing up off of the support level, which you see a major support level in NVIDIA down around that 170, 172 range or so. Long-term trend still intact, some momentum still moving there on this particular stock, Diane.
Okay, so earnings season, that carries on today. You got investors digging into results from 3M and D.R. Horton today. The tail of the tape with 3M, though, that one's being rocked. It's down about 8%. D.R. Horton close to neutral. They're saying incentives will last throughout this year. Tom, what's your take when you look across, there's some earnings that you want. I know we've been focused a lot about headlines, and there's been headline risk. What's your thought?
You look at D.R. Horton, it was a pretty good report if you just looked at the top and bottom lines. They beat, but one of the keys, and I think this is the focus that investors have, is the stock's down just about 0.5% at this point, is that margins continue to weaken. The incentives that they have to do for these home sales are causing those margins to shrink a little bit. And the competitive nature within this space, there's not enough supply out there, right? Home prices are elevated. The 30-year fixed mortgage rate still above the 6% level. I've been kind of pounding the table until we get in the fives. We're not going to see any sustained growth because of the incentives that these home builders have to actually apply to their sales at this point. That's going to hurt margins, and that's going to hurt growth. So until they start having to do incentives, until we see a 5 number, maybe mid 5.5 down to 5%. On the 30-year fixed mortgage, I think this sector in general is going to remain under pressure. I mean, you look at it, even in the middle of 2025. I mean, this was in basically a recession type of sector for the home builders at this point. They're still giving decent sales at this point because of the demand that's out there. But when you start seeing shrinking margins, incentivized buying from purchasers, and then competition coming into the space, that's a trifecta for some negativity here. I think we're seeing just a small pullback. The stock was initially higher, but until they can turn those margins, start increasing those, show some better growth, as far as not having to give incentives, maybe we're going to have some headwinds in this sector.
Okay, good points there. And then 3M, that stock right now turning in its worst day since the tariff turbulence we had in April of last year. Ben, what's your thought?
Well, you got to remember that this isn't just Post-it notes. I mean, 3M is, if you go back to their original name, Minnesota Mining and Manufacturing, they do still have a fair exposure into some of those rare earth spaces, as well as the mining and industrial space. From a technology standpoint, primarily now, but I think when you start to see that geopolitical instability that specifically focuses on materials and the metals space, that is going to come home to roost, not to mention the fact that, industrial challenges and those tariff impacts in terms of manufacturing are going to come back on a company like 3M that has a diversified space out there, Diane.
Well, I learned something today. I didn't even know the original name of 3M. Thank you, Ben. All right, we got bull versus bear coming up. Good stuff, guys. The guys get their example trades put together for Netflix. Our audiences want to show up for this stock. We'll have more Fast Market after this break.
you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. Netflix is set to report its quarterly results after the close of trading today. Wall Street is expecting the streaming giant to report earnings of 55 cents a share on revenue north of $11.9 billion. It comes at a time when Netflix has sweetened the terms of its offer to buy Warner Brothers Discovery. The company is now making an all-cash offer for WB's studio and streaming assets for $82.7 billion. It's an effort to solidify its pole position as paramount jockeys around the 10-pound heavyweight. All right, time now for the tug of war on Netflix. For that, let's welcome back in our co-hosts Tom White and Ben Watson. It is bull versus bear time. So before we get to your example trades, we got to get your thoughts on Netflix. Ben, I'll start with you and your thoughts on this one.
Well, I'll tell you what, Netflix is primarily a content player, and in terms of streaming, content is king. You know, they're just coming off of the Stranger Things finale, so my question is, does the stock price enter the upside down and start moving in an inverse relationship to what we've been seeing? The other thing to think about here, Diane, is the fact that coming up, starting this week, you have one of the major issues for Netflix, and that is the acquisition of new content with the Sundance Film Festival. By the way, the last time that it's here in Utah, and that is their primary hunting ground. They're going to be going up against the likes of Paramount Skydance for content, not just for Warner Brothers. And so this battle is going to rage across a couple of different fronts, regardless of what's going on with the geopolitical landscape. It comes down to who's creating the content and what are they going to pay for it at the film festivals. And this is the first one out of the gate here, Diane.
Yeah, Game of Thrones is definitely not over with this one. Tom, what's your thought on Netflix before we get into the example trades?
Well, I wonder, you know, had they not put in this bid for, you know, Warner Brothers Discovery, you know, where would the stock be, right? We're nearly 34% below those record highs that we saw in the summer. We're in bear market territory for this stock. It seems like investors are betting with their, you know, their shares. They're selling their shares because are they overpaying for this asset? And it's not even all of Warner Brothers Discovery. They just want the streaming parts of the business. It's going to add 95 to 100 million subscribers just from HBO Max. But at the same time, are they paying too much? And I think that's a concern for investors. Last earnings, they beat. It was kind of a mixed quarter because operating margins came in a little bit. The growth probably wasn't where the street anticipated going into that report. Was down pretty significantly from those levels. I think those are the questions that they're going to have for investors is how are they making this accretive immediately, how they're doing on the ad-supported tier, which seems to be a majority.
Don't we have anything positive to say, guys?
They don't give subscriber numbers at this point anymore, so you don't have any clarity. And remember, in the last quarter, they didn't give any fiscal year 2026 guidance moving forward. And that also put some pressure on the shares in the near term. But yeah, this thing's just been, you know, if you look on a technical basis, I know Ben does that. You know, the death cross is in play. It's below its 50. It's below its
death cross.
And it continues to move to the downside. So yeah, this is a big key earnings event for Netflix.
Okay.
So they get me. He says it's overbought. This thing was at $1,200, and I was screaming overbought, but none of these people were saying it. Buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it. And I said, this thing's at $1,200, man. Now all of a sudden, nobody likes it. Just because of a split. And I think, it's so sick of watching this market. How rigged it is. Man, I really would love to jump in this thing and go long. I really would. But I'm just going to wait. Patience is telling me just be patient. Wait for the right time. You really need to worry about your watch list. Stocks you've done well with. Because they'll all rebound. NVIDIA. Here's a prime example. I gotta get a different chart. I already got this thing charted out to come down here and hit the 200 and be a strong buy. Just under 272. I mean, 172. $8 dip. It head and shoulders. So maybe it's fallen wedge. Man, I'm liking this more and more every day. NVIDIA. On the weekly, we're getting close. More drama. $681.75. What's that for? So that's the top, that's the bottom of that, top of that support channel. That's the top of that support channel. So that's an important number. It might bounce here. If we hold that support channel, SPY 686s. At 99 cents. A lot of negativity out there though. SPY Whoa. These are, what day are these? Oh, January 21st. $0.97. This is risky, so I'm going to type that in here. And there's the orb right there. We could hit that and get to 90. Hold the orb. That's all I ask. Jim's had his lunch. Now we're at the orb. If we don't hold, I automatically jump out. Now, I should have had a little bit more patience. I could have probably got that a little bit cheaper. I went to 92. I might have got it cheaper. I don't know. It'd been tough. 95 for sure. I had an odd lunch. I had a hot dog with sauerkraut and mustard, cottage cheese, a canned peach, and Fritos. Kind of mouth-watering. We're at 98. So I don't think they're a normal human being would have bought a call a call right there. I'll be right back. It's time to go ahead and make my little coffee and $0.95. Come on now, don't be going. I wouldn't jump in it right yet. What time is it? 11:37. STZ. I got that on here for some reason. STZ. Harbor View Boutique. That's kind of a jarring lunch. No, God, 93 cents. Just now hit it again with a solid slam. Break it. We're at $1. Well, uh-oh. Uh-oh. At the bottom of the spine of the orb, I jumped in the start at 97 cents. We just broke the 9. Oh Lord, we just broke the 9. It's up to you to break the 21 EMA. Johnny and on their way. Oh gosh, it moved back down to 97. I got in at the bottom of the orb. It's 681.39. 681.39. Whoa! Come on now. We have a little bit of something. It'd be better if that body was up above that 9, then I'd be a little bit more relaxed. But I'm not. Not until I get a whole body above the 9. Do you understand? It means a body of a candle, just like that. Jim, you're up $100. You ever thought about selling? Hell no! I'm gonna ride this thing all the way to Las Vegas. Well, let's break the 21 and have a little fun. We got a body above it, yeah, oh yeah. If you're a rookie, sell it right now. I'm gonna hold on this stock a little bit longer. The 63 MA, the 63 MA. I'm gonna hold the stock a little longer. I'm gonna buy her a jade. That woman will have it made. Can we gain some respect over the 21? Bitch, don't dip on me now. This is just the beginning of the run. God darn it. Jimmy, a little more volume's picking up. As you watch the volume in a reversal, you look at the blocks on your time and sales. See if you see anything impressive coming in. Anything above 1,000, 500. Dadgummit. That was $100. Jim, you were up about $110. Did you ever think about selling? Or would you rather date Janet Yellen? Smelling Yellen is fine. Out of key. Damn it. I'm about ready to clean the slate up here. Back to 97. The IWM is at the 200 SMA. Okie dokie. I'm not chicken. Have you ever been scared? Sometimes it's the untold stories of a double bottom. God, come on now. It's got a hold. Oh, no. I'm not convinced I should add. It's a pretty good drop to 680.46 now. Another buck. Okay, what to do? Yeah, this is holding it up. This will hold it up. Right there, 680.82. 81 cents. Am I on the right day? Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna see if I can dig myself out of a hole now. 97 and 80. There's 80. Average 89. Down at a support here at 82. My average is 89. Average 89. Woo! Okay. So I got my music lesson out of the way today. See? Well, I've been waiting for the long time on a hot summer day and was trading a spy. It wasn't going my way. So I added on to the support level. We consolidated at this morning, hoping I get a little rise out of my Levi's. Cents right now. I'm not going nowhere. I can't take this anymore. Well, these chains won't slow down. Whoa! Come on. I used to sit here for many years and play this guitar and trade stocks like I did, and I did it for like 15. And my dog, I bought a Boston Terrier, and I'd sit here and I'd play music to him every day. And then when he passed away, I felt like I didn't want to play this guitar anymore. And I didn't for about 5 years. 5 or 6. And here just lately, I've been picking it up a lot more. But he was the only audience I had for like 10 years. And he always clapped after every song. Come on, we're still kind of stuck here. I don't know what's going to happen. Looks like a little bit lower lows, but not much. Another knife on it. I'm going to get out because I don't want to take a huge loss. I don't want to get got dirty. Come on. Fuck. Not again. I mean, I do not want this to go any lower. Now I see a path that could. Right around 680. Someone say 680 earlier in here? Someone say 680 earlier in here? Because I think somebody needs a grade. I'm sure someone said 680 earlier. Need to check on Big as the Beast. Come on! Down $170. I don't know what to do. I'm down $170. I don't know what to do. Break the 21. Break the 21. Here we go, we're on our way. $84. See, that's not that bad. I'm only down 100 now. gonna be a long day if I keep staring at this thing. SPX. Should I buy some SPX? Vegas, if you're out there and you're watching on YouTube in Dominican Republic, say hi. Man, this looks yummy too. Rodney, I'm in the SPY, and we just had a new low on the SPX. Well, I think I'm gonna jump in and be double-fisted. I'm gonna buy the SPY in the SPX. I'm going to be double-fisted. Dogs, does he like my music? Livid Goose? Very good. Can I kiss your nose? I love how it glows. You're my little doggy. Run with the wind. You're my best friend. Well, my little Rocky used to wake me up in the morning. We'd go outside for a few long walks. He'd take a dump and run back to the house. Look at his daddy and say, "Can I have some breakfast?" Make it the way you always do, Daddy. Little bit of bone meal, baby. Come on, man, do something. I'm into the motherfucker at 82 cents. Okay, well, the SPX Lotto. The 6850s look awful during the 6860s don't look too bad at 320. And I'm going to stay in my other one here because I think we're going to run. I think we're going to do it. So Jimmy's also going to be looking at the double bottom here. We got to do the same thing, break the 21. $3.20, the 6860s. We're squeezing. He's doing a double fisted here. We just went to 310. You got one contract at 320. There's my phone. Come on, baby. You got to break to 21, and then I think we'll shoot up to the 200. I think this will be no problem here. We'll break that, maybe stop a little bit above it like we did here previous. History, let me repeat this. History repeats itself by Washboardjim. If you go back about 20 minutes ago, this stock went to 63 with ease. So I jumped into 68.60s at 320. Now we're at 360. Booyah. And I can go over here at the SPY, and I broke it, now I'm green. Booyah. How does he make it look so easy? Now, if you bought more than one contract, if you were smart and bought 3, you could sell them right now and be up 120 bucks. 150. I'm up $50 a contract. Hey, Nancy, get your little ass in here and take off my shoes. While you do that, suck my toes. Threats to European allies. Dow sinks almost 700 points as tensions mount over Trump's tariff threats to Europe allies over Greenland. What the hell's wrong with this guy? You know, he's going to end up pissing me off. Trump. I thought I had it made there for a second. Actually, you know, if I'd have sold both of them, the SPY and I would have been up a couple $100. Would have. No, not a couple hundred. 50, yeah, 150. Okay, I'm gonna make my coffee. I'm gonna hold on here a second and relax. And I'll be right back. This thing will be breaking out. What is that? Look.
Here, and if you get a correlation,
So Kevin's got to say.
Higher equities lower for let's say a week, I think that we probably have a little bigger problem. We're just not there yet to really confirm.
Yeah, well said. I guess I meant kind of sell U.S. risk off, but yeah, I'm with you. Normally we would see treasuries spiking at the least if this was, a real safety, fleet of safety type of a trade. But all right, let's get into some of these stories. Big show planned. We're going to chart and trade some airline stocks in the next segment. We'll get some of our movers in a moment. FOMO, we're going to talk some Netflix, and Marley Caden's going to join me. And then pharmaceutical company CRVS, big move today on some drug trial updates. We'll do that for under 30. Corvus, so looking forward to that. KG SanDisk, I mean, this stock has been incredible. And it's incredible once again. I know there's news driving some of the movement again, but at some point you just got to take a step back and almost be in awe when you see this type of move.
Yeah, this is a freight trade continuing to move to the upside. Kind of reminds me of silver. Now we continue to see a lot of analysts actually chasing the price action here, re-rating their targets to the upside when it comes to their price targets for the name. It looks like Citi actually adjusted their price target higher, up to $490. That's up from $280. That's actually a remarkable move to the upside, keeping their buy rating on the shares. Once again, kind of talking about the demand that they're seeing in hardware here in the near term, also potentially expanding out margins. We continue to see analysts kind of make these adjustments. What makes it kind of interesting, Alex, is this going to be sustainable? We saw the same type of situation when it came to Oracle. Once Oracle started hitting those highs, all these analysts started to re-rate their price targets aggressively higher, $150, $200 higher, and then that was kind of the peak in that cycle. I'm not sure if we're there yet. You probably would need to have a bad earnings announcement or something that does not really shock the streets to the upside in order to re-rate this aggressively lower here, but we're making higher highs, higher lows. Technical signal still says that this is a bull trend.
Yeah, and when you look at something like, I'll look at a 5-day EMA, KG especially, these really like momentum-driven names. And it's essentially been almost like a wave for this stock. Every time it has a little bit of intraday pressure, it finds that level seemingly and bounces from there. So the stock opens a little bit lower today, basically right at that 1-week EMA, and then it's off to the races once again. So big move as the winner of 2025, short-term wise, is already a big winner in 2026. As I look year to date, it's by far the best performer already. This stock is up 87% year to date. Like, that's incredible. That's a decade for some asset classes. So, we're making a big deal out of the move in gold. I mean, basically, SanDisk has done that in the last 3 weeks. So big time stuff out of the chip maker. Let's talk about ServiceNow. Not a name we talk about a lot, Kevin, but these software names have been a mixed bag, and the mixed bag ServiceNow has certainly been, as it's on the downside against lost almost half of its value in the last 52 weeks.
Yeah, this one is pretty much, it's almost round trip here. You're looking at the lows that we saw back in 2023 here. That's sitting at around 106. Stock trading at around 127 right now. You continue to have some bearish commentary around the software names just in general. We'll see the same type of moves to the downside. This concern that artificial intelligence is going to squeeze their margin, which, on the outset, a year or 2 years ago, you could make that case. That makes sense here. And now a lot of these companies are starting to re-rate a little bit more. Now, one thing that's actually very interesting, ServiceNow is actually one of the first software companies to actually monetize artificial intelligence at scale outside of maybe Microsoft. And so you're not seeing a lot of fanfare for this name. You had UBS actually cutting the price target $260, that's down from $275. They keep their buy rating on the shares. But I think technically speaking, until you get to around that, I mean, you can maybe make the case for a shot right now, but I think if you go back and look at around that 105-ish area, probably you get a little bit more comfortable and try to play the bounce to the upside here, rather than maybe continuing to see this.
Yeah.
Software names in general across the board have gotten hammered here. I'm not sure if that's going to last for too long.
Yeah, at some point,
I got a couple more here at 3.
Valuations maybe of 3-4 years ago when software was the hot trade have certainly been repriced. But you brought up a good point. It's something that Andy and I have talked about quite a bit over the last year plus. And you used Adobe, so I'll welcome Adobe into the conversation as part of my explanation. But it's almost as if AI just took a trade that was super consistent and reliable and just increased the volatility of outcomes. Like, Adobe might be an AI winner, but it might be an AI casualty, where 3 or 4 years ago, it was a consistent recurring revenue stream that investors could trust, best-in-class software. And those are just different assessments for investors. And I think that's software broadly right now. Unless you can really show how AI is either making you a winner or you're insulated from disruption, there's just a lot more questions in some of these cases than there are answers. Combine that with elevated valuations coming into it, it was sort of a recipe for a big repricing. Thoughts?
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I got two things to kind of say with that. First, this cycle, when it comes to the software names and artificial intelligence, kind of reminds me of Microsoft and like Linux, right? The operating systems, where Linux is free, there's a lot of packages with it, and it's really utilizing back-end processes, right? Running servers and things of that nature. Microsoft kind of focuses more on the corporate front-end portion. That's where the margins are. Artificial intelligence is kind of looking like that right now. We're looking at LLMs. I mean, there's a lot of competition out in this space. China also has a lot of open source software as well. So it's going to make it a lot more difficult in order to monetize this business. That being said, these valuations, I would not be surprised, Alex, given the interest rate environment, let's see if we get some more cuts, maybe 10-year kind of settles out here a little bit, and a lot of these software names continue to move lower. You can make the case that this could be an M&A type of industry here this year, just given the fact that a lot of these stocks have aggressively sold off, and maybe we see some consolidation, maybe even for some of the mega cap names that want to pick up some stocks and get some exposure here. I know we're not talking about Adobe, but Adobe looks very interesting at $275. That's pretty much the couple lows, or not the couple lows, but we're looking at the 2022 lows.
Hey, a little bonus mover in the case of Adobe, but let's get into some of these earnings. So you talked about the importance of the setup in earnings. Well, two names with very different performance and different, I would say, business lines of business than the first couple we talked about. But let's start here with 3M. 3M and this sort of industrials, this materials kind of place. This has been a trade that's been a little, I think investors have been a little bit more open to in the last 6 months.
Yeah, and this is a tough business. So 3M, if you're kind of looking at their portfolio, you can actually still make the case they actually have a lot of strength here, right? If you're looking at the onboarding of building out infrastructure and the fabs and the factories for Apple, I mean, 3M's going to have exposure to that. You also have the healthcare sector, they have exposure there. We did see the company actually post $1.83 per share. She was looking for $1.80. We're looking at the numbers that were reported here. But their estimates moving forward came in a little bit weak. So they are taking a hit when it comes to tariffs that's eating into the margins, and then they also have an existing, or this PFAS business, if you will. It's more of an environmental situation that they're kind of going through. They're divesting away from that. They're still taking some write-downs there. I think if you're looking at the industrial space, there's still a lot of opportunity just as a whole here. I just think 3M right now is just experiencing a little bit more headwinds when it comes to margin compression, and the market's kind of selling off on that. From a technical standpoint, though, you can make the case that it's getting very close to a key level of support here, that we're pretty much still in this trend line if we're looking at the weekly chart, and you're looking at around that 148, 150-ish area as a next area of support here. So not a bad earnings announcement, guidance a little bit light. You can still make the case that it has a fundamental demand picture story for 2026.
Yeah, no doubt that this area between about 145 and 155 has been significant in terms of a lot of price action over the last 52 weeks. Kind of centering around what's called
275
today, maybe like 152 or so, 152 and a half is sort of that center of that. But KG, I know this isn't unique to 3M, but for a stock that trades a little bit lower in implied volatility, maybe not in the fastest moving sector in the case of the industrials, earnings are really important. Like so much of the year's move happened on those 4 days when we get the results. You look back at last quarter's earnings, big jump higher. You look at today, kind of a big repricing to the downside.
You talking about NVIDIA?
Essentially, that brings you back to square
because that's what NVIDIA did.
So the stock does a lot of going sideways, or at least it has over the last 52 weeks. And those areas are really
3M.
So a little bit of disappointment from the street here today. One has to wonder how much of that is the overall market weighing on things too. But let's close things out here with DR Horton. The stock opened lower, Kevin, was able to recover and actually trading slightly higher. I thought these were, better than feared results. How did you frame them?
Yeah, the guidance came in a little bit light on the conference call, which is why we saw the reversal. I mean, this thing's been gyrating. Before we came on, it was actually lower here, but company did actually beat the street's expectations, both top, bottom line. They are kind of guiding a little bit light when it comes to margin. They talk about expanding and increasing some of these incentives, basically buy down rates, trying to keep the price of these homes relatively low, especially trying to get into these homes in order to keep demand where it is right now. They're also probably seeing a little bit of pressure when it comes to new orders and backfilling the order backlog that they saw 12 months ago, which rightfully so. Obviously, there's been a lot of uncertainty here. This could be an industry, though. I mean, obviously, the stock, once again, gyrating. This could be one that does shock the street to the upside. The latter half of this year, getting closer and closer to midterm elections, maybe housing affordability is definitely going to be on the ballot there. And there could be some initiatives from the White House in order to try to soften some of the housing market in some respects, especially for consumers. And DR could actually be a beneficiary of that. What do you think?
Yeah, this is a tough space, and I think they said it well, basically saying, hey, buyers are still getting a little bit of sticker shock. We got to give them incentives. Well, those incentives showed up in the form of a margin, profit margin that came down 3 full percentage points year over year for this company. I mean, it's a tough business right now, but 3 full percentage points on profit margin. Could warrant a little bit of a repricing, and the stock has been repriced just a little bit off its highs. All that to be said, though, Kevin, the stock's done pretty good on a longer period of time. The home building space is a tough business. But the demand for homes is still there. We know that it's complex, but even if some of those policies are enacted and whatever, at some point there's a demand, one would think, for homes and new construction like DR Horton and some of its peers. Final thoughts, big picture, DR Horton, any of the movers?
Yeah, I would say I think the biggest risk that you have for the new home builders is
I don't know what the Buffett indicator is, but
interest rates going a little bit lower. That might get some individuals off the sidelines of being able to put their homes up.
Anybody ever studied that? The Buffett indicator?
Competitiveness in this market, which really kind of went away.
As it says, this ratio, which compares the total market capitalization of U.S. equities to the country's gross domestic product, recently climbed to 222%. Historically, reading about 200% have often preceded market corrections. Promoting analysis of investors consider blah 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 blah.
Soon. We're going to take a short break. It's time for Chartmaster. When we get back, we're going to be charting trading a couple of the big-time airliners here in the U.S. We'll take a look at United Airlines as well as American Airlines. We'll be joined by Rick Ducat right after this.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Intern, this place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. Come again? Yeah, at Schwab they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between. I think I'm gonna be sick. We have to buy that now. Schwab.
Invest your way with Schwab.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. Alex Coffey. It's time for Chartmaster, joined by Rick Ducat, the market technician for the Schwab Network. Looking at some big airliners here. We heard from Delta. Now it's time to hear from everybody else. Well, let's talk United Airlines. Very unique looking chart here, Rick. What do you make of it?
Yeah, a bit of an unusual setup here, but what we have is a situation that is quite common. The overall situation of breaking out above a prior resistance level and then retesting that. By that, as you can see here on green line, we had some old notable highs near that 110 level. That was about where we topped out again a second time, then a third time before the breakout. Now the breakout has retested that area. So as I said, old resistance has become new support, despite the rather unusual other setup here where we saw such a dramatic decline and then a failure to overtake those old highs. Now we are seeing...
Now, real quick, I just got to ask you guys. I know I said I wasn't going to do this, but I see something here. Cup with handle, or is it too sharp of a move here?
You could say that. You know, a lot of times I don't really put a lot of stock into very strict definitions. It's more the general behavior of what you're looking for. In this case, we had a long decline, perhaps a bit more sharp, as you say, than the traditional cup and handle. But what happened was that we made our way back up to the resistance. We saw the rejection. That would give us the handle type shape. And then eventually continuing on upward here. So again, if you want to really go with a microscope and do the exact way the pattern is supposed to work,
new
you're
low.
going to be disappointed pretty often. But the
I'm
general
debating.
ideas here of a gradual bottoming out before the trend continues, I could see the thinking behind that.
It was much better when it was only
Nevertheless,
at
we are
150.
trending a little bit lower here, trending a little bit downward, but holding out that supportive level.
No.
We can see our moving averages that we follow starting to
Can't
get a
do
crossover.
this.
Our faster 5-day EMA in blue, our weekly EMA, crossing below the teal monthly EMA. Not the greatest trading signal on its own here, but an easy visual
Boy,
view that
NVIDIA
things
looks
are
pretty-
deteriorating and the trend
pretty
is
set up.
eventually shifting more toward the bearish side of the spectrum here. Also, RSI, our measure of momentum, shows that we have broken our green upward sloping trend line almost at the same time that we've broken
UAL.
350 midline. So again, more of a bearish lean from this momentum indicator that we see making this crossover today. Our volume profile study shows that we have heavy volume here. Our point of control comes in just below 105, 104.42. Significant volume also here, much smaller, but still an obvious standout node near about 115. To the downside even further, around 100.
Good stuff. Interesting looking chart, and we'll see if that break.
I was just now remember what I said last week, that I wasn't going to swing nothing for calls because of the Greenland tension. I'm glad I didn't. Oh. Let me take off my shoes. Apple new low. Boy, Apple, they were all high heels about. Well, I'm just right out of the notch, Rick. One more notch out of the money. I don't know if this thing will be any good anymore. So I got to watch my SPX here. I'd rather lose $300 than... That's set up just for another big knife. Oh, my coffee. Oh, God. How long is this? Bill. Not much. Here's the crazy 7. Tesla app, my support. Next one's at 403 for Tesla. 400, 405, somewhere in there. Microsoft, I hardly ever trade. And look how that thing's cheap. Not cheap, but I mean, it's not cheap. $90-day low. That was expensive. I think you remember me talking about that. It's still not cheap. Correction, this thing gets down like to the 200 EMA. This is where I'd be if we're let's say if we're ready, we're set up for a major correction. First thing I want to do, if I was charting Microsoft, is I want to go ahead and put a price line all the way across from this previous high right here. Now these are on the weekly, so I'm going to try to get the wick. Oh, we'll just go with that. 468. The next one's right down here. We'll just go with the bodies. And if we get matches with the wicks. Feel like a little bit under 447. 447. Will be your second support, because we've already proven this one here, the first one, many a times. But that's a huge drop. That another 60 points, 65 points. Chris Host gives biggest hedge fund gain ever. Chris Huang posts biggest hedge fund gain ever at 18.9 billion. I like that support. Next major one is right about down here. Somewhere in there, 408. And then you got one right in here. $430. So your three. It's double top. It's also double top. Not too good. Oh God. Major drama there. I want to see what CNBC has to say about this. I know they got a...
You know, the only thing I haven't heard much about is, and the president put this in a post at some point in the past couple of weeks. He said, we need Greenland for the Golden Dome. You know, I hear a lot about the sea routes and the shrinking ice caps and, you know, whatever China and Russia's designs may be on these waterways. What is the Golden Dome?
Again, the idea that we need Greenland for various types of missile defense or other forms of defense, that's not the issue. Let's just posit there's a good strategic and economic case for a more intimate relationship between the United States and Greenland. That's not the issue. The issue
120.
is why are we going about it in a threatening, coercive way?
Yeah.
The entire secret sauce of American foreign policy for the last 8 decades has been that we get countries to work with us, not because they have to, but because they want to, out of consent. That was the fundamental difference between us and the Soviet Union. They had satellites, we had partners and allies. So what's wrong here is not the goals, what's wrong here is the means. It's about that simple.
So, as I understand it, Nuke, I think that's how you pronounce it, is a 4.5-hour flight from New York. Or Leslie Josephs told me United has a nonstop flight. 4.5 hours from New York is strategically significant. Is it possible that the president feels as though the Europeans or Denmark or whoever is not treating the issue with the seriousness that he thinks it deserves from the American side?
This ain't going to look too good, about to get stopped out.
We defended Europe for the entire Cold War without owning Europe. we've kept China away from Taiwan without owning Taiwan. So the idea that you have to own something, to have it be part of your strategic or defense perimeter is simply nonsense. So that's not the issue. And again, Greenland's more important than it was, in part because of climate change, ironically enough, an issue the administration denies, but it has opened up the waterways. Russia and China are either actual potential adversaries. Then yes, let's work with the Europeans, let's work with Greenland in terms of beefing up our response. My guess is they'd be open to it if we're done the right way. At the risk of repeating myself, this is not about ends, this is about means, and the means seem designed to not only not get what we want with Greenland, but to break the U.S.-European relationship, which, as you're seeing today in the markets and beyond, would be one of the most, probably the most costly step we could do against ourselves.
One more.
Well, market.
Making, which is it possible that
Still knifing.
the Europeans are not treating the severity of the issue the way that, in other words, there seems to be this arguing back and forth about, well, were there Chinese ships or Russian ships? And if so, were they technically in the waterways? Were they technically, and is a waterway defined by a 3-mile wide strip? Can you just shed some clarity for those of us, again, what are the events as it relates to the threat surrounding Greenland? I mean, have we seen an uptick in that kind of? I know there's been certain reports of drones flying through. I thought it was Danish airspace, things like that, Russian drones in the European airspace. I don't know if there was any truth to that. I mean, what have we seen in terms of these incursions, and why does it seem like the U.S. Is highly concerned, but perhaps Europe is highly concerned? I don't know. What can you tell us about that?
Look, what's changed is the waterways have opened. You have greater Chinese and Russian activity in the larger Arctic area. So I think those are the big changes. And I'll probably agree with something. I think rare earth minerals changed our focus. For all these reasons, places like Greenland have gone up in economic and strategic importance. There's no, though, immediate Russian or Chinese threat to those areas, a potential one, of course. So the question would be, we're not in a crisis other than the one we're generating, so let's work with the Europeans, let's work with Greenland and Denmark, and say, okay, what's the smart strategy?
The only one we're generating.
For building capability.
Yeah, well, I think it's probably a fact.
Deterring any Chinese or Russian threat from emerging, or if it does emerge, potentially defending against it. That's a serious defense conversation. We do that 5 days a week, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year. There's nothing, if you will, special. What's different here is that the threat has, or rather the situation is evolving, again, more than anything because of the changing climate, which has made the Arctic and land areas near it somewhat more important than they used to be.
I know this is perhaps a useless question to ask, but what's your best guess on how this plays out now at this point, Richard?
What I'm hoping for is the Europeans come up with a pretty strong diplomatic offer that basically tells the president, look, we'll give you 90% of what you want.
Okay.
In terms of,
We got to make a major decision.
I think it'll be really interesting to see whether the Europeans really go ahead and reinforce Greenland, because that would mean the United States would have to be
Market's definitely bearish.
military force. I doubt we're going to do that. So what I'm hoping is some combination of diplomacy and a little bit of deterrence on the European side forces us to act, let me just be blunt, more rationally.
The one other sort of idea that I've heard that people talk about is that the people of Greenland themselves might end up, I don't know, I don't follow the argument exactly, being paid or deciding that they want to receive some kind of financial arrangement to perhaps start aligning themselves with the U.S. Is that realistic?
Yes.
It would have been more realistic a few weeks ago. Before this, I think what we've done is really galvanized anti-Americanism. But look, diplomats can be creative, and I can imagine at the end of the day there
Who is
is
this
some kind
guy?
of new sharing arrangement where maybe we become co-sovereign there. There's all sorts of
Who is
possibilities.
this? Awaiting.
That's why God invented diplomats. You get them involved, and you basically try to.
I don't even want to get this guy's name.
And you focus on getting what you want rather than the symbolism. I think if we go about this more intelligently, there's a decent chance we can get what we want and diffuse this. But that's
I doubt it.
I think it sounds like a job for the board. Is it the Board of Peace to tackle?
I'm not sure they're ready for it, but it might be a job for Marco Rubio.
Richard, thanks very much. Good to have you on today. Richard Haas with the Council on Foreign Relations. The Dow is still down about 745 points, which is close to session lows here. As we wait to hear from the president,
I'm about to stop out. This thing don't move. I'm threatening it.
which was supposed to start 40 minutes
Fake
ago.
sell.
There's definitely a delay. And as we hit break, check out some of the Magnificent Seven stocks, all of which are in the red today. If all seven closed down more than 1%, it would be the first time that's happened in more than 3 months. And you can see NVIDIA is one of the worst performers with a nearly 4% drop. The major averages are all at session lows. The NASDAQ is down about 2% once again right now, the 10-year at 428. More after this.
Heck. Another commercial break. Come on, this Biggs. I beg you.
Yes, estimate to between 69 cents. Seaport thinks that Intel is becoming viable again as both a product company and a manufacturer. HSBC is upgrading its view. Now, it's upgrading its view to the sidelines. They moved to a hold. Essentially, before this, they were like, we're out on this one. They doubled their price target to 50, though. They're expecting a server CPU shipments to rise 15 to 20% this year. They talk about agentic AI as a big catalyst for Intel as well. They think that we're going to see renewed demand for traditional server CPUs as well, and then an increase.
We got a pivot point on AMD.
Tech story here. It's all about Panther Lake and its 18A process, and that's been a tailwind for the company recently. So again, you have momentum that is going against.
AMD's at a pivot point right now on the daily. I mean on the minute.
It is always a pleasure. Thank you so much for the update.
Let me see if it's at the, yeah.
Diane, we welcome
I figured it was pretty close to the orb. We just went below the orb. So actually,
for SimilarWeb. And Ben,
we're still at support,
to you. You guys just
according to my
released,
rules.
I think in the last couple hours, your SimilarWeb
just barely under
100 report for 2025. Let's start big takeaways. What was the kind of the key themes that stuck out this year?
Yeah, good afternoon. So our D100 report launched today, and it's across 3 key areas. So it's on web, it's on app, and now on Gen AI. So many people are asking about Gen AI, and ChatGPT was one of the real stars of this year. Despite already being so big going into 2025, it really dominated across app, on web, and also in the Gen AI space. So a real big trend.
232.24
of utility, and people starting to use apps and websites really to hone their professional and personal lives.
And I'm seeing in there, ChatGPT leads the top 10 web, with web visitors broadly almost increasing 10% year over year as well. That number looks closer to 57.5%, it looks like, for ChatGPT.
That last push of negativity really pushed the market down.
That I think are quite interesting. You see TikTok continues to grow at
still,
a
I sold
pace.
the SPYs,
Disney Plus might be
the
a surprise
SPXs I'm
to
still
some.
in.
Perhaps some of those
I didn't have too many of them.
releases help that. You
But
also
we'll
see
see.
AliExpress as well as Temu still on there as well. When you look across some of the other categories that you're following,
Don't like.
What were some of the other standouts?
No like.
I saw some weakness maybe in apparel. Was there anything else
Go here and look
worthy
at
of
my
calling out?
losers.
Interesting. We saw some real surges in companies like Comfort. So they saw a real good year this year. They actually tripled their traffic growth.
Gap Downs, you've got NVIDIA, Tesla,
I think 90% of their traffic came from mobile.
BMNR. Now, I know a lot of people talk about that one a lot.
Another big trend we saw was productivity. So
BMNR.
Smart homes. We saw people monetizing their steps with WeWood. Those also came through as big trends as people kind of moved from maybe some more of the fun and gaming into really honing their lives and productivity with both apps and websites.
When you start looking at app downloads, it looks like app downloads broadly
Bitmind,
in some of these categories actually
Immersion.
went down year to date.
Got Apple, Amazon, Snap.
For example, it shows a 2% decline in apps.
Snap at a year low.
Because of a lack of innovation in
I don't trade Snap, but AAL,
in your mind in some of these
American
markets?
Airlines.
Or is it just
See, American, all the airlines were up,
maybe?
so they could come down.
As popular as everyone,
Rivian,
also people are really thinking about how they spend their time and where they spend their time. So maybe there's some consolidation in terms of what apps they're using. And we saw it with the rise of apps in the
it's
fitness
another
space.
one that
People
I
really
didn't
being
like
able to
that
kind of
last
home
pump on it.
space. Like right now we saw really surging.
It's
7 million workers.
15,
People are
19.
very cautious about how you use their time. Maybe some
We
of
can
that
go
is showing
lower.
the app trends.
One of the
We
big
got
themes
Mr.
towards the end of the year, Ben, was this
I mean, this
closing
really
of the
looks
gap
nice.
of
This
maybe the
yearly
other, big
daily
AI
candles,
players and
daily chart.
ChatGPT would certainly
Anything
not
under
have
100,
the
right
front,
under 150
as
at
far as the launching of
150.
the AGI, or just a
That'd
general
be a double
AI
bottom
names.
for Mr.
It looks like
And
Gemini,
sound. Here's another one that people
kind of showed up in your data as well. Gemini,
raved
of course,
about.
Alphabet's platform really was getting a lot of love from investors towards the end of the year. It looks like your
Sound.
data supports some of that.
We got Rocket.
I mean, Gemini is definitely one to watch for this year. You've seen the
That's one I
announcements
used to
coming out
trade.
in the last couple of weeks around moving into
Cannabis
the
stock.
space with their partnerships
See-
with Walmart. I think Gemini is really going to accelerate the adoption this year, and we're starting to see it come into the data.
Tilray.
Grok in third, Claude,
Ooh,
Perplexity,
Tilray had a
and
day
Meta's
low.
platforms
Had a
all
5-day
in the
low in
top
a way.
6. So it's
Probably
sort of the
longer
who's
than
who
that.
when it comes to those AI emerging players. 77% increase in visits, 65% unique visitors as well. So it shows so much of that growth is, organic growth.
It's weird,
People
hey.
stepping into some of these platforms as well.
These
But
cannabis
as we look
companies
at
are
the
making
big
a
picture,
killing off this
tie in,
weed.
What is the commonality that you're
They're
seeing
also drinking
across
a lot of
all
water.
these different, subsectors and types of companies? You're looking at web, you're looking at app, you're looking at AI. What are the things that some of the fastest growing digital companies are doing that are in common?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately they're following where the eyeballs are going, so they're really understanding exactly where their consumer going. And
They
I think
got-
that's something that
they got-
really
they got a
applies to
big
the
old-
consumer. We talked about utility earlier.
It's
really
called,
optimizing people's lives, productivity.
this warehouse here,
Winners are
this
really
is-
playing in that space, and fundamentally they understand their market, whether it's social, whether it's on affiliates, wherever it is, they know where
This
to
is
go
up in my
after. So we've seen that
neighborhood.
come through as a core trend this year. And as I mentioned earlier, people are really optimizing where they spend their time, and that's a key theme we're seeing in our data.
All right, Ben, final question for you. Taking what we learned from this report and all the work that you guys put in to get this report out, what is some sort of early, I guess, a look towards 2026? If you were to kind of think, hey, we're releasing this report a year from now, some of the trends you think might emerge in 2026?
Earlier, we're going to see a real
Up
acceleration
next,
of Gemini. I
on
think
Candy Crush.
the big thing for AI
I think
we're going
growing
to see
weed
this year
would
is
be
people
easy.
going from discovery
It's not.
and kind of
You change
trying
the
it last
lives
year into
of-
real
I
adoption
mean,
into how they actually
total
purchase
goosebumps
products
right now
and
talking
really
about
move forward
this.
in this space.
We
I think
have
that'll be a
changed the
big trend
lives
this
of
year.
so many
I think
people
entertainment's
here.
going to be very interesting to watch about how people really
being
spend their
like,
time going forward
you
this
know,
year. And
the window
ultimately,
to start
thinking
pulling
around
water
how we
out
can think
before
about the actual channels
and
that
every
we're
day, but
getting
we
there
also
and
like
really
to keep it
optimize
This is up
for
to
us.
where my
Big use case
property
for
is.
us
Our goal
is really
goal is to keep it good
understanding
attitude,
how to
About
keep it
8
around,
miles.
strategies of those winning.
This
So,
factory right
it's
here.
something
Does anyone
exciting
ever
for us to look
put
forward
on
to in the year
like,
ahead.
I'm looking forward
Yes.
to it. And a year from
Yeah.
now, we'll
Yeah.
see how
Exactly.
different things are and how
They've been on
much the
everything.
same they
Everything
are as
from
well.
whale sounds
Ben
to
Parks
anything you can
always
imagine.
Whale
appreciate the head of
sounds.
Yes, sir.
advisory services
We have a
for
good time
Similar
here.
Web with the update
I have a
in the
whale
report,
joke for
the
you.
Digital 100
Yep.
report. We're going to take
So-
a short break. We get back. Time for
I thought about it.
2 whales
Corvus,
sitting in a bar.
as the pharmaceuticals certainly
One whale
on the move today.
turns to the other whale
George
and goes,
Killis with the latest as to why right after this.
Oh, it's cheap.
Opportunities don't
Cannabis
stop when the market
scheduling
ends.
finally killed a crushing tax rule.
Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most
Could
popular
finally kill a
stocks and
crushing
ETFs,
tax
plus a
rule
wide
and
variety of
transform U.S. weed stocks.
all with 24-hour support
Cannabis
and trading specialists
rescheduling.
who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the
Oh, MSOS. That should be on my list.
Let's Schwab.
So Ashton, now we're in
They
this
really like this
very
one here.
quiet,
Schwab Network
kind of
delivers
beautifully
real-time market
serene
insights,
room full
live
of
from the
weed.
NYSE,
Yeah.
NASDAQ,
This is the
Cboe,
curator.
and beyond.
So
From
have you
earnings to
perfected
economic
the
data,
cure, at
we
least
cover
for
what
floor
matters
farms?
as it happens. Streaming
I like to cure
24/7,
these
anytime,
5-pound bags.
anywhere, free on
We
SchwabNetwork.com.
generally hang out in there about 21
Morning
days.
movers, be the first to
Inside
find out
of it,
what's
we have
shaping
5 pounds of
early
weed.
market
We also
action.
like to keep
Options
the
Corner,
Integra
Futures
Boost
Focus,
packs.
Technical
We do a couple
Analysis,
different
Morning
relative
Movers
humidities.
covers it all.
We have
Grab your
both
coffee and tune in
55%
every
and
trading day at 8
62%.
a.m. Eastern,
One of my
only
favorite
on
things
Schwab
about
Network.
Integra is that it's a two-way relative humidity pack.
Okay.
So if the humidity is too high inside
Stay
that,
connected to the markets with
5
It's
pound
not
bag,
going my way.
bring the humidity down to that 62. And if we are not quite there because we're sucking too much moisture out of the air, we'll also make sure that inside that bag stays all the way up to 62%. So we're just going directions.
Got it. So you know that humidity will
Stay
be at
connected to what
62.
moves markets. Download
Which
the
that's
Schwab
the
Network
consistency
app
that we're
and
after.
get live coverage
Also in our 8
wherever
packages,
you are.
once we have everything ready to go to the customer, we also
I'm
like
Nicole
to put in
Petalides,
an Integra
live
Boost
at the New York
package.
Stock
That way, no
Exchange,
matter how
and
long
this
it has
is
to
the
take
watch
from getting
list.
from our facility
Your midday
into the
view
customer's hands,
into the
we're making sure
trends
to keep that
driving the
bud
markets
exactly
with a
where
sharp
we want it,
focus
where it
on
left the farm at.
technology,
Well,
innovation,
Ashton,
and
I
customers.
think the
next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
You're probably hearing that.
Welcome back to Next Year Investing. It's time for Under 30s. We bring in George Tillich, Senior Markets Correspondent for the Schwab Network. And George, we're discussing
George, help
This is the
us.
stock ticker CRVS, and it's making a big time move, as many of these pharmaceutical biotech firms do around these trial updates. Positive results, phase 1 clinical trial. I'm not going to even pretend to try to know how to say the name of the drug. I'll leave that to you, George, but talk to us about what we found out.
Yeah, I'm not going to even try to pronounce it there, Alex. But nonetheless, I think interesting situation. Markets, are struggling right now. There's a small cohort of those stocks in the semiconductor space are doing well. And there's also going to always be some runners, and this is one of the runners today, associated with a down market. But this is an interesting company. It's basically a biotech company. They essentially have some drugs that are associated with things like atopic dermatitis, things like eczema, which is skin disorder, but they're also moving into phase 2 trials for things like renal cancers as well as things like small cell lung cancer. So it's an oncology play too, but the market's latching on to good news, and there was certainly some good news for the company today, which essentially had an 8-week trial that was a small cohort of about 12 patients that came out very positive in terms of their eczema drug, which then places them in the position to move into phase 2 and 3, which are going to be longer term trials, about 26 weeks, including a cohort now of about 200 patients. So really good step in the right direction for the business, which in and of itself, if you look at the stock price action today, is quite
What's the
Uh,
support?
high.
You have nothing for
Considering
SPY?
the positive news, as well as the fact that they've got some other positive catalysts in 2026 associated, like I mentioned, with their oncology pipeline.
George, I always say that of all the different spaces that we cover and investors are looking at, this one in many ways is the most complex. There's just so much information that's so technical that you gotta know. But there are analysts that cover this space and are really in the weeds here. It seems like across the board today, those who updated their information based off this were very, very happy with what they saw, and in some cases boosted their price targets pretty significantly.
Yeah, so that's the thing. So a couple things to point out. I mean, first off, the company hasn't generated any sales yet. So that's meaningful. The other thing is, if you look at the market cap of $600 million, they have about $66 million in cash. That's important because they're on a burn rate or run rate of burn around $15 million per year. So they've got plenty of cash to work with. They're also, for those who are looking for some secondary dilution risk, they're already in the process of a $100 million offering, which began back in September of last year. So they've got plenty of working capital to go with. I think the news is positive. I think the short interest too, which is around 16% of the free float, is creating a problem for short investors considering the news today. But at the same time, the analysts that cover the stock have quite a wide range. You got H.C. Wainwright increased their target to $27. They have a street high right now, which was 24 yesterday or Friday, for that matter. If you look at the low target, it's around 11. In fact, if you look at the price action today, up around $11, it's already trading quite a bit above the low target here. The higher end of these ranges, 7 analysts. So right now, very positive outcomes. There's also an element of a short squeeze going on in this name. There's a possibility they come to the table with additional offerings, but nonetheless, the trend in the last year has been quite positive. It's not just a day move. If you look at the trend on the stock going back to April of last year, it's been moving since then. It just happens to be in a gap position today, which could backfill. You have to keep that in mind. But a very good outcome for the company, at least on a phase 1 basis. And as they move into phase 2 and 3, those are a little bit more tedious tests. We'll see if they have a positive outcome as a result of those.
Yeah, up a casual 140%. I'd say a pretty good day indeed, Mr. Tillis. Thanks as always, George Tillis. It's going to do it for us here on Next Gen Investing. The Watch List is up next. See you tomorrow.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
So we got kind of like a megaphone pattern right here, and we got a pivot point in that pattern, and that's right under the 200 EMA. So we have to break the 21. We're around 679.
Biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp
I think if we break this here
minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we
double
break it all
top,
down in real time.
we'll shoot on up.
Accuracy and precision.
I think one of the most
And get up
important
in this
things
area.
is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a
Right now, a lot of negativity though.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Spies are 53.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me build a happy financial future.
I need to go check my phone.
Stay connected to what moves markets.
I had to go
Download
show the
Schwab
fire
app and stream live coverage
extinguisher, inspector, all of the little sprinklers in the building. Makes sense. Yeah, it has to hold that. I mean, this is It's 1:01, so this is the hour I don't like on a day like today, where it can get worse.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange on the cover of Corner
Just write
Wall
them
and
off,
Broad, where we are
MSPXs.
seeing session lows right now. A sell-off has been underway all day long, and we have a big show for you today because what is the market outlook after a day like today where you're seeing some serious selling and global bonds selling off? What are some of the key investment themes that can work for your portfolio? We'll talk about that. Also, technology. Some love it, some don't. A tech reset. Maybe there is some AI accountability that's happening.
Tech reset.
I'll talk about some of the facts that people love it and some that are worried about an AI value trap. And our panel ready to dig into all things Netflix. Now, of course, we have Netflix reporting its earnings after the bell today. Options traders are trading really guessing about a 7% swing either way. At the same time, we have the big Netflix Warner Brothers deal that we'll go into as well. Here's a quick look at the market. So this morning we woke up and we saw the selling underway. The Dow was down over 800 points this morning, and we're pretty much around the same area that we were early this morning. We tried to make a comeback, but you do look at the president speaking. You do have concerns about tariffs on the rise for Denmark, Norway, Germany, UK, Finland, the Netherlands, and so on. And it's pressuring the markets. The markets are uncertain, and the VIX is back to 20. So here are the numbers: 68.13 on the S&P, down 1.8%. The Nasdaq's down 459 points, down 1.8%. The Dow down over 1.5%, losing 827 points, 48,531. And the Russell small caps, well, that's the best.
There's no improvement.
Down 1%. Oil and gold, well, oil's up. It's at 60.42. Oil's been up 4 weeks in a row, but it's gold that's really the story here. 47.63. These are new highs for gold and silver today, the safe haven of these precious metals, up $157 today. Bitcoin right now, 89,500, down 6.5%. And
About to cash my gold and silver in.
The dollar is weaker at 98.33. Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent, is here with me, and we're taking a look at the sell-off that's underway. And it's, we started to see some bright spots as far as sectors. I know you're taking a look at NVIDIA, but tech overall, financials, real estate, a lot of down arrows. What's the NVIDIA story here that stands out?
Good afternoon, Nicole. Yeah, we are seeing NVIDIA move to the downside, down about 3.5%, close to 3.5% at this point in time. There was a news report that a Taiwanese server maker, Inventec, is stating that China is pretty much holding up these H200 chips, and it's pretty much the ball is in their court in order to allow the H200s to flow into China. Now, we know that the U.S. is now given the formal approval in order for NVIDIA to be able to export those H200s to China, but it seems like there's still a little bit of a hold up here, which could actually have an impact on their revenue moving forward, and then also could have an impact on some of these other downstream players like Inventec, or even if you're looking at a Taiwan semiconductor for that matter. So you are seeing NVIDIA shares pulling back here, trading close to that $180 level. Keep your eye out on this. This has been a key area of support. When we continue to get this back and forth between the U.S. and China, it doesn't seem like this issue has been resolved. China is obviously on the position of national security, as well as trying to be a little bit more dependent on domestic supplies when it comes to artificial intelligence products like GPUs and CPUs. So it seems like we're still in a little bit of limbo here. NVIDIA continues to consolidate over the last couple of weeks. We have not been able to break above that 190. We have not broken below the 170 as well, Nicole. So keep your eye on 180. That should be a key area of support for us here over the next couple of days.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Dan Ives today he has the ICE ETF filled with all the AI-related names, and he's saying, look, there really could be some opportunities today. And I know we've gone around. I mean, maybe people thought they bought it and it was moving back up, only to see things selling off again. We'll talk to some of our guests and ask those questions. What about a name like D.R. Horton? It had a double beat, but I saw a down arrow.
Yeah, this one has been gyrating all this morning here. It's actually up about 0.5% now. Early on in pre-market trading down about 6%, so it has been able to recover here. They actually did beat both on the top and bottom line. EPS came in at $2.03. Street was looking for around $1.93. Revenue came in at $6.89 billion. Down from what we saw a year ago at $7.61 billion, but did exceed the street's expectations. The reason why we saw this pullback to the downside initially, especially on an intraday basis, is the conference call. The company has seen an uptick when it comes to activity, but it is also eating into its margins by providing these incentives or these paydowns in order for individuals to buy into their homes. And if you are going to see a stalling out of that backlog, that can actually have an impact on the revenue growth moving forward. So once again, a little bit more uncertainty when it comes to the housing market here. I would say mixed results at best. Guidance maybe a tad bit weak when it comes to dollar holding, but individuals are trying to buy this name up. Once again, up about 0.5%. That's a pretty decent recovery, Nicole, from the pre-market lows.
All right, great to see you. Kevin Green, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good look at a couple of important names there. This is the Dow's about 847 points to the downside. So we are seeing some selling. I'm trying to make some sense of the action here and what's to come in this first half of the year and the back half. Let's talk bigger picture. Adam Coons is with me right here on desk. Co-Chief Investment Officer at Winter Capital Management. Thank you so much for being here. I mean, people come in and say, oh, it's the worst day, and even though we're not too far from highs, it does bring a sort of freak out moment when the VIX goes to 20 and you say, what's going on?
Look, you got to put full context in the matter that we come off of 3 years of equity markets that were up, almost 20%, 3 years in a row. And so
each.
You're going to come off of that. You're going to have some volatility. It doesn't help when you have,
each year, buddy.
Likes to be that gasoline to the fire sometimes. And so I think that's
each year.
This year, similar to what we saw kind of the first quarter of last year. Think back, kind of the tariff tantrum and some of the things that were happening kind of in the first few months of the year as markets were digesting kind of what Trump and the overall kind of changes in administration were going to do to markets. And we're kind of back there where markets are trying to filter through the noise to see, okay, what are the implications, impacts, what's real, what's not. And so, I think we'll probably see more of this kind of volatility in the beginning of the year, but that will give us opportunities, new things to buy, new ideas. So, in some ways, it's a little bit exciting when we have markets like this.
So, I know you have some different strategies and investment things to go over. I saw them in your notes. More tailwinds or headwinds now going forward? You're looking at central banks. And where does that fall into your story?
Yeah, I think overall, kind of the monetary shift, monetary policy in 2026, the whole year will be a tailwind. I think we'll probably see some headwinds, like I said, at the beginning of the year, because first, Trump's got to figure out who he wants to appoint as the head of the Fed. So, we still haven't figured that out. So that'll probably cause some volatility as we see swings and who's going to be. It'll probably be a little bit dramatic.
We have March at 60% likelihood, but that doesn't mean anything.
More drama here. Intel is at 48.
That will probably affect markets, increasing volatility. But overall, we think that the shift towards in the kind of
on a day like today, Intel's up $1.
For us, we're really focused on the reintroduction of quantitative easing, where the Fed goes back to buying securities in the open market. That's something they haven't done in a while. They've been letting different types of securities run off. They've been reinvesting Treasury maturities, but they have not been reinvesting mortgage-backed security.
AAL's at 14 something.
And move back towards buying mortgage-backed securities, kind of as the Trump pushes to get mortgage rates lower. That would be one way to support that market, to support longer end interest rates. Because the Fed can only really impact short-term interest rates. So the only way they can impact long-term interest rates is to actually buy the securities.
And the global equity story then, obviously you're leaning more towards tailwinds.
STLA.
Talk about defense plays maybe. What kind of global equities or U.S. equities should we be in then?
Yeah, so I think another thing that we saw last year that we think will continue this year is that shift away from U.S. stocks and towards international stocks. So for the last decade, last year, U.S. stocks have outperformed international stocks dramatically. Last year was the first year that international adult stocks outperformed.
Come on.
And at its peak, the difference in performance was 17%, meaning that international stocks outperformed the U.S. stocks by that much. It ended the year close to 10% was the gap, but still outperformed. And we think it's probably going to happen this year as well.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
That's the big reason we're seeing gold at all-time highs. It's really that shift away from U.S. assets into other types.
And so gold is one of those, but then international.
This is just something to think about.
And as you see, kind of this.
But I think we're setting up
getting the EU
to hit these 200s
spend more on defense.
On the daily.
That's where we see kind of the defense spending in particular, kind of in Europe, is a big play for playing defense companies.
I do
Like
want
the
to
shop.
sort of know what kind of international plays. I mean, because there's a lot.
We got the 200 EMA. I'm going to just go over watch list. Stock. I'm just going to go over stock after stock after stock after stock after stock.
International. If someone wanted to take a bite into that, because you do believe that that's a good place to
Get your pencil and paper out and jot down the ones that I like.
Into that, we do still like the tech play, not pure AI per se, but overall we think tech is going to continue to lead markets.
I'm going to pick these chips up. I just love Fritos, man. That's one of my favorite chips.
So that's one way to play international, but you're also in the same
Perfect
theme
amount of salt.
Technology growth, AI growth, that sort of thing. So overall, kind of from a country exposure, we like Japan,
I
like
can eat with
Taiwan,
about
South
anything.
Korea. So like I said, the really tech-dominant portions of kind of the equity space. And then additionally, we like financials, which is another reason why I like Japan, because that's really a blend of tech and financials. We do think we're going to see deregulation just globally for financials, banks in particular.
Yeah, it don't look like I'm going to get out of these this trade very good. So
benefit a lot of Japanese banks. So really that kind of Southeast Asia is where we'd really like to be. We do like
Shopify poised to have a solid fourth quarter on strong growth momentum.
Energy, is that a name you like?
Yep. So yeah, overall, just kind of the energy space. It has had some bumps a little bit last year, but we think.
Where did I see that? Shopify down 6%.
We do think some of the global conflicts generally will start to kind of
$30 in a week.
which should help.
5 trading days. We're definitely at a support level. I mean, we get close to these 200s. So this is the Tony and Jim's watch list. This is Mr. First one on it.
Giving us some plays for the new year for 2026. Appreciate it. Adam Coons, Co-Chief Investment Officer at Winthrop Capital Management. All right, coming up, Options Corner, real options trades. Rick Ducat is combing through, and he'll highlight some unusual options activity for the day, how investors are looking to trade on recent news of Microsoft.
I mean, Mr. looks so sweet.
Global.
If this ever started running back up, oh. If I was a billionaire or a millionaire, multi-millionaire, let's see what options look on it 6 months out. So February, August, next year, next September, next December, around Christmas time. Ooh, God. Too much. So, July 17. Too much. April, January, February, March, April, 3 months.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started,
The
Charles
250
Schwab offers
strike.
a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast
I'm gonna
series
jot this
breaks down
down.
different investing styles, including
490.
growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Let's see what comes a month out. $6,000. Somebody just went out and bought 6,000 of them, I bet.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis from U.S.
Too fucking
equities
much.
to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
To wait. This should be a day trade.
I'm Nicole Petalides. It's time for Options Corner, where we analyze unusual options trades that we're seeing throughout the day. We welcome in Rick Ducat, lead market technician, who's going to take a look at 3 names that have been busy in the options market, and he's found 3 real trades. In the meantime, maybe just a quick market thought. We're seeing down volume surpassing up volume 3-to-1. We're, at session lows of the day, people running to safe haven of gold, and a lot of these tech names continue to be in focus, and Netflix reports after the bell. Where, I mean, what are you looking at when you look at some of the levels or actions? You see us down over almost 2% now on the S&P, right?
Yeah, definitely a painful way to start off the week here. Not really breaching major supportive levels just yet here, but it depends. It's kind of a stock-by-stock situation here as we digest some of this news here. Oftentimes, just a general thought when there is surprising pieces of news, such as the news surrounding Greenland perhaps today. Oftentimes, there can be a sharp reversal, which gradually changes course and things are back where we started within a few days here. Not saying that's going to happen, just saying, don't panic. Like these things happen.
Right, so stay nimble with the VIX at around 20. We'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, Microsoft, you're taking a look at Microsoft and you found a bullish trade, an options trade that you're going to share with us. Now, let's hear a little bit about that one.
Right, so it can't ever be good news if the world's richest person is trying to sue you, even if you're a company as big and as powerful as Microsoft here. But that's kind of the main story I saw today. Microsoft and its OpenAI kind of subsidy, I guess you might call it, are being sued by Elon Musk, who is seeking $134 billion in damages, alleging that the other companies wrongly gained from his financial and strategic support. Kind of the sticking point is that OpenAI shifted from being a non-profit to a for-profit company, so that is why Elon Musk is making this lawsuit allegedly here. So we can also see a couple other headlines that caught my eye. Microsoft's OpenAI-backed subsidy once again reached $20 billion in revenue on Friday, according to its CFO, so making some major strides in that arena here. Also reports that Microsoft and NVIDIA plan to invest up to $15 billion in Anthropic, which is the Claude large language model maker there. So additionally, too, price target cut from TD Cowen, 625 from 655. They kept their buy rate low. But this trade is a big one. Plus 15,000 March 20th, 435 strike calls, and a 3301 debit here. So a bullish opening trade here. As always, I try to find only opening trades for this segment here. $49.5 million debit paid here. So that was a pretty darn big number here. You don't see that sum often.
It's way overbought, you little freak.
For which, same thing as always, long calls, unlimited potential max profit. Debit paid would be the max loss here. Break even 461.01, 3.3% to the upside here. Expected move well within that boundary there. Expected move 9.6% during the next 59 days here. This trade at the time I checked too was sizable. It was about 7% of the total options volume in this name here. So a noteworthy trade from not only the Dow
4.65, now 227.59, triple bottom. Solid support right here on coin. If I was to jump in Mr. or coin, it would definitely be coin on this setup. If I think they were going to run up a little bit, I mean, $20. Goldman Sachs lifts price target on Coinbase to 310. To 310. He raises it. They raise it. What does it say lift? Goldman Sachs lifts price target. Does that mean they get rid of it? Goldman Sachs lifts price target on Coinbase to 310 from 303, maintains buy rating. Does lift mean raise, or does it mean what it really means? That's the question I'm asking. Randy, can you answer it? Ask your wife. Ask your lovely wife. It's an ugly day now. I'm still green, but not by much.
Same time, I can't really be sure. It seems likely this position is actually perhaps even bigger than being portrayed here, but these are the ones that were kind of all at the same time. Again, a very sizable trade. This single trade was about 15% of the market at the time I checked here. Looking for a move still within the expected range, which gets kind of less and less reliable the further out you go. But break even 1669, 53.8% to the upside, so certainly looking for some movement. Expected move though 62.5%. Potentially during the 360 days, almost a full year out for this trade, or 2 year out for this trade, excuse me.
Okay, well, thank you for all of that, Richard Cat. Real trades in the options corner. We appreciate it. Looking there at Microsoft, Honeywell, and Mobileye. Nice to see you, Richard Cat. Thank you. Coming up, tech stocks. AI revolution. Are people now, they want to see more? They really want to know, what is all this CapEx spending for? Our next guest says, show me the revenue. We'll be right back.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risks. smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, how it's going to impact markets. Watch live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading with Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides. We're live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Stocks are selling off. Global bonds are selling off. We're seeing yields rising, particularly in Japan. Keep an eye there. Here at home, we have 4.28 on our 10-year bond yield. A lot going on. Joining me now, Lisa Martin, Martech analyst over at Lisa Martin Media. Thank you so much for being with us, because there are thoughts that a day like today or a time like now could be a buying opportunity, and others like Deutsche Bank are saying, cheap software stocks, are they an AI value trap? Because, we're seeing a lot of cyclical spending. So which is it? How are you feeling about tech weakness and the sell-offs? Are they opportunities or no?
There are opportunities, Nicole. Great to be with you. Happy New Year. It's great to be on the show. I think the tech slump that we saw last week, the week of January 12th, it looks more like a reset than a real warning. We've seen this huge AI-driven run recently, so some profit taking, some rotation, probably overdue, especially at the start of the year. But from what I'm reading, it looks like healthy market behavior. I think what's important here is that nothing fundamentally broke. Earnings expectations, they held up. Balance sheets are strong. Demand for AI, for semis, is still really, really real. But what changed is tone. Investors are shifting from excitement to execution. They want to see that, because companies that I talk to every week, they have to shift from experimentation to execution. So investors are asking, well, which companies can actually monetize AI right now? Can they justify this massive CapEx? Companies on the hook, they have to show that they demonstrate ROI from AI projects, and that's putting pressure on some names we'll talk about. But I also think it's improving the quality of leadership in the sector that we're seeing.
Oh.
Something like Taiwan Semi last week, when they talked about the CapEx spending of $52 to $56 billion. They need to speed up everything in order to meet demand for the AI processors, and it was pretty amazing and really sort of meaningfully shifted confidence in tech, in the AI revolution. This was on January 15th. It's January 20th, and today we're back to, is AI sort of too toppy or frothy, or, what do we need to consider here now? What about a name like NVIDIA? What do you think about NVIDIA? Where do you think we stand on that kind of name?
Well, so what's interesting right now with NVIDIA is the administration is saying, NVIDIA, you're going to need to meet tighter security and export requirements before shipping an H200 AI chip to China. But we also know that this chip it's pretty premium, it's pretty high margin, so any new restrictions might raise questions about it. but I don't think it changes the bigger picture because China isn't NVIDIA's primary growth engine. The real demand that we're still seeing, it's coming from US hyperscalers, it's coming from allied markets that are spending aggressively on AI infrastructure. So I think NVIDIA's AI demand story is still intact. I think it just reminds investors that geopolitics, it's just now part of the semiconductor landscape.
I see, Intel there with some green, and that's because Intel got an upgrade to a buy over at Seaport today, and a buy neutral with $65 price target. SanDisk has been a leader. It's up 8.5%, folks, with Citigroup putting in a $490 price target and a buy. So there are some bright spots. Is this a stock picker's market? What kind of stocks do you like, for sure?
I think it is a stock picker's market. I think we've
Drop
seen
them
that
more.
proving over and over again. But some of this, what I see
Not
right
good.
now is that we're in this accountability phase with AI. That companies, they have to show up clearly. And I think it's most clearly in software. So for the Salesforces, the Adobes, we know that conductors and infrastructure, they're still benefiting from a very visible AI spending ratio, but the software companies, they now have to prove what they're doing. I think where execution is clearest, where AI is concerned is, and tied to real spending, is semis and infrastructure. NVIDIA, Broadcom, AMD. They are clearly benefiting from visible demand, backlog. On the platform side, we see Microsoft standing out by monetizing AI through Azure, through Copilot. While Google is showing more discipline around AI cloud efficiency. And when I look at cybersecurity, two of my favorite companies, Palo Alto Networks,
Here's one they were pumping last week,
AI is
PANW.
driving must-have spending. I think what we're seeing, Nicole, is this common thread that's really simple. Companies that can point to customers and pricing and use cases,
Drop below
they are
180.
rewarded in this accountability phase versus vagueness.
So Palo Alto.
It'd be a falling wedge. Another drop.
I saw Apple was added as a top pick somewhere today. I mean, there's always one.
Put an alert down here.
Kind of thing. The other big names that you want to see some revenue. For example, for Alphabet, Google, people actually like the cash flow and the fact that they can make deals or capex spending with actual real cash versus some of the cyclical promises and spending that we've been seeing. So to show me the revenue phase, which companies are you most worried about then?
Good question.
I would be concerned, the whole Jerry Maguire, show me the money.
Let me raise this up.
Show me the revenue.
Head and shoulders over here.
Apple, which is reporting next week. It's not about flashy AI headlines. Investors are caring about things like service growth and margins, and they want to see
Not true.
a much clearer sense of how is AI actually becoming
That's
a monetization
phone.
lever for Apple.
Jim?
With Tesla, there's
We
pressure
need you to come
on
down here.
margins. There's clear pressure on demand. I think long-term AI and autonomy stories matter, but right now the stock needs this near-term execution. It needs cost discipline. I do think Meta is in a bit of a stronger spot because AI, it's already improving ad performance and efficiency. We're seeing that. So investors are focusing on whether results from Meta continue to justify the spend, the capex in AI.
Are you concerned about Adobe and the pressure there?
I think from an Adobe perspective, some of the things that we're seeing, there are concerns there. There's concerns with Salesforce as well, because what's important is that from an accountability perspective, as I mentioned, we need companies to reward, they need to be clear. They need to be not vague in terms of where AI is actually a product. We're seeing scrutiny around names like Adobe, as you mentioned, Nicole, Salesforce, some other mid-cap SaaS companies, where investors are saying, is AI actually incremental here, or is it bundled without pricing power? Where we're seeing wins are with NVIDIA and Broadcom and AMD, because execution is clearest, where AI is tied to real spending, it's tied to visible demand. We're seeing on the platform side, Microsoft stands out. It's monetizing AI through Azure, through Copilot. Google showing more discipline in AI cloud efficiency, and then of course the wins I mentioned with Palo Alto Networks and CrowdStrike on the execution front, because AI is showing spending.
Today we talked about it being a midterm election year, and when you go back to The 50s, and usually this time of year doesn't do particularly well, has enough arrow, let's say to the tune of about 4.5%, but we're not going to see 20% type of thing. And really a broadening out of market breadth, that it's not the Mag 7, it's sort of all the other names. Do you see us higher, in December, let's say, or the end of the year? Are we higher than where we are now, the major averages? And is it tech that brings us there or something else?
I think if we look at AI, Nicole, that's the whole narrative. We're seeing that it's pushing costs higher in the near term. Oracle's report recently was a good example of that, because we know that training models, running data centers, and building AI infrastructure is not cheap. So margins, they can look pressured before revenue really fully shows up. I think right now what we're seeing from an investor front is the key for them is whether the spending on AI is it translating to durable demand. In Oracle's case, AI-driven cloud demand is increasing. We're seeing a bookings backlog, and that tells us future revenue is building even if costs hit first. But I think the pattern we're seeing across tech right now in January 20th, 2026 is upfront AI CapEx, followed by monetization through higher cloud usage or long-term contracts pricing power. The companies that can show the bridge from the higher costs to the visible future revenue, they're the ones that the market is going to continue to reward.
Well, it's great to see you. I really appreciate it. Lisa Martin, thank you so much for being with us. Tech analyst Lisa Martin, Media. Thank you. All right, still ahead, it's Technical Tuesday, and we're taking a look at the charts. The S&P 500, which is now down 2%. Also, Hecla Mining, Accenture. We're talking some trends, all the numbers you need to know. We'll be right back.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Real-time market moves, earnings breakdowns, and trade-ready insights. Follow me on X at Sam_Vitus and connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram for more.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's Technical Tuesday, and I want to drive through some of these charts. Rachel Deschelle joins us, Senior Manager, Trading Derivatives Coaching, Charles Schwab. I'm so glad to see you, Rachel. I haven't seen you yet in the new year. Happy New Year to you. I was just thinking how, we have these S&P 7,000 hats, but they have to stay in the box until we cross 7,000 and close above 7,000. We were about 15 points away from S&P 7,000. And now, here we are down 2%, 6,800. What levels are you watching today, and why are those levels important?
Yeah, great to see you as well here. And like you mentioned, those hats got to stay in the box for now, because we did see at the end of last year and the beginning of this year that strong. It kind of formed this almost rising wedge type pattern. We also saw, at the same time that this kind of formulated in price, we saw that waning momentum there as well, which was kind of one of those first warning signs that, hey, this speed of the trend may be slowing down a little bit. And obviously we're getting that signal of that reversal today with that breakdown through a couple levels of support, one being trendline support there in that rising wedge formation, as well as that 50-day simple moving average as
This girl's talking my language.
Becomes new resistance here. And it's kind of, with price not being able to hold that 50-day.
Hello, my name is Jim.
Buyers aren't really stepping in quite yet to buy this dip, so given that, traders may be expecting
100.
Flush down to the
She got the SMA 100 SMA on here.
Around 67.45 or so, which is
Oh.
less than 1% away
Oh.
from where we're trading at now. So it wouldn't be too surprising if we did find that level as that next level of support. Now that level also coincides with December lows as well, so there's obviously a confluence of support there, but as far as just kind of overall participation, overall market breadth, we have seen some defensive rotation lately. Tech just continues to drag down the index on the surface, but under the surface, strong breadth remains overall. We do see that advanced decline line at the bottom of the screen there, coming off those all-time highs of last week, which is still remaining strong from a breadth perspective.
All right, well, thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Right now, market breadth, we really see more of a sell-off with a 3-1 down volume to up volume at this moment. Then we have a name like Hecla Mining. Why did this name jump out at you, this chart in particular?
Yeah, so this chart in particular, just due to the outperformance that we have seen in some of the metals and some of the mining stocks, this one has been on the watch list. Today it actually reached an all-time high, and I thought it was even notable as well that the last all-time high for this name was actually in 1987 and just surpassed that level today. So from base pattern lows to these yearly highs, Hecla's gained over 530% this year. It's been on a specifically just a tear on the last 6 months. Momentum's remained strong through this entire trend. You see a lot of red at the bottom of the screen there. It's spent a lot of time in those overbought levels, which just is such a signal of how strong of an uptrend it has been, and it's remained in that bullish regime above 50 as well. And even today with the breakout to new all-time highs, the RSI is reaching above 80, so extreme momentum there. And you know what they say, I mean, the trend is your friend. Many buyers may be kind of cautious at these extreme trend and momentum levels, that they may wait for a pullback to participate if they haven't been able to already. And this name has given multiple areas to enter the trend on a pullback, which I've kind of highlighted a few there in gray. And you can see some retests at that 20-day moving average. The most recent level to watch would probably be right around 23 or so. We saw consolidation there for a few days before moving higher, and if price pulls back, it may find that familiar level of support again.
Yeah, no doubt. And just overall, like precious metals, I see this name here doing so well and moving to these new highs, but precious metals overall, people are running and investors are seeking some safe havens like gold, like silver, as the President Trump and the war of words with the EU and Greenland and tariffs. NATO have really brought some uncertainty to the market this week now, right? This first day of trading. Last but not least, Accenture. Tell us about this one.
Yes, so this is the last one here, and with this one, I would definitely agree with your last guest, Lisa, when she talked about just the software industry being under pressure lately and opportunities that still exist in the software industry. So I would say ACN is definitely a software stock that has been on the watch list. It looks to be improving, technically speaking, trend-wise, and especially if you look at relative strength versus the overall tech sector.
Don't pick it up.
And the S&P 500, which that ratio comparison to the index is down below on the chart. But the thing that grabs my attention here on this one is that really large 6-month-long cup and handle pattern with a breakout from that formation last week. Now,
Damn, I want to trade with you, girl.
Really forms this new level of horizontal support right around 280, which is kind of being tested right around today. And just like this last one, there has been a confluence of support. There's that horizontal retest. It just kind of walks hand in hand with that 20-day moving average, which just reiterates how crucial this level is to hold for this stock. It really
simple and clean.
Here. So traders looking to enter on a retest of this
Relative strength.
may be looking for confirmation at this level in a number of ways. So looking for possibly a follow through tomorrow that closes above the high of the low day, maybe a percentage move. But as far as just shifting to that initial breakout in trend that we saw there, and the breakout that we've seen in relative strength versus the index, when we see those two factors happen simultaneously, that typically gives a really powerful sign as far as just attracting more capital to the name in hopes of alpha here.
All right, Rachel, Michelle, great to see you. Thank you so much.
Heck yeah.
At some key levels to watch. Senior Manager of Trading Derivatives Coaching, Charles Schwab. Thank you, Rachel. And coming up next, folks, markets selling off. We'll continue to follow today's sell-off here on
Fix me up, baby.
Also, all things Netflix. The Netflix earnings are due out after the bell. We still
Netflix after the bell. Netflix after the bell.
To look for most closely here in these earnings that are due out. We'll be right back.
The final 90 minutes of the trading day, that's when markets make headlines and traders make decisions. From earnings shocks to sector rotations, we're tracking the catalysts that move markets right into the close. Here on the floor, I bring you real-time sentiment from traders driving the action. And in Chicago, we break down the data, technicals, and trades you need to see before the bell rings. Live coverage of the close every single day. This is Market on Close, live weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves, and Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
God.
I'm Seb Bonus, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Well, that's interesting.
I want to talk all about Netflix. We have
I'm going to put the 100-day.
Big deal with Warner Brothers.
So that woman, she gave me a couple of good ideas. Just that lady there. The 100-day simple moving average. There's the dotted blue line. And I'm just going to add it to this one chart, and that's it. And the relative strength. So when that relative strength had like a double top. Let's see if I can find it here. I'll put it on this chart. Always clean. This is Jim. May I help you? You no answer? Yeah, they don't have it on here. This is called something else. Relative strength here. In 5 minutes. Now that makes no sense. Why would that go up? HIMS is at 30.92. This one's probably down 100%. Yep. Every bit of it. $33 price target. And there's another one been adjusted to 29 from 32. Bank of America, big investment year. Hims and Hers Health face optimistic Wall Street expectations with 26 being a big investment year. Come on, Spy. You're dead. Spy, now look at this. We bounced off the 100-day. Now listen to what that woman said, and I think I might have learned something. I used to use the 100-day. I did for years, many years. So we could bounce off 672 this week, bounce off the 100-day. Here's the SPX, same thing, off to 63, and then we bounced off the 100-day. Bounced off to 63 twice, and we had a breakout right here. So yeah. I'm gonna send alerts. Shit, what am I doing? There's a double bottom. Ooh, that's below the double bottom. That could be a fake out. Okay, well, I just set it for the 200, for the 100 right now. $100 on the daily. SMA on daily. $100 SMA on the daily. And the SPY. SPY, I'm gonna set it right above the 200 on the 100 day on the daily at 673.77. I like 76. Oh, do you know what this year is? I found out today. What's the year of 2026? We got a soldier in here. Stand up or give me 20. Did anybody guess? Randy, you're a patriot. What does the year of 2026 tell you? Alert set. Okay, anybody on YouTube? Seems like the room's not that bright today. YouTube, what does the year of 2026 tell you? You got 5 seconds to answer. Ring number 5, and if I don't get an answer by then, I will make the answer myself. Starting with ring number 1 until I get an answer. Ring number 1. Tibbets. 3B. Fortis. And Phoebe. The answer is 250th anniversary of America. So everybody should be very patriotic this year, like we were in 76. Woo! You're funny, James. You shove your patriotism up your ass. We're at the 100 day on the Q. Oh, this is important. On the QQQ, we're at the 100 day. Unbelievable. Look here. Tomorrow maybe we consolidate like we did here the next day, and then boom, 100 day right here. Boom. We got to keep the QQ. Everybody pay attention to the QQQ, please. Okay, I'm gonna appoint somebody to watch the QQQ. Somebody that's on voice. Angel, being as you're my right hand lady and you're right below me, will you do me a favor? Will you keep an eye on the QQQ? Come on. Don't say that. See, I can do it. I'll wake up first thing in the morning, Jim, at 6 o'clock and email you where we are with it. Now we might have a problem here. IWM's way overbought. We still are above the 9. It likes the 50. And that's right where 63 is, so that's where I'm going to set that alert. That's probably a little bit too early, but I mean too late. Okay, below, and this is going to be the 63 and the 50. 63 EMA and 50 SMA on daily. Boom. They were pumping Walmart. See, Walmart's way up there. Walmart 79 all the way to 121, a $50 run. And that's Walmart. So Nike. Where did I see? I seen Nike somewhere. Nike hit the 200 and pulled back. 200 and pulled back. 200 and pulled back. Hit the 63. There's a support level right there. I see it. With that candle right here. They're around 60, triple bottom gap. Uh-oh. Triple bottom gap. Angel, I'm counting on you. I know you can do it. You can do it. Okay, next. So we got a gap play here. I'm liking this setup. Nike, the alert will be set up right above 62.23. 23, 23, 23, 23, 23, 23, 23. $62.37. And what was that? That was a gap play. Triple bottom gap. TRI triple bottom gap. Hello, my name's Dolores. I'm new to the room and I wanted to ask you a question. I'm from the South, so please mind you, if you have a little bit of French in here, I understand, okay. Could you tell me what a gap is? See, down here in the South, we don't really talk about that on public television. The gap is when you have two candles. I'm going to try to keep this as PG rated as I can, honey. Because I'm from the South too, and I know exactly what you're talking about. This here is called a daily chart. So we go to the previous. So when I drew that trend line on here, I magnified it up and I seen what it brought up. Now, where did I get that trend line from? I can't remember. Where did I get that trend line? Oh. Okay, I got it from here. This is called a two-headed snake. You get your left shoulder, right shoulder, right shoulder, right shoulder, and that gap. And on the way down, it created a gap. It had a breakout here of three white soldiers. And then it consolidated with almost a hammer. And then it created a gap. The next day, it opened up big, so that's called a gap. And when something breaks out, they like to come back and retest that gap like it did right here. And it came back up and then it bounced back up. So that's called a double bottom. As it started to pull down, that's a double bottom. Given that gap, it is like a solid support. Technical analysis, that's a great support area. I mean, a real strong. It outdoes the moving averages. So if it doesn't hold that gap and there's no interruption, you could possibly get ready to add on if you jumped in the trade and you can hold on to it for a little bit and it touches down here, then you could add on and get out back up here at what you called it. But this is called now a triple bottom. See, here's your little support level right there where it held, and then it came back down, and then it failed off earnings, and then it came back up and kind of held resistance at that support level. So that creates more stronger, also perimeter for that gap. So now as you come down to a double bottom, you've got this inverse head and shoulders. So you got two or three reasons to take this trade now. You got the gap support, you got the shoulder line support, and you got the triple bottom support. And the 21's been acting, so this could be reason, no, not reason number 5 or 4. I was hoping it would be, but it wasn't. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna set an alert right here. I might just go right ahead and, I mean, it has a possibility of coming down and filling that gap, so I don't want to go too big. And it'd be a swing. Nike. Well, worthless. $70 strike. $20 of them. February 20th. Power hour. Oh gosh.
430. We saw the 30-year Treasury spike as well. You know, thoughts on how we're starting this shortened trading week?
Yeah, apologies I couldn't see in person today. We're actually
Trump might need a good scare in the market.
Two ETFs were the co-sponsor and sub-advisor, along with a little bit of chaos. So I headed down from the desk, sadly, and not get to see in person. But yeah, entertaining after the long weekend. I think I was listening in the waiting room about what you guys are mainly talking about, and yields. Yields is the story. I mean, obviously 430 here, but what's actually going on in Japan, and it has been going on in Japan for 2 quarters now, is really accelerating. I think that's the real story. We have geopolitical things, but I think rates, like that is the main driver here today.
And as we look at that jump in the Japanese bond yields, what are you focused on right now? Where are your concerns? Where are you seeing potential opportunities as we're seeing these yields rise?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think we've been in a system for a long time now that we're essentially financing growth. That's how the global economy is growing. There's a lot of lines on financing. That's how a lot of consumer expenditures are actually happening. There's appreciated assets, effectively financing what they're able to spend day to day. And so when finance, the concept of financing growth, thus leading to jobs and everything else, so on and so forth, be that important, cost of financing going up is becoming more and more important. And I think Japan has been a global engine for financing, especially in financial services style products. So that's why it seems afar, but it very much matters for folks even outside of Japan.
Zed, you always make my job so much easier for me. I was going to pivot us into one of the most recent Convexitas reports, which is aptly titled, Can the World Continue to Finance Growth? In which you say that the global financing cycle is basically like a light switch where things either work smoothly or they don't. It's either on, off, or nothing. What are the real signs in the markets that we are either functioning as we should or not functioning at all?
Yeah, no, I guess highlighting our belief is because
I don't understand.
Finance growth type of situation from governments, from corporates, from even consumers, that ultimately, if we're able to keep financing, that means there's more growth, which means the ability to borrow more. Which
means Nike broke out after I started talking about it.
Continue. But as soon as we start having some issue from one of those avenues, whether it's governments, whether it's corporates, whether it's we get a solid correction in asset prices, which doesn't allow the consumers.
Well, is it time for a lotto spy?
Then it can kind of waterfall the other way. So we have a pretty heavily correlated all asset classes.
Or is it going to be more pullback?
Where either people are really well, or potentially has a problem, and there's some sand in the gears, and the ability to do that. And the likely culprit is what we're seeing. It's if all of a sudden governments have issues financing the massive amount of expenditures that they have, that's probably the main source. And I think that's why, again, like a day like today, where 10 basis points, that's not good, but it's not exactly like chaotic, but we're seeing it filter through as everybody starts paying attention to it for the first time in a while.
And you highlight a good point there, Zed. The governments are covering more of their GDP with debt and deficits that we've seen in decades. At what point does that actually become a net drag on growth rather than support?
Yeah, I mean, we all know the total debt story. We all know the deficit story.
These tough questions today.
We're talking about the U.S. specifically. It's kind of prior to 2020, government expenditures were about 20% of total GDP. But after 2020, excluding the year 2020, which will qualify as GDP, it's been closer to 24% of GDP. So they've become material, much more material in terms of overall GDP growth, taking up 24% share versus 20. So yes, deficits are potentially a problem. Yes, absolute level debt is potentially a problem. But more importantly, from a growth perspective, it's just that the government is much larger in terms of the overall day-to-day lives, in terms of expenditures. So they're more important. So if they're unable to borrow to continue that level of expenditure, like we're going to feel it more today than you would have call it 10 years ago.
And so where are you starting to see cracks pop up? Where are the areas of concern that are more under the hood that aren't the headline?
Yeah, I mean, I would say probably the most interesting piece is even today, credit's pretty benign. So both high yield IG, a little wider, but not nearly as much as you'd expect on, a broad risk issue type of day like today. But I think the real story there is so much of the, we'll call it, carrier things in credit are actually in the private versus public market side. So that's probably the potential piece that you're not observing correctly there, right? Credit's kind of boring from what we see on our screens, but under the hood on the private side, we've already seen some cracks, but that's probably where you're going to be surprised, where there's more issues that are going to come out of left field rather than necessarily the public credit side.
And then where does consumer spending come into this story in terms of how growth is funded? What's the consumer's role?
Yeah, I think it's a well-known narrative that the affluent and mostly elderly affluent are supporting most of their lifestyle expenditures from asset price appreciation. And I think one way to kind of look at it is if you're like, okay, top 10% of earners are now up to about 50% of total consumption expenditure, and was 30 years ago closer to 40. So it's been creeping up, becoming more and more important. I think everybody kind of understands that piece of it. But I think what's way more interesting is the lower 50% of households in terms of income have greatly increased their exposure to the market. And I think that naturally means that's actually how they're supporting a lot of their lifestyle expenditures is from asset price appreciation. And I think you can see in a lot of the types of products that have been successful in ETF arena and mutual fund arena are very focused on distributions. And I think that's a lot of those folks saying, hey, 2020 got me into the market. That's a great thing. More people should be in the market for a long haul, but they're steering a lot of their investment dollars into things that naturally support consumption. And that's kind of new over the last 3-4 years. But I think the big surprising thing is, yes, the market's very important for the high end to continue to consume, but I think it's equally important for the lower end in terms of the income spectrum.
So then if we're seeing investment across the entirety of the K, but you made an argument that the markets are still vulnerable to this flip from on to off based on financing, how should investors in both the top and the bottom parts of the K be bracing and preparing for the potential that can happen at any point?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest issue is long-only diversification probably runs into issues. If everything is interconnected, then, you're what thought was be uncorrelated, type of investment, whether it's bonds or things along those lines like that, it's probably not going to act like solid diversification if it
223
in terms of everything in the marketplace. So we've actually seen that a bunch over the last handful of years where, just the two biggest asset classes, equities and bonds, are going in the same direction when you have the problems, right? They're not providing diversification at the most important times. So that's what I think is the, potential issue with portfolios. Long-only diversification is going to run into some continued issues if it gets, we'll call it stretched here.
Well, Zach, we appreciate you taking the time on a very busy day at Convexitas to join us and talk about what we're seeing in terms of yields today and also for the broader outlook for 2026. That's Zach Francis, the CIO at Convexitas. Coming up next, we will take a look ahead to earnings after the close and preview the report from United Airlines. Market on close. We'll be right back.
Yay! hardware.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Diane King Hall, on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When markets react, we are live with analysis that matters. Watch now, only on SchwabNetwork.com.
Less than 34 minutes.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Hey, Dad, I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
God.
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area.
Can we get rid of this commercial, please?
He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Quit hugging your daughter. Dad, can I ask you a question? Yeah, daughter, anytime you want. Come here, precious. Come here and sit on Daddy's lap. What is it do you need? How come Grandpa doesn't sleep with me anymore? Oh, did we not tell you? He passed away last month. And it's my responsibility now. You weirdo.
Next week's earnings, as the firm is telling investors, checks suggest the return upside to estimates. Citi, on the other hand, cut its price target on shares to $315 from $300 and reduced estimates to reflect higher memory component pricing risk. Now, as for the others in the Max 7, we will be getting earnings, of course, we'll have on Wednesday, Microsoft, Meta, and Tesla. That's on the 28th. Thursday, the 29th, of course, that's Apple's day to shine. Wednesday, the 4th, we'll hear from Alphabet. Thursday, the 5th, we'll have Amazon. And then, of course, NVIDIA always reporting later in the cycle.
I always thought this was a little bit overbought.
On February 25th, we will have the latest from their numbers. An expanded show for Apple and NVIDIA as they come out later. Of course, we'll have all of them for you on Market on Close, as we always.
Barclays adjusts price target on Carvana to $530 from $465. Maintains overweight rating. BTIG maintains a buy, raised target to $535. God. 515, 519, 545. That means it'll barely touch 5 if it does. And we hit 485. But that was, these upgrades just happened within a week. Why? Double top, triple top, that's why. That's why. There they go again. Pumping a triple top. Bets. So they come out last week at a triple top. 15, 16. On the 15th. Here's the only one with any decency in their head, and that's Gordon Haskett. Adjusts price target to 435 from 445 and lowers the price target. That was on the 5th. Well, if he bought it, he did good. That was on this day right here. Who's this? Oh, she's going to be gone by the time I get on here.
Here.
No, she's here.
What metrics specifically are an add-on to that is if we are seeing similar numbers, at what point does the budget traveler weakness start to bleed into the rest of the industry and the rest of the numbers?
Yeah, I think United is probably going to be pretty similar to Delta in terms of that K-shaped customer curve. United and Delta are at the top of the K, whereas a lot of the others are either floundering in the middle or at the bottom. I think like the metrics that are going to matter the most, or what I think are going to be the most interesting for United, is to see how loyalty pans out, and then also revenues from premium and international and how they stack up compared to main cabin. I think Delta was a really interesting example of this, where Delta reported a $5 billion profit for the year, but their main cabin ticket sales were short of $1 billion, but that did not really seem to matter for Delta just because premium sales more than made up for that $1 billion shortfall. Even in like the fourth quarter, Delta saw, I think, a 7% decrease in main cabin ticket sales, but premium was up 9%, which fully just canceled out that weakness. I think as far as the ultra low cost carriers go, everyone is sort of waiting to see what will happen with Spirit Airlines. I think generally the industry is expecting some decision to come out on Spirit by the end of this month. Either they think it'll be a merger with Frontier or a Chapter 7 bankruptcy, a liquidation. And in the event that Spirit does go for a Chapter 7 bankruptcy, I think the industry is generally expecting to see some domestic upside from that, just because there will be fewer domestic seats in the event that Spirit goes under. And that would benefit carriers like United and Delta that have struggled with domestic capacity in the past few years.
Oh, yeah?
So with all of this uncertainty tied around, we don't know what's going to happen with Spirit yet. We're not sure. There are geopolitical concerns here. We already got some cautious optimism from another similar airline. How conservative do you expect United's management to be on the call, knowing that they have basically a foil to hold them up against? Do you think that they'll try to be a little bit less to make it seem a little bit better, or will they try to stay right in line with what we've heard from Delta?
I think in the past, United has typically been a little bit more optimistic than Delta. I remember when the tariffs first were introduced in around March, Delta, was really sounding the alarm on it, and their CEO Ed Bastian was very cautious about what could happen. Whereas I think United CEO Scott Kirby was, kind of like just wait and see what happens. So I think you could maybe expect a little bit more optimism from United, but I generally think the earnings and the tone will match more closely to Delta.
Well, Megan, we appreciate you being with us ahead of getting those earnings after the close today for that preview and some of the metrics to keep an eye on. That's Megan Monterischi, the airline reporter over at Skift. Coming up next, we've got Options Corner. Rick Ducat will join us here in our Chicago studio to take a look at the options activity on Netflix ahead of their earnings after the close. Stay with us.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risks. Smart, fast and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a
Cost broke the 200 last week.
Do you like using charts?
The 200 SMA on the daily. We could be moving up.
Breaks down different charting techniques.
That's the first bullish one I've come across.
Price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Get her under 1,000.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily.
$9.95.
Who's buying, who's selling,
$9.96.
how it's going to impact
$9.95.
the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab
With
is
support
powered by
off the
Ameritrade,
200.
giving traders even
I
more
mean,
ways
this
to
looks,
sharpen their
this
skills
looks
with
the
tailored
best chart I've
education.
seen on here.
Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses,
Cost.
and more.
You gotta watch
All
Netflix
crafted just
tonight.
for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for
100
you.
ticks per
Are
tick.
you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast
Tick chart.
series breaks down different investing styles, including growth,
Go on.
value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Don't pull up for /ES.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, the SIBO, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on schwabnetwork.com. Welcome back to Market on Close. Netflix is set to report its quarterly results after the close today, with Wall Street expecting the streaming giant to report earnings of 55 cents a share on revenue north of $11.9 billion. On top of that, Netflix has also sweetened the terms of its offer to buy Warner Brothers Discovery, the company now making an all-cash offer for their studio and streaming assets for $82.7 billion. It's time for Options Corner. Of course, we're talking Netflix today with our lead market technician, Rick Ducat, here to take a closer look at the technical setup and the options action as we head into earnings today. You know, they had a headline today. We've got their earnings today. We've got an update in the Warner Brothers saga. They are still green on the day despite the broader market, but have given up a lot of the gains that we've seen so far today. You know, as far as performance more broadly against the markets, I know today they are doing better than, but overall not the case.
Yeah, underperforming the S&P. I think perhaps largely because of the deal uncertainty that you were referring to here. And it's more debt, too, now. They increased their bridge loan by $8.2 billion, all the way up to $42.2 billion. So quite a lot of debt for this purchase. Some other headlines that caught my eye for Netflix today. Nielsen ratings said half of all TV viewership in December was through streaming services, crediting Netflix specifically for its Christmas football games and Stranger Things, the final season here. Part of me is honestly kind of surprised it's only half, I guess, at this point. That seems like just that's what everyone consumes media. Also a new thing, interactive voting during live events like the reboot of Star Search. You'll be able to vote for your favorite contestants. That's another thing that's coming shortly for Netflix viewers here. But to also look at some of the other competitors in the streaming space, Warner Brothers Discovery. Again, kind of a funny chart because of everything that's happened here, but that's the obvious outperformer here. Roku, Paramount, Skydance, Netflix, Disney, and Comcast, all having varying degrees of success recently.
Yeah, I'm also struck by that metric you just said. About half of them, I would have thought that would have been considerably higher on the streaming front as well. But let's stick just with this one streaming giant, since we will get the earnings right after the close today. What's the technical setup? I know today alone we are outperforming the market, but in terms of what we're coming into earnings looking like, what's it indicating to us?
Hanging on to a general supportive area, but kind of it seems like it keeps getting worse and worse every week here. What I mean by that is first we had our high point here, 134 roughly, and then we formed this downward sloping channel type shape here, from which we eventually did break through to the downside here. Our old low near about 104 or so became resistance. Once again, we failed to retake that level. Then kind of just gradually making a series of lower lows with this channel type shape. However, there's still some important supportive areas that we have not yet reached here. If you were to back track, you can see we had some old lows and the intraday 52-week low there, roughly 83 to 85 or so. If we start getting into that area, then that's really kind of the alarm bells for perhaps a much more significant downturn or breach of this major support. Area. When we look at our moving averages, we can see that they're all trending downward. The faster ones are outpacing the slower ones. So the trend is more geared toward the downside. Now, earnings can be a major catalyst that could very quickly rewrite this story. Or the other, sort of Damocles news, the deal, if we get some kind of new information about that, that could be another market shock type event here. But for now, RSI pretty oversold, heading into earnings, relatively strong momentum here for this name.
RSI oversold.
Certainly an interesting one to watch out for. Finally, volume profile, the heavy volume trading areas down here, right around where we are now, near 90, up here near 96, and then finally up here 110.
All right, and taking a look at options action on an earnings day, and I know Netflix is a heavily traded name anyway. What's our sizzle today? Where are we seeing the most open interest, and did you see any notable trades?
At the time I checked the sizzle, the activity versus the 5-day moving average, 1.3, so not too terribly elevated, but still above average here. We can also see that the most active strike in terms of, date in terms of open interest, I was kind of surprised was January for next year, but in terms of things that are closer to recent trading time horizon, March 20th is about 14% of the total open interest in this name here. We can see our expected move for February, a little over 11%. That's our orange box right around in this area.
More selling.
Two notable trades, $1 million worth of long calls at the 70 strike here, and also about $1.4 million of long puts at the 71 strike level there, May 15th and September 18th respectively here. So some big plays, both looking for opposite directions.
Well, Rick, we appreciate you being with us in advance of Netflix earnings today. Right now, still holding on to green at $88, just slightly in the green here for Netflix ahead of their earnings event. But thanks to Rick Ducat for breaking down the technical and the options action for us in advance of those earnings. Coming up next, George Tillis will join us for Overload Stocks. We'll be taking a look at MKS Inc. following an upgrade from Cantor Fitzgerald, where they doubled the price target. We'll talk about why and what you need to know next on Market Up Close.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning and it's
This is a tick chart.
Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to Schwab.
Some people trade off this tick chart. I was watching the double bottom down here, and all of a sudden, here we go. I didn't say nothing, but I was watching it. Totally different looking chart on the 1 minute. There's no double bottom here. Well. George.
Cantor Fitzgerald, despite the broader market being down pretty significantly.
Well, I think the moral story is the companies that are uniquely positioned in the context of the demand for semiconductors is still in play. I think we talked about Intel earlier today, some of the narrow-based companies in the semiconductor stack, as well as equipment manufacturers. If you look at, Micron, there's also Lam Research. A lot of these semiconductor equipment companies have done extremely well. This is MKS is another one of these names. It's actually a smaller tier-based semiconductor manufacturing company and packaging company. They also supply the business with industrial applications like materials, chemicals, ultra-clean vacuum technologies, gas technologies. They also supply lasers and plasma technologies, which are used by competitors like ASML. So if you want to put MKS in the stack of equipment manufacturers like ASML, Lam Research, and KLA Tech, where it's like that, but it's certainly a smaller based business. And like I said, there's companies that are uniquely positioned right now, and they seem to be these mid-tier semiconductor and equipment manufacturers, especially those surrounding either the CPUs or servers, memory chips. And that's why we see this group, and storage as well, doing very well. Now, Cantor did increase, irrespective of the new 52-week high for MKS. They increased their price target to quite a bit higher, $300 higher. If you look at some of the other analysts going back to last Friday, KeyBank also increased their target to $250. And they actually see, if you go back to November 6th, when the company last reported their earnings for the fiscal year, of 2025, they did.
Okay, we're going to find out here.
Projected to grow their packaging
Less than a minute.
revenues by 20% in the fiscal year that we're in right now, as well as the fact that their backlog is up to $1 billion, which is quite meaningful. It's about a quarter of an annual sales number for the business. So it gives them some visibility. The other thing about the business is it took out a little bit of debt going back a couple of years ago. They made an acquisition of another specialty chemical company in the same group. But they also denoted debt payback is another thing they're focused on as a business. So this is a company that's still growing its earnings. If you look at the EBITDA growth estimates for the business just going into 2026 versus last year, 13% in sales, irrespective of the fact that the packaging business is expected to grow 20%. Total system-wide sales are only expected to be around 7 to 8%. So you're basically getting mid-teens EBITDA growth on about 7 to 8% sales growth. And so those ratios align with strong trends for growth stocks, and that's why we see the stock hitting a new 52-week high. But it also is hitting a new 5-year high as well, which goes back to around the April timeframe of 2021. So it's recently broke out of that longer-term trading range as well.
And George, as I'm taking a look at some of the other analysts you were mentioning, as I'm looking just sort of broadly at their average price target, the average price target is only about 192.50. So I mean, considerably below where we're trading today.
Very good.
As I'm looking, most of the analysts who cover have a strong buy or buy recommendation. Very few in the hold or sell camps. As far as Cantor's optimism, their increase today in the price target puts them at a street high with that 300. What specifically do you think they're noticing that maybe some of the other analysts are lagging behind in seeing in terms of this number being so, more than $100 higher than the average?
Well, I think if you just look at the consensus revenue estimates, they're actually quite low. They're in the 7 to 8% range. And again, historically speaking, that's more in line with historical averages. So Cantor may be a little bit more optimistic based on channel checks. These analyst firms are corresponding with executives of the business, focusing more on customer and markets that are growing. And so they may be seeing something that's a little bit more impressive than what was previously estimated by their business. It can also create a vacuum effect where you start to see more analysts pay closer attention to the end markets that MKS is supplying into. But the other thing is the cash position of the business around $700 million, market cap $14 billion. If you look at the debt, it's around $4.6 billion, and those numbers keep coming down. The other thing is the company seems to have more financial flexibility. They increased their dividend recently about 88 cents. So that speaks to confidence. It's growth. It's growing at a reasonable price, paying income in the form of dividend. but also expected to achieve double-digit, mid-teens EBITDA growth. And that could be conservative based on some of the metrics we're seeing across the board for end market semiconductors like storage, high-bandwidth memory, Seagates of the world, SanDisk, and Microns, which again, if you look at NK's end markets, including specialty chemicals, packaging,
the 6800s
these are markets that they supply their
at 125.
And despite that price target being below current trading levels, we are seeing a great deal of confidence from the sell side. 86% of analysts who cover have a buy rating. Thanks, George, for being with us, for breaking down MKS 8 for us and the move we're seeing today. We are also nearing the end of our market session. We're bringing Kevin Green in to break down levels. He's watching on the S&P 500. Plus, we'll have earnings coming out right after the bell. We'll have Netflix and United Airlines. Stay with us on Market on Close.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Alex Coffey.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's market.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
This is a make-or-break level for the stock.
That could certainly be a different catalyst.
Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Schwab Network.
Sometimes you know, you could have done better.
You burnt your pizza.
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest
burnt your
headlines
pizza.
to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are. Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on the guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way you're going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights,
Come on, give me a break.
actionable data, venture traders, and trusted
I beg you.
financial analysts. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. schwabnetwork.com.
I don't think it's going to happen.
We're back here on Market on Close. I'm Marley Kane in our Chicago headquarters. Just a few minutes left in today's session.
Go.
Let's welcome in Kevin Green, our senior markets correspondent,
Fat
to
camera.
help us close out today's session. Now, Kevin, we're taking a look at the S&P, looking at the worst drop we've seen in about 3 months. If we close out where we are, near where we are right now, what specifically are you keeping an eye on?
Yeah, well, we are obviously seeing a breakdown in this market here, especially for the S&P 500. If we're looking at the daily time frame, we have now broken through the 20-day moving average as well as the 50-day moving average. And the 50-day is going to be very key. We actually have not broken significantly below that 50-day moving average for a considerable amount of time, in a very long time. Actually, the last time we did that, we were below the 50-day moving average for about 4 sessions before reclaiming it and trying to move higher here. And unfortunately, we got this kind of wedge pattern that's taking place, a triangle pattern, and it just shows a consolidation. And unfortunately, that consolidation has been broken to the downside. Marley, this is the last primary trend line that you have since the lows of last year. So you get a little bit concerned that maybe we have a little bit more to move to the downside when it comes to this consolidation. Kind of going into the close, you're really just looking at trying to hold this 6,800 level. If you're able to pin at that particular level, I think that would be key for us to try to stop this bleeding. But the volatility continues to re-rate a little bit higher. And you're starting to see on an individual sector basis a real structural shift in the markets, especially if you're looking at technology, really starting to break down, financials showing a little bit of a sell signal, even materials, which has done a pretty decent job, very small weighting on the S&P 500, now starting to break to the downside as well. Hopefully we're able to recover some of these losses, but I think this would be more of in the environment of a dead cat bounce and then continuing to flush over the next week or 2 weeks.
And KG, you mentioned that we haven't seen us crossing these moving averages in some time, and then historically we've seen a 4-day correction in that time. Is that something that you think we could see play out here? Should we anticipate a few days at these lower levels, or is that just the most recent data point?
Yeah, I would say that the most, what probably...
Your questions are really too tough today.
We have recovered the next...
Bring them down a notch or two.
Some of the losses, we're trying to move back to the upside. I would look at the 20-day moving average at your key area of resistance now, which is now sitting at 6,909. That would be your key area of resistance. Come back, we test the 50-day, potentially flush lower. And then you're starting to look at the 100-day moving average, which is pretty much the equivalent of the 20-week moving average. And usually, when we're in an uptrend, we don't violate that the first time that we test it.
Three black crows.
20-week moving average, which is the 100-day.
We're in the close.
This would be the second time within this cycle. Given the fact that we have some fundamental breakdowns already from a technical standpoint, maybe some weakening when it comes to key sectors in the market, that's where it kind of leads credence to maybe testing that 100-day, potentially failing that, and then trying to regroup later. And that really is looking at around that 6,600-ish area. Could be in the cards over the next 3 weeks, 4 weeks. I would not be surprised if we actually test that.
All right, and we also saw an uptick in volatility today. We saw the VIX get above 20 for the first time, I think, since November, at least in the past few months. You know, what are your thoughts there? Is that tied to this uncertainty around which direction we're moving here?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. Volatility was very low starting in the end of December, first week of January. We're now seeing it re-rate a little bit.
Earnings is not even on their... They're not even talking about earnings. It's like no big deal. No matter how we look at it. Usually they always look forward to the earnings on the first quarter or fourth quarter. Well, I think we're just setting up for big buys when earnings do start to come in. Well, we didn't expect earnings to be up $1 billion this quarter. Okay, well, I'm out of here. I want to try to do my time a little bit different than I did the last couple of years, where I sat here all day long, every single day, day after day after day after day. So, we'll see you tomorrow. Uh-oh. The 6900s.